Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now let's start. Suppose to tell strangers, the boy says, gently placing his Endeavor action figure on the ground. Well, I have to call you something, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, searching for cool bird names. How about Raven? No, your wings are red. Robin. Falcon. Puss. Hawk sounds cool, the boy says, looking up shyly and holding up the brightly colored K-pop CD that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 had accidentally picked up from 𝐵𝑢mi's collection when he had been frantically packing stuff up as they were leaving the mansion. It's definitely not his kind of music, but it would be really mean to let the kid down after he had put in so much effort to convince to come over in the first place. So 𝐻𝐬𝐽 pops out his ex-Japan CD in favor of the Blackpink one, and the peppy music starts tinnily playing around them. It doesn't sound much like what you were playing before, Hawk says, nervously looking over at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. If you want to SWG it back, do you like it? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks. Hawks hesitates and then nods. Yes, but if you don't, you're the guest, so you can pick whatever you want, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says stoutly, sitting down on the foldable chair and gesturing at the other one for Hawks to take. Hawks slowly sits down, picking up his Endeavor action figure to set on his knees. Thank you, he says softly. You're the one keeping me company, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out. Also, I guess we haven't been good neighbors. We've never greeted you or anything. It's okay. It's not really that kind of neighborhood, Hawk says, looking inside at 𝐻𝐬𝐽's living room, with the blankets tossed across the couch, papers scattered around, and toys underfoot. You have a lot of siblings. 3, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 replies. I know the walls are thin. Are we bothering you? No, it's nice, Hawk says hesitantly. I don't have any siblings, so it's kind of nice to hear you guys. Well, you're welcome to borrow any of them, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 jokes, leaning back. I suggest Natsu if you want someone to play sports with. You picked 𝐵𝑢mi's CD though, so you might get along with her too. And 𝐻𝐸𝐽's just a baby, so he's no fun. Just make sure to bring them back before mom comes home. Can I hang out with you more? Hawks asks, biting his lip and looking up at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Me? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, staring at Hawks. In their family, 𝐵𝑢mi is the only girl, Natsu is the most athletic, and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 was the chosen one, which left 𝐻𝐬𝐽 to be the failure and the cast-off. No one's ever picked him first before. Yeah, Hawks nods, his wings curling around him. You seem really cool, and I mean if I'm bothering you we don't have to. You're not bothering me, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 cuts in, and yeah, you can definitely hang out with me anytime. Hawks smiles shyly at 𝐻𝐬𝐽, his wings unfurling around him. Oh, that's great. What school do you go to? Shizuoka Middle School. Hawks goggles at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Wait, you're a middle schooler. I thought. Yeah, I know, I'm scrawny, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snaps, crossing his arms defensively. One of these days I'll hit a growth spurt though. Hopefully. It's pretty embarrassing being shorter than his little brother who is 4 years younger than him, and he's only barely taller than 𝐵𝑢mi, and if she gets a growth spurt first, Natsu will never let him hear the end of it. I mean, I'm sure you will, Hawk says reassuringly, shifting in his seat. I just thought. I mean, I know you're not in my class, but I thought that maybe if we were in the same school. Where do you go? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, uncrossing his arms. Waseda Elementary. It's not that great, Hawks admits, drawing himself in. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snorts. My school isn't that great either, but then again, it doesn't have to be. I'm just keeping my grades up and waiting until I can apply to Shiketsu anyway. Shiketsu? Hawks asks, looking at him. So, you want to be a hero. Why not you? 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Because Endeavor went to you, and like hell does 𝐻𝐬𝐽 want to follow his old man's footsteps there. He'll go to Shiketsu and become a pro hero on his own terms and rub it in his old man's face that his cast-off failure had managed to do so well despite him. You is a little overrated, isn't it? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says instead, scratching the back of his head. And, I mean kind of. I'd like to, but my quirk is a bit temperamental. What's your quirk? Hawks asks, leaning forward. 𝐿𝐿 holds out a hand and lets his blue flames lick over his fingers and the palm of his hand before quickly snuffing them out, shaking his hand a bit, fingers stinging. That's so cool. Hawks exclaims, eyes shining, you're like Endeavor, except you have blue fire. Is it just a color thing or is it actually hotter? It's hotter, 𝐒𝐿 says, opening and closing his fist to chase away the burning sensation, but I'm not exactly fireproof. My body, I think the doctor said I would have been better suited with an ice quirk instead. And right after that, Endeavor had knocked over half the tables in the clinic and stormed out while his mother had frantically apologized to the doctor. That hadn't ended the training sessions. Instead, his father had seemed to think that with enough repetition, maybe he could just overcome the weakness in his own body, and God, had he tried. He had persisted through fevers, vomiting, and blisters and burns running up and down his arms, and he still has some of those burn scars under his sleeves. It was only when 𝐒𝐿 was born that the training sessions had tapered off, since now Endeavor had the perfect combination of quirks that he had always wanted, but 𝐒𝐿 had still lived in fear of his father occasionally deciding to drag him to the training room regardless. Oh, does it hurt? Hawks asks, one of his feathers breaking off from the rest of the wings and coming to rest on 𝐒𝐿's hand, a soft, smooth sensation. Do you think there's some kind of support equipment that could help you with that? I'm definitely hoping that's the case, 𝐒𝐿 says, staring in fascination at the red feather brushing his hand. How are you? Can I touch it? Oh yeah, go ahead. Hawks says, the feather twirling up and poking 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. It's part of my quirk. I can detach and control each of my feathers, but if I detach too many, I can't fly. The apartment they have moved into is small, with only one actual bedroom and bathroom to squeeze 4 kids and 1 adult into. 𝐒𝐿 and Fuyumi help their mom partition out the bedroom by hanging up sheets, and 𝐒𝐿 takes the couch so his mom and 𝐒𝐿 can have one side of the bedroom and Fuyumi and Natsu the other. It's also not in the best of neighborhoods, with trash littering the streets and sketchy people standing in the corners, and their mom won't let them go out at night at all, but 𝐒𝐿 still likes it better than their old mansion. Here, even if their mother is out late for her new job at a magazine, they can laugh without worrying about what mood their father is in. There isn't a constant sense of dread and bated breath only punctuated by fire and screams, and 𝐒𝐿 doesn't have to worry about once again being hauled into the training room until his skin is nearly blistering off and he is vomiting while his father is screaming at him to stop being such a weakling and get up. Is he bitter that it's only when their father started pulling 𝐒𝐿 into the training room as well that their mother finally decided that enough was enough and took them all away? Well, 𝐒𝐿 has always been the chosen child from his BRH, and it's not like being the favorite has given him much joy, and really the kid is only 4, but perhaps it's good for now that their mother is so busy at her new job. Still, it is a bit harder than life used to be. Their mom gets up early to make breakfast and get all the kids awake, but she has to leave quickly, and they don't have maids or nannies anymore, so 𝐒𝐿 is in charge of making sure all his siblings have all their stuff before leaving for school. When they come home, 𝐒𝐿 is in charge of dinner. He's gotten pretty proficient at using the rice cooker, and the instructions on the miso soup pack and the curry packs aren't too hard to follow. Fuyumi has also gotten the hang of eggs, so between the two of them, they can usually set out a pretty decent, if somewhat repetitive spread, throwing any dirty clothes into the washing machine, corralling his siblings to do their homework while also doing his own, and then getting them to wash up and sleep at night. With all that going on, 𝐒𝐿 doesn't feel guilty about staying up a bit later at night, sitting out on the balcony to not bother his siblings, and playing the records he had managed to grab as their mother was hurrying them out of the Todoroki mansion. Usually he tries to keep the volume low, but given the music blaring around them from the alleyway, and after a particularly trying day spent trying to track down Natsuo's lost volleyball and 𝐒𝐿's misplaced hat, he cranks up the music and lets the crash of the cymbals and drums wash over him. It's about 3 songs in that he notices a small blonde head peeping out at him from the balcony next to theirs. It's dark, so it's hard to tell, but it looks like a small blonde boy, maybe a little younger than himself. Hi, 𝐒𝐿 calls out. The boy's head disappears behind the balcony wall. Maybe the kid's shy. Hello. 𝐒𝐿 tries again, walking over to the balcony railing. I definitely know you're there. No response. You may as well come out now, 𝐒𝐿 continues looking over the railing. Unless, am I bothering you? I can turn it off if you like. No, A small voice carries out from over the balcony, Could you leave it on? Sure, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 agrees, peering into the darkness, but can you stop hiding? The boy slowly stands up, clutching some kind of doll, and, were those wings? Can you fly? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, gesturing at his shoulders. Sort of, the boy says quietly, his small wings flapping around him. I'm not really supposed to. Could you fly over here? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, pointing at his own balcony. I could try, the boy says, clutching his doll tighter to himself, but I'm not supposed to go out at night. Well, it's literally a few feet, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says reasonably. It doesn't really count as going out at night, does it? And, if your parents look outside, I think they'll still be able to see you. The boy bites his lip. I don't know, you can pick what music to play if you fly over here. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 suggests, holding up his CDs. It's too dark for you to see what they are from over there, isn't it? Why is he trying so hard to get the other boy to come over here? Maybe it's because he doesn't really have other friends at the new school he was transferred to, what with the Todoroki divorce being splashed across all the airwaves and him having to come straight home from school to take care of his other siblings. Maybe it's because he'd like to hang out with another kid who isn't one of his siblings who he occasionally fantasizes about just locking out of the apartment. Maybe it's also because, the way that boy is holding himself, scared and nervous, shrinking in to try and make himself smaller, it's intimately familiar. The boy perks up a bit, looking intently at the CDs in 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand. Okay, he says, his wings flaring out. He flaps his wings a few times to get higher and then flies and daintily lands next to 𝐻𝐬𝐽, tucking his wings back in and closer to the light. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can see that they are as red as his own hair, and he just barely manages to hold himself back from reaching out and touching them, and still clutching the doll, that now on closer inspection, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can tell is an Endeavor action figure. It shouldn't be a surprise, after all. In exchange for gaining custody of all of her children, their mother had not filed any charges against their father, so Endeavor's reputation is still pristine, and instead it just looks like their mother suddenly snapped and decided to divorce him. Still, this kid knows nothing about any of that, and even if 𝐻𝐬𝐽 wishes that it was one of those ubiquitous All Might dolls that their mother had bought 𝐻𝐻𝐿, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. He'll just keep his last name a secret for now. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 smiles at the boy, offering him the CDs. Hi, I'm 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Hi. The boy parrots back, carefully taking the CDs from 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand and looking down at the ground. What's your name? I'm not. Anymore so, yeah. That is awesome, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 declares, stroking the edge of the feather and noting that it seems a little ragged. You have like, the coolest quirk I've ever seen. Hawk's wings flutter around him. Oh, it's not that cool. Your quirk is so much cooler, and I mean the feathers get everywhere. My parents don't like it very much. They're wrong then, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says firmly. Your wings are really, really neat. Hawks blinks and then smiles at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. You really think so? Yeah, and I bet if you wanted to be a hero, you would be super popular too, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, handing his feather back to Hawks. Thank you, Hawks says, taking the feather from 𝐻𝐬𝐽 and twirling it around in his hand before looking up again. Who's your favorite hero? It's a question that gets tossed around constantly, but honestly he's never given much thought to it. Before the divorce, everyone at school just assumed his favorite would obviously be Endeavor, although sometimes he had said All Might just to PSS off his father. Really though, it's not like All Might has ever done anything for them, despite how much he might have worked with his father. Gang Orca, he decides, after mulling the question over in his head for a few minutes. Gang Orca. Hawk's nose wrinkles. But he looks so scary. You mean he looks so cool, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 retorts, or that new teen hero Ryuko, she's pretty awesome. Turning into a giant dragon would be amazing. That would be so awesome, Hawks agrees before holding up his Endeavor action figure. I guess it's kind of obvious who my favorite is, huh? Yeah, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, busily fiddling with the CD player so he doesn't have to look at the doll. I guess, you're not an All Might fan. All Might is boring, Hawks declares. He always wins, and he's always laughing and smiling. He seems kind of fake sometimes, you know. Like, not a real person. At least with Endeavor you can tell he's always working hard to try and take the #1 spot. Tuya stabs at the CD player's buttons for a few seconds. There is so much he could say in response to that, but the kid seems so genuinely happy, chattering away about his favorite hero, and he doesn't want to take that away, even if Endeavor is the last person who deserves Hawk's regard. But yeah, Hawks finishes awkwardly, biting his lip. I'm probably boring you right now. I know I talk too much, sorry about that. No, Tuya interrupts quickly, turning down the volume a bit on the CD player and sitting down. Sorry, I was just distracted. So you think All Might is boring, huh? Don't repeat that to my youngest brother. He's only 4, but he might try to ice you. Or singe your eyebrows off. Hawks laughs, looking relieved. I'll try to contain myself. Is your whole family fire and ice quirks? Yeah, Mom's ice and Dad was fire. Tuya shrugs. You saw mine. Fuyumi's is like ice with sparks. Natsu is just straight ice, and Shudo can do fire and ice. Huh, neat. Hawks muses before his brow wrinkles. Sorry, but is your dad not around anymore? He's out of the picture. Tuya improvises he's going to keep this pretense up as long as possible. He's never had anyone he met not know his entire family situation before. Mother divorced him, so we moved here. Oh, I'm sorry, Hawk says, looking down. Tuya snorts. Don't be. He's a piece of... And isn't it thrilling to be able to say that out loud now instead of just holding it in and breathing in the fumes of his own resentment? Startled laughter makes its way out of Hawk's throat. Well, if that's the case, I'm not sorry then. You're good, Tuya says as the K-pop CD winds to a close. I don't have any more of that band or really that kind of music, but do you want to take it with you? No, I don't have anything to play it on at home, Hawk says, glancing back at his own dark apartment before looking back at Tuya. Could I come by again to listen to it? Sure, anytime, Tuya promises, setting the CD on top of the CD player. I'll leave it right here, and you can come whenever you want, but it might rain, so maybe I should stick it inside and you can rap on the balcony door. Unless I'm not there, then you might freak Fuyumi or Natsu out. What if you keep my feather? Hawks asks, offering his feather back to Tuya. I can move it around and make it loop around if I can come over. You can control your feathers that far? Tuya asks, taking the feather from Hawks. Hawks shrugs. Well, it's just one, so that's not as hard. You're really awesome, you know that. Tuya says, admiring the pure red of the feather in his hand. Hawks flushes as his wings move to cover his face. Thanks. I'll try and come over tomorrow, Tuya. See you then, Hawks, Tuya says with a grin and a wave as Hawks flies back to his own balcony and waves back. Hawks does come by again the next day, sending his feather up in spirals toward the ceiling, and Tuya goes out on the balcony and plays the Blackpink CD again. Although this time he also makes Hawks listen to the X-Japan CD. Hawks still likes the Blackpink CD better, but he does admit that Silent Jealousy is a pretty good song. He comes back again the day after that, and the next, which is when Fuyumi spots him. With Fuyumi comes Natsuo, and Natsuo also thinks Hawk's wings are the coolest quirk they have ever seen. On the other hand, although they share the same taste in music as far as Tuya can tell, Fuyumi does not seem to like Hawks very much. He talks too much. Fuyumi complains, washing some snow pea leaves. I'm surprised you can even hear the music. And he leaves feathers all over the place. The feathers aren't that bad, and he's enthusiastic, Tuya argues, slicing the tofu. He doesn't seem to have a lot of people to talk to, so lay off. Also, it had taken a lot of effort to get Hawks happily chattering at him and not constantly stopping to apologize for going on. If Fuyumi reverses that, he's not going to help her with her history homework. You're spending a lot of time with him, aren't you? Fuyumi asks, dumping all the snow pea leaves into a big bowl. You hardly spend much time with the rest of us now. Is that what this is about? Tuya asks, pouring some oil into the pan. You guys want more attention from me. I'm already always with you guys, and we really appreciate it, Tuya, but you don't really play with us anymore, Fuyumi says, holding her hands behind her back. You're always twirling that feather around, waiting for Hawks to come by. She has a point. Hawks coming by has become the high point of his day, something to look forward to after a long day of ignoring his classmates' jibes and corralling his siblings. Tuya sighs, holding a hand in front of the pan to see if it's warm enough before taking the snow pea leaves and dumping them in. Look, it's nice to hang out with someone who doesn't know any of our family drama. Fuyumi frowns. How does he not know? The divorce is all over the news. I never told him our last name, Tsuya admits, stirring the leaves around, not looking at Fuyumi. Tsuya, Fuyumi says, hands on her hips. Really? To be fair, I still don't know his real name either, Tsuya points out, so maybe don't tell him for a bit. I'll get 𝐭𝐲𝐲 dressed in the mornings and let you sleep in later. Even if I don't tell him, he's going to find out at some point, Fuyumi argues, and it's going to be a lot better coming from you than from anyone else. We'll deal with that when it comes down to that, Tsuya says, taking the pan off of the stove. Look, I'll invite him inside, and then we can all play together. How's that? That would be better, I guess, Fuyumi says grudgingly, spooning out the rice from the rice cooker. When he puts the idea to Hawks though, the blonde boy hesitates, looking back at his own dark apartment. I don't know, Hawks says, chewing on his lip. It's not. I'm really not even supposed to be out of the apartment, and what would your mom think? Mother won't care. She even wants to meet you, Tsuya says, waving a hand. Their mother had seen a picture of Hawks that Natsu had drawn with crayons and had asked him about it, and then the whole story had come tumbling out, with Natsu declaring Hawks to be the coolest guy ever while Fuyumi had vehemently maintained that Hawks was probably in the running for most annoying guy ever, and Tsuya had crossed his arms and said that whatever the case, Hawks was better than certain siblings who took too long in the one bathroom in the apartment, and their mother had laughed. None of them had seen their mother laugh in a long time, so they had sat in stunned silence until their mother's peals of laughter died away, and she had smiled at them and told them that she would like to meet this new friend they had made. Really? Hawks asks, his feathery eyebrows pinching together. Am I in trouble? In trouble? Tsuya echoes. No way. She put Natsu's drawing of you on the top of the fridge. Oh, that's really cute actually, Hawks muses, a small grin forming on his face. I mean, I guess I could pop inside really quickly to see the drawing. And then you can try and convince me about that band with that weird French name. 𝐼𝐴 is not weird, Tsuya says haughtily, opening the balcony door and leading Hawks inside. They're genius, and they've also got an alter ego called 𝐼𝐴 that's even better. Look forward to hearing it then, Hawks says, looking around the apartment and spotting 𝐭𝐲𝐲 sitting quietly in the hallway making an ice blob. Oh hey, is that your baby brother? Yeah, that's 𝐭𝐲𝐲, and it's really past his bedtime, Tsuya said, quickly walking over and lifting the kid up. Come on, let's go. I want to make an ice All Might, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 says stubbornly, showing off his All Might action figure in one hand while still making blobs of ice with another. You can try that tomorrow. It's bedtime now, remember. Fuyumi and Natsu are already asleep. Tsuya says, throwing 𝐭𝐲𝐲 over his shoulder as he walks toward the bedroom. I'm not sleepy, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 persists, his tiny feet beating against Tsuya's chest as he waves his arms around and tugs at Tsuya's sleeves. I still want to play. How's this? Hawks asks as 5 of his feathers break off and start dancing around 𝐭𝐲𝐲's head. If you go to bed, these will keep you company. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 stares at the feathers enraptured, reaching out a hand to try and grab at them. Okay, he says, looking at Hawks curiously over Tsuya's shoulder. Are you Tsuya's friend? Yeah, I think I am. Hawks says, glancing over at Tsuya. Yeah, he is, Tsuya says firmly, setting 𝐭𝐲𝐲 on his cot and tucking him in. Now, stay in bed, okay, 𝐭𝐲𝐲. Okay, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 says agreeably, patting Tsuya's face as the feathers start to twirl around in a mobile figure above him. Tsuya shuts the door and looks at Hawks. Thanks for that. No problem, Hawks says with a small grin. He's a cute kid. Less cute when he's burning half of his clothes off, Tsuya grumbles, padding back into the kitchen. We've only got one fireproof onesie for him. Huh, I didn't think of that, Hawks muses as he follows Tsuya into the kitchen. You think Endeavor has a bunch of fireproof clothes just hanging in his closet. Did you ever? What's wrong with your arm? Tsuya glances down and realizes that 𝐭𝐲𝐲 had managed to pull his sleeve almost all the way up to his elbow, revealing one of the scarred-over burn marks on the back of his arm that had resulted from one of the first times his father had pushed him to go all out. You're almost perfect, Tsuya, but you'll never be anything unless you can overcome your weakness. When did this happen? Hawks demands, opening the freezer and frantically digging through the packs of frozen food for a bag of frozen edamame. Did you overdo it or something? Hey, are you okay? It's okay, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, pushing away the frozen bag that Hawks tries to press onto his arm while pulling his sleeve back down. It's not recent. Hawk's wings flap around him, his feathers swirling around. Is it from your quirk? Yeah, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, looking down at the ground. It's, my dad thought that if I just trained harder, then I could, I don't know, get better at it. It didn't always work out. Stares at 𝐻𝐬𝐽 for a moment before grabbing his hand. You're right, your dad really is a piece of SHT, he says firmly, his wings curling around both of them. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 looks up to see Hawk's golden eyes burning with righteous indignation, and he should probably feel bad for tricking Hawks into saying such things about his idol, but all he can feel is a blaze of happiness that at last someone on the outside also saw the rot inside the Todoroki manor. Yeah, he is, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says with a short bark of a laugh, adjusting his sleeve before pointing at the crayon scribble of red and yellow pinned to the fridge. Anyway, that's Natsu's drawing of you. He's a better athlete than an artist, but you know he tried. I love it, Hawk says, looking at it in awe and touching the drawing. You can keep it if you like, I'm sure he'll draw more, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 suggests. Oh, no, I wouldn't really have a place to hide, put it, Hawk says, looking back at 𝐻𝐬𝐽, his hand sliding off the drawing. He doesn't know anything about Hawk's parents, but what blurry outlines he can see does not sit well with him. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 frowns before asking carefully, your parents aren't home much, right? Yeah, Hawk says, his tone uneasy. Do you just want to spend the night here? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, gesturing at the living room. It's probably creepy in that apartment just by yourself at night, right? You can take the couch and I can go get the spare futon to sleep on. Hawks shifts from foot to foot, rubbing his arm. I'd really like that, but I don't know when my parents might get back. You can sense vibrations from your feathers, right? Yeah. What if you set up a line of them by your front door? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, gesturing at his apartment's own door. Then you could sense if it opens and fly over there. That could work, but when I'm asleep, I don't always feel it, Hawk says, a few of his feathers breaking off and drifting towards the balcony door. What if you put something loud and clangy there too? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, going over to the living room and picking up some of 𝐻𝐸𝐽's blocks. Or something that makes them trip so you'll hear them. Some of Hawk's feathers drift over to take the blocks. You are so smart, Hawk says admiringly, looking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Don't act so surprised, I am 2 years older than you after all, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, reaching over and ruffling Hawk's feathery blonde hair. So you'll stay? Yes, Hawk says happily, leaning into 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand. But I should take the spare futon. You should sleep where you usually sleep. No, you take the couch. I'm not being polite, the spare futon is better anyway, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, walking over to the closet and starting to pull it out. That's a lie. The spare futon is the spare for a reason, but their mother had always brought them up to be polite to whatever guests actually came to their house, and like hell 𝐻𝐬𝐽 was going to give Hawks the subpar bed. Hawks doesn't look convinced, but 𝐻𝐬𝐽 just lays out the futon next to the couch and gestures towards the balcony. No use arguing with me, I still have to show you 𝐼𝐴𝐼𝐽 seal. Well, okay, Hawk says, following 𝐻𝐬𝐽 to the balcony, but you're sure your mom will be okay with this? Trust me, she's going to love you, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says. And 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is right, his mother is somewhat surprised to find a blonde, winged boy sleeping on their couch the next morning, but she simply sets out an extra bowl of miso soup, rice, and an extra boiled egg before giving 𝐻𝐬𝐽 a kiss on the head, whispering to him to say hello to his friend for her before leaving for the day. Hawk stares at the food, eyes round and wide. Is all of that for me? He asks hesitantly, hands kept carefully on his knees. Yes, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, plopping 𝐻𝐸𝐽 down in one of the chairs and stuffing some toast into his mouth. You better eat it quick though, before my other siblings get out of the bathroom. You wouldn't think it, but Fuyumi is a breakfast monster. Liar, Fuyumi accuses 𝐻𝐬𝐽, putting on her glasses while sitting down at the table. Who's the one who still gets up early weekend mornings to run to the convenience store just to get yakisoba and egg sandwiches for breakfast? That's like once a month, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, drinking his miso soup and looking over at Hawks, who has already somehow cleared his entire bowl of rice, soup, and the egg. Never mind, you're the breakfast monster. Hawks flushes, his wings drawing in. Oh, sorry, it's not a problem, don't worry about it, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says hastily, wiping 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝑜's face with a napkin. Are you still hungry? Do you want some of mine? No, you eat it, Hawks says, looking around the kitchen. Should I help clean or? Hawks. Natsuo cheers as he comes out of the bathroom and sits down at the kitchen table. When did you get here? Last night, really. Hawks will be staying over some nights. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 cuts in after Hawks looks to him for help. That way, all of us can play together. Awesome. Natsuo says with a grin, digging into his food. Natsu, did you remember to get that permission slip for the zoo signed by Mom? Fuyumi asks, helping 𝐻𝐸𝐻 pour some soy sauce into the boiled egg. Aw man, Natsuo groans, slumping to the table. Natsu, it's due today. Fuyumi scolds. Natsuo's head turns to 𝐻𝐬𝐽. 𝐻𝐬𝐽, can you sign it? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 sighs, finishing off his food and gathering up the empty bowls around the table. Fine, bring it over here, and I'll forge Mom's signature, but this is the last time, I swear, Natsu. Thanks, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Natsuo calls out with a grin, scampering to the bedroom to get the permission slip. Here, let me, Hawks says, using his feathers to grab up the rest of the empty bowls to take to the sink. You go sign that form, and I can wash up. You're a guest. It's really the least I can do, you know, Hawks says with a smile, tugging the rest of the bowls out of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hands. Here it is. Natsuo calls out, waving his permission slip around. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 forges their mother's signature on the form. Given how many times Natsu has forgotten to set forms out at night for their mom, he's done this a lot while Fuyumi gets 𝐻𝐸𝐻's backpack ready, and after a whirl of straightening out uniforms and checking for any missing homework, his 3 siblings are out the door, and Hawks is setting the last bowl on the drying rack. You really didn't have to do that, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, gathering up his own school supplies and sticking them in his bag. I kind of did, you guys let me stay over and fed me after all, Hawks says, drying off his hands. Did your parents not come home last night? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, zipping up his backpack and looking at Hawks. I don't think so, no, Hawks says, his eyes going glassy for a second before focusing again. No, none of my feathers have been disturbed. Is that normal for them? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks carefully. Hawks shuffles in place, wings flapping uneasily behind him. I mean, kind of. You know, they're busy people, and they say they need to blow off steam. So, and I am old enough to take care of myself mostly. Your mom leaves you guys alone a lot too, because I'm at home to watch everyone, and she still comes home at night and spends weekends with us, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out. They're not bad people, you know. I'm difficult, I know. And hasn't he heard nearly the same thing from his mother year after year about his own father? You're not difficult, you're much easier to deal with than my siblings. If they're not here, you should stay over, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 decides, placing a hand on Hawks' shoulder. Set up the warning system, and keep me company. Hawks looks at 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand on his shoulder and then back up at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. That would be great, His head is up as there is a large crashing sound from next door, and he starts quickly flying over to the balcony door. They're back, I have to go. Good luck. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 calls out. That isn't enough, but what else can he say? At the very least, maybe he can provide a shelter in the storm the way he never had. Hawks at first only maybe stays over 1 night a week, constantly looking over his shoulder and shaking his head when 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks if maybe he wants to stay another night. However, as time goes by, and it seems Hawks' parents are unaware of their son's occasional sleepover, Hawks starts relaxing and staying over 2 nights a week, then 3, and suddenly he's pretty much always over. Natsu is calling him Hawks bro, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 is making ice feathers, Fuyumi grudgingly makes a portion of tamago for him occasionally, he has pajamas stashed next to 𝐻𝐬𝐽's in a drawer, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mom wants to discuss all this with Hawks' parents. I don't mind having Hawks over, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. It's good that you have such a close friend, but I feel like it's only right to inform his parents that he is with us so often, 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mom says, putting on her shoes for work. I know I would want that. I don't think Hawks' parents aren't. I don't think it's a good idea, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, biting his lip. There is nothing concrete he can really say. All he has are shadows and a general sense of unease. It'll be fine, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. I'll just pop over, introduce myself, let them know what's going on, and you'll have your friend over as much as you like, 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mother says, giving him a kiss on the head before heading out the door. I really don't think this is going to go well. 𝐻𝐬 calls out as his mother goes out the door. And for the rest of the day, it's like he cursed himself with that statement. He's missing a page of his homework. The Japanese quiz questions are all from the section he didn't think was that important. His lemon soda drink explodes in his hands and drenches his breathes. And to top it all off, at the end of the day, some of the boys at school make some snide comments about how 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mom is just an attention-seeking whore, and he sees red and punches the boy in the mouth. The boy's friends join in, and he manages to get out with a black eye, busted lip, and slight burns on his fingers where he had lit up his hand, waved it around, and finally managed to get the group to back the hell off. So it's at the end of a very long day of that, plus reassuring his siblings that he's fine, stop fussing and go to sleep please. When he's poking gingerly at the black eye on his face, it's really not that bad compared to all the time spent training his quirk that Hawks quietly flies over onto their balcony, his eyes widening when he sees 𝐻𝐬𝐽's black eye. What happened? Hawks demands, reaching out toward 𝐻𝐬𝐽's face before dropping his hand quickly. It's nothing, just a fight, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says dismissively, looking through his record collection to see what to get Hawks to listen to next after the day he has had. He kind of just wants to listen to X Japan again. Some stupid kids just made some comments. About your dad? Hawks asks, looking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽 coldly. About Endeavor. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 stops and turns to look Hawks in the eye. What? He manages weakly. Your mom came by to talk to my parents. Turns out, I'm probably the only one dumb enough to not realize who she is, Hawks says, his voice even but his wings lashing around him. Did you have fun tricking me? It wasn't like that. Then what was it? Hawks asks, his fists clenched to his sides. Was it just to see if you could? See if you could just get a dumb kid to badmouth his hero. Was any of this real? Of course it's real. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snaps, stepping forward. We're friends. Hawks lets out a harsh bark of laughter, right? You lie to your friends a lot. Maybe that's why you don't have any. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 grits his teeth low blow, but he does deserve that but doesn't budge. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you but what, 𝐻𝐬𝐽? Hawks demands. I thought you actually liked me, that we were actually friends. We are, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 insists, reaching out and grabbing Hawks by the shoulder. We are, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but do you know what it's like, everyone gossiping about why mother left with us when he's still seen as a hero? Everything I told you about him is true. You let me say whatever I wanted about Endeavor. You let me bring over his action figure. You let me praise him. Hawks grimacing as though with a bad taste in his mouth, wrenching his shoulder away from 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand. I didn't want, you looked so happy talking about him, I didn't want to ruin it for you, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says desperately, hand falling down back to his side. Too late, Hawks says, wrapping his hands around his arms and his wings drawing in. I had to. Do you know how much my parents laughed at me when they realized I had no idea what was going on? Did they hurt you? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 immediately asks, scanning over Hawks' form quickly. He doesn't think he sees anything, but Hawks is hunched over, and the wings cover a lot. No, they've never hurt me. It's not like they hit me or anything, Hawks says, looking away and rubbing his arm. In 𝐻𝐬𝐽's experience, it's his father's words that sometimes haunt him more than the actual scars left on his body at this point. Hawks just, come inside, okay? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 pleads, gesturing at the balcony door. We can talk about it all. I don't want to be near any of you right now, Hawks says quietly, his wings fanning wide and flapping to lift him off the ground. I want to be alone right now. I need to figure out what a hero really is. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 walks forward quickly, reaching out. Hawks, wait please. But Hawks just takes off into the night sky, a speck of gold and red in the dark, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is left on the balcony by himself, still nursing all the hurts of the day. And maybe his father is right, he is a F up and a failure, and even when he tries, everything falls apart. He doesn't really know what to do with himself. Usually he listens to music to feel better, but listening to those records right now without Hawks at his side or nearby, it feels wrong. His homework is already done, laundry was yesterday, although his shirt does have some BLD on it from his nose, so he scrubs it. He's too tired to read and he can't fall asleep, so he just flips through the TV. looking for something to distract him from the feather digging into his pocket and the clawing anxiety that's like acid up his throat. This late on a weeknight, it's mostly either talk shows, bizarre game shows, or the news, so he just flips through channel after channel until flames catch his attention, and he pauses. There's some kind of giant wreck on the highway, but news reports are saying that no one was harmed, and it's true. The person they're interviewing looks dazed and somewhat confused, but unscathed. Which hero saved you? The reporter asks. No, I don't think. It was some kid, the man says, pointing at the sky. Some kid with red wings who just swooped in and used his feathers to push us out of harm's way. And then he flew away. 𝐻𝐭 feels his stomach plummet, his breath growing short. Hawks, what did you do? Where is he now? Is he still there? Is he hurt somewhere out there? Their apartment door clicks open, and their mother comes in, shucking off her shoes and hanging her purse by the door. 𝐻𝐭, you're still awake? She asks, walking over and placing a hand on his head. Oh dear, what happened to your face? Were you in a fight? Is Hawks here too? I have to say, his parents were not especially pleasant people. How they produced such a nice boy like Hawks, I'm not sure. Mother, we need to go there. 𝐻𝐭 cuts in, pointing at the TV. His mother frowns, looking at the TV. What? Hawks is there. 𝐻𝐭 says, frantically rubbing the feather that has found its way into his hands. We had a fight. He didn't know about Endeavor and he flew off, and now they're saying some kid with red wings swooped in and saved everyone. We have to go there, Mother. 𝐻𝐭, are you sure there hasn't been some mistake? His mother says gently, looking from the TV to him and back again. Isn't Hawks the same age as Fuyumi? To manage to do something like that, he really could. His quirk is amazing, but Mother, he could be hurt. 𝐻𝐭 says frantically as the newscasters put together a sketch of the boy from the witness's description. Please, Mother, please. And he hates how pathetic and high his voice has gone, almost exactly like when he was begging her not to let Endeavor make him go to the training room again. But Hawks could be hurt, and it's his fault for provoking this fight to make him run off and do something so stupid, and he can't let these be the last conversation they have with each other. He can't. His mother pauses and looks pale, glancing again at the composite sketch on the screen and then back at 𝐻𝐭. All right, let's go. 𝐻𝐭 gapes at his mother, pleading has never worked before. Really? Yes, his mother firmly nods, taking her cell phone out. We'll need to call a cab. My paycheck comes in next week, and we can look at grocery store sales more closely, I suppose. We can afford it, and besides, you're right, Hawks could be. There's a crashing sound from their balcony, and 𝐻𝐭 and his mother exchange a look before 𝐻𝐭 leaps off the couch toward the balcony, with his mother close on his heels. Hawks is there, getting up off his knees, his wings down to the smallest feathers 𝐻𝐭 has seen, ash on his face, and sweat on his brow. 𝐻𝐭 rushes forward, pulling Hawks up and looking him over. Are you hurt? He asks, touching Hawks' arms and wings. It doesn't look like it, but he has lost so many of his feathers. I'm fine, Hawks says, brushing 𝐻𝐭's hands off, but not moving away. I did something, I don't know. I saved some people. I saw on the TV, 𝐻𝐭 says, pointing back at the living room. That's amazing, but also, my God, you're really not hurt. You're not just trying to tough it out or something, right? I lost a lot of feathers, but I can grow them back, Hawks says, stretching out his arms so 𝐻𝐭 can see. Other than that, yeah, I think I'm okay. Good, 𝐻𝐭 says, wrapping his arms around Hawks and hugging him tight before kicking his shin. Don't ever do something that reckless again. Hawks pulls away a little bit, still staying in the circle of 𝐻𝐭's arms but eyes glinting with indignation. Hey, people were hurt and I saved them. You can't just charge in recklessly. There was no one else there. What was I supposed to do? Send in your feathers then, not go flying in yourself. 𝐻𝐭 snaps, brushing some of Hawks' singed feathers. Hawks is no more fireproof than he is, maybe even less in some ways since he's gotten used to the pain of his quirk. I tried that, but I used up a lot of the bigger feathers, so I had to go in there myself. 𝐻𝐭's mother coughs and says, boys? You both make valid points, Hawks. It's good. Amazing really that you managed to save so many people, but 𝐻𝐭 is also right that you shouldn't just rush in like that. But either ways, it's late, come inside. As they make their way inside, 𝐻𝐭 still holding Hawks close, Tuya's mother also scanning over Hawks for injuries. Hawks pokes a finger into Tuya's arm. I'm still kind of mad at you, you know. That's fine, just don't run off again, Tuya says, smoothing out the small wings left on Hawks. Hawks leans into his touch. You should have just told me, I could have taken it. I know, Tuya says quietly, his hand pausing on Hawks' shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for blowing up on you too, Hawks says, biting his lip and looking Tuya in the eye. It was not good and I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have said any of that. It was real shitty of me. And it was shitty of me to keep secrets from you, so I really think we're even, Tuya says, patting Hawks' shoulder before letting go to prepare the couch for Hawks to sleep on. Are you sure you're okay, Hawks? Tuya's mother asks, crouching down so she can look him in the eye. I still think I should take you to the hospital just in case. Smoke inhalation isn't good for you either. Hawks shakes his head. I didn't breathe much in, and I feel okay. I don't want to trouble you guys any further. You are not bothering us at all, Hawks. Tuya's mother interrupts firmly. I still think to be on the safe side, we should take you to see a doctor. There's a knock on the door, and as all of them turn to stare, a voice calls out, Hero Public Safety Commission, please open up. Tuya's mother stills at the voice before standing up. You two hang back a bit, she says quietly, walking towards the door. I'll handle this. Tuya pulls Hawks behind the couch as his mother unlocks the door and reveals a slightly familiar thin man. He had been part of the talks with lawyers and their father, hadn't he? Whose eyes widen. Todoroki Ray, well, this is a surprise. An unfortunate one, Arawa-san, Tuya's mother says, keeping the door opened only a crack. May I ask what you want? There was a winged boy who saved a great many people tonight on the highway. He flew away, but we managed to track him here, Arakawa says, which is strange because cross-referencing the registry of this apartment complex with the Quirk registry, I believe the boy actually lives next door to you. What do you want with him? Tuya's mother asks, her fingers tightening around the edge of the door. Arakawa chuckles. Why, simply to take care of him, of course. Whatever his relation to you, the Takami residence is quite a mess, and we will be taking charge of him from now on. No. Were they going to take Hawks away? Hawks' fingers tighten around Tuya's shirt as he glances from the door back to Tuya, his eyes wide and scared, and Tuya wraps his own arms around him tighter. They can't just take him away, can they? You all are going to be taking care of him now. Tuya's mother asks, her voice high and strained. Indeed, he could be a great hero someday, and this way, we'll make sure of it, Arakawa says confidently. You. Tuya's mother repeats, frost forming at the edge of the door. You all who allowed my ex-husband all that leeway with training my own children. You all who covered it all up. Now, Todoroki-san, Arhoa says, leaning in, that's hardly fair, is it? We gave you a choice if you recall. Either you could take all of your children and go without a fuss, or you could try to take your story to the press and fight us for any of your children. I remember, and that's why I'm not letting you take this child, Tuya's mother says, not backing away. Arakawa laughs. First of all, Todoroki, that is hardly your concern. This is not your child after all. And secondly, exactly how do you plan on stopping us? You're wrong, Tuya's mother says, steel in her voice. 𝐒𝐲 is. My children love him, and I have grown fond of him as well, and I am no longer the scared girl all of you browbeat into hiding away. I have been working and I have been making friends, and if I go to the press now, these friends will make sure I am heard. Arakawa's face darkens. You do that, and you will violate the terms of our agreement. He hisses, we will take your children away, and how would that look? Tuya's mother asks, taking the children back to their abusive father. No, if I do this, you will no longer be able to hush up all his scandals anymore. Hawks is gaping somewhat hilariously at Tuya's mother, but Tuya is pretty sure his own expression isn't that much better. He had always been told that he had resembled his mother too much, that he had inherited her fragile form, and he had always thought of her somewhat that way too, his delicate mother who could not stand up to their fearsome father. But here and now, it looks like somewhere, somehow she has turned from porcelain to steel. Arakawa changes tack. This child cannot just stay here. That house he was in is a pigsty, and his parents are not even here. I agree, Tuya's mother says steadily, which is why he will be staying with us from now on. With you? Arakawa asks, raising his eyebrows. This apartment is hardly suitable, and you already have 4 children, Todoroki-san. I hardly think your salary could afford another one. If that is truly your concern, then move us and provide us a stipend or something, Tuya's mother says. If you had taken 𝐒𝐲 away, you would have hired someone else to look after him anyway. Arakawa sneers. If it's money you want, Todoroki-san, my children and I were taking care of 𝐒𝐲 long before you arrived and will continue to do so with or without your assistance, Tuya's mother cuts in. But let me remind you, the optics of all of this could be very bad. Depending on who I talk to. Arakawa grimaces before sighing and taking out his cell phone. I suppose an arrangement could be made. However, let me see the Wonder Child first. Certainly, Tuya's mother says, stepping back and motioning towards Tuya and Hawks. You can come out now. Hawks looks at Tuya first, and Tuya whispers, It's all right, we're here for you, before gently pulling him by the hand toward the door. Arakawa raises his eyebrows at the sight of Hawks still with ash smeared across his face and Tuya's black eye. Well, so this is the hero of the hour. We will be taking him to the hospital to make sure he's okay, then we will come with you, Tuya's mother says, grabbing her purse. He needs his family with him, after all. It is certainly not necessary, Todoroki-san. I believe it is, Tuya's mother says, gray eyes flashing before turning to Tuya. Tuya, watch over Hawks, and let me just go and get 𝐻𝐸𝐻 and the rest ready to go. Okay, Tuya agrees, standing closer to Hawks as his mother smiles and disappears into the hallway. Arakawa simply looks around the apartment disdainfully, clicking buttons on his phone, so Tuya takes the chance to whisper to Hawks, Hey, should I call you 𝐒𝐲-kun now? Hawks shakes his head. I like Hawks, he says obstinately, his hand tightening in Tuya's. Tuya doesn't quite manage to hide the small grin on his face. Okay, he says agreeably. Hawks looks down the hallway and then back at Tuya, biting his lip. Did your mom really mean all that? He asks quietly, his eyes darting to Arakawa and back. That's as serious as I've seen her since the divorce, Tuya says, nodding. Sorry, but you're ours now. Hawks gapes at Tuya, his tiny wings fluttering like hummingbird wings, when Tuya's mother returns with his siblings in tow. Fuyumi, Natsuo, and 𝐻𝐸𝐻 are all grouchy to have been awakened so late, but they all pile into the car with Arakawa regardless, and at the hospital, the doctor gives Hawks a clean bill of health, relieving some of the tension in Tuya's chest. Arakawa brings in more people to argue with Tuya's mother, and eventually a dirty blonde man and woman make an appearance, and Hawks shrinks away at the sight of them, but Tuya's mother stands firm and makes a few calls herself, and some people with recorders and cameras show up, and suddenly papers are being signed, and Hawks comes back with them to their apartment. We'll be moving soon, but welcome home, Hawks, Tuya's mother says with a big smile once they finally get home and lock the door. Hawks looks at all of them, eyes wide and hands held together uncertainly. I am not worth all this trouble. You are, Tuya says fiercely, nudging his siblings. Fuyumi sighs and adjusts her glasses. I guess it's fine if we're moving. You're not the worst person we've had to live with, really. And you do make Tuya play proper music. Natsuo yawns through his grin. I'm glad you're here, Hawks bro, but I'm super sleepy. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 has already nodded off again in their mother's arms, so she hitches him a bit higher and nods. Hawks, I meant what I said. You're part of our family now. Hawks turns to Tuya, who smiles and opens his arms wide. Welcome home, Hawks, he repeats simply. Hawks leaps into Tuya's arms, and Tuya thinks he can feel some tears fall onto his shirt, but he simply tightens his grasp, and then everyone is hugging him, and it's really something. It makes him feel as though he managed to save someone. As if maybe he really can do this if he tries. Moving is a pain, what with all the packing. They haven't even spent a whole year in this apartment, but somehow they've accumulated so many toys, clothes, kitchenware, and other random things that Tuya is seriously wondering if they had just multiplied on their own, bickering over what things go in what boxes. Neither Fuyumi or Tuya want their clothes mixed in with Natsuo's sweaty athletic gear, and 𝐻𝐸𝐻 keeps trying to build forts out of boxes, and trying to figure out what things to pack. When kitchenware goes last, and they spend the night before the move just eating 𝐭𝐚𝐲 food, where Tuya ends up giving his chicken tonkatsu to Hawks because the blonde boy had just looked so ecstatic after trying it. But it's nice, the idea that they're moving to a bigger and nicer place, and Hawks is so excited, his feathers zooming around to help them pack. Hawks himself has very few belongings that all fit in one box, that it's kind of infectious, and even when 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐿 is telling him to stop stacking the boxes and go distract 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 instead, he can't help but smile at the winged boy. "Are you really going to be living with us from now on, Hawks bro?" Natsuo asks, bouncing his volleyball off of the wall. "Yeah," Hawks says, glancing over at where 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿's mother was busily cleaning the fridge. "At least, that's what your mom says." 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 bumps Hawks' hip with his own as he stacks the last of the boxes. "I told you that you're stuck with us now, so don't even think about running when Natsu comes home covered in mud or 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 loses his All Might action figure again." "I won't," Hawks says, looking at 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 with his eyes shining. It's a bit hard for him to believe too, that this boy, the first real friend he's managed to make, that he gets to stay with them now. And don't get him wrong, Hawks has annoying habits too, like teaming up with Fuyumi to get him to play the vintage Blackpink/Dua Lipa CD she had gotten as a birthday present on a loop, being utterly useless in the kitchen besides knowing how to reheat food. And 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 can't wait until they move into the new house that has 2 whole bathrooms instead of fighting yet another person for the only one in the apartment. But it's all worth it to see him light up in their apartment, chattering away. Mile a minute, wings happily fluttering around his head. Fuyumi sighs and puts her hands on her hips surveying the apartment. "I can't wait to just have to share a room with Natsu," she says happily. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 nods. He can't wait to sleep on something besides the couch or the lumpy spare futon, that's for sure, if you play Kiss and Make Up one more time. "Though, you're going to wake up with purple hair," he warns. Fuyumi tugs on her hair thoughtfully. "I mean, that'd be weird, but I don't think it'd be that bad. I think purple hair would be cool." Hawks grins cheekily at him. "I'd dye your hair green," 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 replies, crossing his arms. "With your wings, you'd look like some kind of Christmas monstrosity." "Wha? So mean," Hawks whines, looping his arm through 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿's. "The song is super catchy." "Yeah, that's why it's now constantly stuck in my head," 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, rolling his eyes. "I don't even understand half the words, but I can't get it out of my head." Hawks hums a few bars and sings, "Kiss Kiss and Make Up," before twirling away and laughing as 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 swats at him. "You can't trade roommates, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿," Fuyumi calls out with a grin. "You can't let Hawks and Natsu wreak mayhem on their own." Yeah, I know," 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, shaking his head and attempting to hide his matching grin. "Whatever, you're a lost cause, Fuyumi, but maybe there's still hope for Hawks." "I'm willing to try," Hawks says cheerfully. "There's this new radio show I heard, Put Your Hands Up Radio or something. They played a lot of different songs. You guys can do that tomorrow after we've moved in," 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿's mother says with a smile as she closes the fridge and stands up. "Tonight, it's sleepover time. And it's not too bad, even if Natsu snores, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 drools, Fuyumi giggles in her sleep so creepy, and Hawks thinks it's a great idea to use 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿's arm as his own personal pillow. He has so many feathers, why not use that as a pillow? And he wakes up with a pin and needle sensation in his arm, because the new place they moved to is fantastic. The house had 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, is located in a quiet leafy neighborhood with houses on one side and a large apartment complex on the other, and their neighbors all seem to have kids that chase each other from house to house. Natsuo quickly finds another group of boys to play volleyball with. Fuyumi befriends a girl a couple of houses down to happily discuss novels with, and even 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 bonds over All Might with a tiny green-haired boy from the apartment complex across the street who seems to also always be around the explosive blonde kid next door. Plus, with the new school year, both Fuyumi and Hawks are entering Shizuoka Middle School, and 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 is hoping that there will finally be time for him to start prepping for the Shiketsu entrance exam. Fuyumi isn't worried about entering middle school since her new friend is also a student there, and both of them are planning on joining the literature club, but Hawks keeps pulling at his new uniform and twisting his wings in bizarre configurations in front of the mirror. "You're going to sprain something if you keep that up," 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 calls out from his bed, leaving aside his music magazine in favor of watching Hawks' contortionist impression. "I just want to make a good impression on my first day at your middle school," Hawks says, attempting to take his Gakuren jacket off again, but getting his wings stuck through the hole. "You look fine," 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, hopping off his bed to help Hawks take the jacket off. "You look kind of like a pretty bird." Hawks stares at 𝐻𝐬𝐽, his gold eyes wide and his wings stilled as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 helps him pull his arms up and force one of his wings out of the jacket. A pretty bird. I mean, handsome. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 stumbles, pulling the jacket off of Hawk's other wing. He's always thought Hawk's wings are so pretty, and now with proper grooming, his feathers practically gleam in the light, with his golden hair and eyes, but maybe he shouldn't say that about another guy. No, pretty is fine, just, you really think so? Hawks asks, cheeks flushing and eyes still pinned on 𝐻𝐬𝐽. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 grins and folds Hawk's jacket and places it back in Hawk's hands. You're definitely the prettiest bird I have ever met. You've only ever met me, where's the fun in that? Hawks complains, tucking his jacket back in his drawer. Not true, there's some kids with wings at school, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 argues, sitting back down on his bed. Yours are still the best. Hawk's wings flutter around him as a wide grin breaks out on his face. Oh, so you think it'll be okay? I'll be surprised if you don't get so many friends the first day that you won't know who to sit with at lunch, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, leaning back. Hawks blinks, sitting next to 𝐻𝐬𝐽. But of course I'll know. I'm sitting with you, he says, brow furrowed. And that's, maybe he's been a little worried that with all the new friends Hawks is guaranteed to make, Hawks won't have as much time for him, but that's such a selfish, greedy thought. Hawks should be free to have as many friends as he deserves, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 isn't going to hold him back. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 smiles at Hawks, picking his magazine back up. What if your new friends don't want to sit with an upperclassman? Then they can go F off, Hawks replies instantly. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 winces. Fuyumi does have a point. I really am a bad influence. What? No way, Hawks says, left wing ruffling through 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hair. I knew curse words before I met you, and plus, why should I be friends with people who don't want to hang out with you? They're obviously not cool. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 swats Hawk's wing out of his face and wraps an arm around Hawk's shoulder. Thanks, Hawks, he says softly. Hawks beams at him, wings coming to rest around them. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Thank my mother, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, flipping a page of his magazine. She's the one who did all the heavy lifting to make this possible. Yeah, and don't think I don't know how much I owe her either, but without you, I don't know what would have happened. Hawks rushes out. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 knocks their knees together. We're family now, so none of this talk about anyone owing each other anything, he says mock sternly. Well, in that case, I heard upperclassmen get out earlier to get in line at the cafeteria, so can you get me a yakisoba pan? Hawks asks, tilting his head. If you keep eating greasy food, you're going to blow up and not be able to fly anymore. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 sighs, grabbing his planner on his desk too. Make a note to pick up Hawk's lunch. It's the kid's first day. He'll get Fuyumi a curry pan as well. Bird metabolism is great, Hawks grins. You're going to hit PBUI and break out in pimples, and I'm going to be like, I told you so, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 warns, setting his planner aside. Your skin looks fine, Hawks says, poking 𝐻𝐬𝐽's cheek. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 flops onto his bed to avoid Hawk's hands. I eat well, and I have mother's genes, he points out. Hawks shrugs. I guess we'll see then. But, I'll still be the prettiest bird you've met. The absolute prettiest, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 confirms with a grin. Hawk's wings brush against 𝐻𝐬𝐽's leg. I guess I'm not as worried about class then, as long as I have that. Good, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, petting Hawk's wing. Now, go make sure you actually have your school supplies ready. Such a taskmaster, Hawks huffs as he gets up to go do just that. And it's like 𝐻𝐬𝐽 predicted, Hawks is a hit at school, with kids flocking around him eagerly and asking him about his wings, and Hawks beams and cheerfully talks to them all, but when it comes to lunchtime, he still sits with 𝐻𝐬𝐽, and his friends either follow suit or have to wander off on their own. To be fair to Hawks' new friends, Hawks is also balancing the hero commission training. They had wanted Hawks to do daily training, but 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mother had argued it down to weekly sessions and helping 𝐻𝐬𝐽 out with household chores besides the usual school things, so it's not like he has all that much time to hang out with them anyway. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is probably still the person Hawks spends the most time with, especially after he complains to Hawks about how hard it is to train with a flame-based quirk in places that have far too many flammable objects, and Hawks sneaks him an access card to one of the hero commission training rooms by pretending to lose his own. Fuyumi also seems to adjust well to the new school, talking happily at dinner about how cool her homeroom teacher is, and apparently deciding to emulate her, as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 finds out one day when he and 𝐻𝐿𝐴 return home from training to see 𝐠hudo and his green-haired friend on one side, that blonde explosion kid on the other, and Fuyumi in between them lecturing them all. And another thing, do you want to set the entire neighborhood on fire? Because that's what will happen if you guys keep this up. What's going on here, Fuyumi? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, looping his bag off while 𝐻𝐿𝐴 stares at his side. Fuyumi turns around. Oh, 𝐠hudo was having this fight with Katsuki-kun here, but Kogu is being a bully and needs to learn to back off. 𝐠hudo interrupts, glaring at the blonde boy. Bakugo snarls at 𝐠hudo, little explosions going off in his hands. Mind your own business, half and half. Kaken, Shochun, can't we all just be friends? The green-haired kid pipes up, stepping between 𝐠hudo and Bakugo. He's not your friend. He's always picking on you. 𝐠hudo says, pointing at Bakugo. Well, kind of, but why are you defending the quirkless nerd anyway? Bakugo demands. Ice forms on 𝐠hudo's right hand as his eyes narrow at Bakugo. Don't call him that. Bakugo bares his teeth as the explosions in his hand pick up speed. Make me enough, Fuyumi says, pointing and with a spark of light, freezing both 𝐠hudo's and Bakugo's feet to the ground. You two need to settle down. 𝐠hudo tugs at his feet and then uses his left hand to melt the ice on his left foot away and attempts to run at Bakugo, except 𝐻𝐬𝐽 catches him by his shirt collar and hauls him up. 𝐠hudo, calm down, he says as 𝐠hudo struggles in his grasp. When I get out of this, you'll be sorry. Bakugo yells, also trying to use his explosions to try and get out of the ice, but to no avail as Fuyumi's sparks just cancel them out. Everyone's in timeout. Fuyumi declares before turning to the green-haired kid, except you, 𝐒𝐻𝐽, you can do whatever you want. Right? Let's go, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, throwing a still squirming 𝐠hudo over his shoulder and starting to walk back to the house. 𝐻𝐿𝐴, can you use your feathers to get Bakugo into his yard at least? Seems mean to just freeze him in the middle of the street. Stop trying to ice me, 𝐠hudo, it's not going to suddenly work on me. I want Izuku to come with me, 𝐠hudo pouts, taking a break from trying to freeze his older brother, looking at the green-haired boy. Well, Izuku-kun can come visit us if he likes, Fuyumi says, letting the sparks shatter the ice when she sees 𝐻𝐿𝐴's feathers pin themselves securely on Bakugo's shirt collar and legs. Izuku looks between the screaming Bakugo who is attempting to singe 𝐻𝐿𝐴's feathers and then to 𝐠hudo slung over 𝐻𝐬𝐽's shoulder. I'll come with Shochun if you don't mind. Fuyumi beams at the green-haired boy and takes his hand. Of course. You're definitely more polite than certain other friends certain other brothers brought back home. Hey! 𝐻𝐿𝐴 protests, coming up beside 𝐻𝐬𝐽, who covered for you in English class. And I'm helping right now, aren't I? Geez, that explosion kid packs a punch. Are you okay? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, looking over at 𝐻𝐿𝐴 who is wincing. Fine, just not really used to feathers getting exploded at, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 says, rubbing his arm as a few more of his feathers detach to carry Bakugo the rest of the way into his yard. That kid's a menace, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, matching his youngest brother's glare at the blonde kid. Kaken is just, he's got a really cool quirk. Izuku says earnestly, looking up at 𝐻𝐬𝐽, he's just learning how to use it and I don't have anything that cool yet, so it makes sense that he's kind of mean to me now. No, it's not, you're really cool right now. 𝐠hudo insists, you know everything about All Might. Izuku rubs the back of his head, not everything, but I'm trying, and you know that's not as cool as explosions. Well, we like you better than explosions, Izuku-kun, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 says, giving a big grin to the small boy. We're not supposed to pick favorites, 𝐻𝐿𝐴. Fuyumi hisses at 𝐻𝐿𝐴 as they enter the house. You're the one who's playing teacher, not me, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 says, setting both his and 𝐻𝐬𝐽's bags on the couch. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 sets 𝐠hudo down on the couch and crouches down so they are at eye level. Okay, 𝐠hudo, what did we say about fighting? 𝐠hudo glances from 𝐻𝐬𝐽 to 𝐻𝐿𝐴 to Fuyumi and back. Fuyumi says to not fight, but you said if you get into a fight make sure you win, and 𝐻𝐿𝐴 said to always keep an eye on the prize during a fight, he mumbles, and Natsu said to freeze them because setting people on fire is bad. Fuyumi places her hands on her hips as she glares at both 𝐻𝐬𝐽 and 𝐻𝐿𝐴. What kind of advice is that? Look, with our last name, he's going to get into fights, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out, crossing his arms. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 holds up his hands. I'm just repeating what those government trainers told me. Hawk's advice isn't that bad, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 continues, looking at 𝐻𝐸𝐽. You are fighting to stop that kid from bullying Izuku-kun, right? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 looks over at Izuku and nods. So maybe you should have just taken Izuku and run, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 suggests. 𝐻𝐸𝐽's upper lip wobbles dangerously, but then Bakugo would think he won. You're the one who said that bullies needed to be stood up to, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. He remembers that. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 couldn't have been more than 3 when their mother had tried and gotten knocked around for her efforts to keep their father from dragging 𝐻𝐸𝐽 into the training room. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 had been crying inconsolably at their mother's bedside, and asking why mother had provoked their father like that, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 had hugged his baby brother and whispered those words to him. It had been as much for himself as for his brother since. He is still ashamed at the leap of joy he had felt when their father had declared that the training was for 𝐻𝐸𝐽 alone. I don't think this is quite as bad as that, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says slowly, clenching his hands. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 crosses his arms. But Bakugo is a bully. That is true, Fuyumi sighs, also crouching down next to 𝐻𝐸𝐽. And it's good of you to protect your friend, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, but maybe next time if it escalates to the point you guys are pulling out quirks, come and get one of us. You don't want to accidentally hurt someone around you, do you? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 bites his lip. Okay? Good, Fuyumi says, placing a kiss on 𝐻𝐸𝐽's head and standing up and smiling at Izuku and 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Now, what snacks do you guys like? As Fuyumi takes the toddlers over to the kitchen, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 wordlessly heads back to his bedroom and sits on the bed, running his shaking hands through his hair. It's obviously stupid to react this way. They've been out of that house for more than a year now, and he doesn't even shake when he enters the government training room and tries to blast targets with his flames. That's not to say that training is going smoothly. His mother had had a lot of misgivings about even letting him train again, but he had argued that that was the only way into Shiketsu, and that he knows his own limits. He can't push himself too far without risk of burning up, but that was the only thing he was taught. Hey, are you okay? Hawks asks, sitting next to 𝐻𝐬𝐽, worriedly peering at his face. Yeah, I'm fine, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, placing his hands on his knees and taking a deep breath. I'm okay. You went away for a second there, Hawks says carefully, his wings brushing 𝐻𝐬𝐽's shoulders. Was it something 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said? I told him that thing about bullies, after the first time he got put in a training session with my dad, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, staring at his hands that are still slightly trembling. I don't know why I'm acting this way. Hawks curls up against him and wraps his wings around them. It's okay, you can react however you want. I'm not going to tell anyone. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 lets out a shuddering breath, leaning his head against Hawks' shoulder. Thanks, I just need a minute. Whatever you need, I'm here, Hawks says softly, his wings gently moving with his breath. Do you want me to be quiet, or do you want me to talk about something? You were complaining about the government cafeteria options before we got home, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, glancing at Hawks. Yeah, that's right, Hawks says, adjusting himself so that 𝐻𝐬𝐽's arms are covered by his wings, and they are sprawled more comfortably together. I mean, you'd think it'd be good, right? They've got so much money, and probably someone with some kind of food quirk, right? But no, it's so bland. Like, it's almost so bland that you have to wonder if their chef has some kind of anti-salt quirk or something. And like nothing is fried. It's like they only know how to boil things. And Hawks carries on in this vein for several minutes as 𝐻𝐬𝐽's breath gradually evens out as he times his breath to the beat of Hawks' pulse and slowly relaxes. It's alright, he's here with his family, and he never has to go back to that house ever again. They're all free to become whatever they want now. It's like being back at my elementary school cafeteria, except with bigger portion sizes, Hawks continues. Hey, maybe that's why that Bakugo kid is such a grump. Terrible food. I mean, you guys feed 𝐻𝐸𝐽 well, and he's turning out great. You think so? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, taking his head off of Hawks' shoulder and brushing his wing with his hand. Yeah. Hawks beams at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Did you see him today? Taking right after his big brother. That's... 𝐻𝐬𝐽 flounders, his hands stilling in the process of trying to groom Hawks' wing. I wasn't nearly as heroic back when I told him that. More like he was a coward and a failure. Well, I think 𝐻𝐸𝐽 could do a lot worse for a role model. And as the premier person you saved, I feel like my opinion should count double, Hawks says firmly. Tuya drops his gaze in favor of continuing to smooth out Hawk's wing. Well, one of us should turn out not messed up, I guess. Hawks makes his wing poke Tuya in the chest to force him to look back at him. Messed up or not, you know you're my favorite, right? Tuya sighs, a small smile tugging at his lips. You're such a weird bird, he says fondly. But a pretty one, right? Hawks asks, fanning his other wing across his face and striking a pose. Yes, you're a pretty bird, Tuya says, waving Hawk's other wing away. Now let me finish helping you. Get these feathers back in place. Man, training is rough, Hawks complains, obediently holding still for Tuya's hands. My feathers are always messed up, and thank God they have people with healing quirks on hand. Tuya looks up sharply. You got hurt during training. Just some scrapes and a busted lip when I flew into a wall on accident, Hawks says, waving a hand dismissively. Nothing major. Good, Tuya says, letting out a breath he had been holding. If they ever try to train Hawks the way he was trained, he will burn that entire building down to the ground. How's your training going? Hawks asks, peering at Tuya. Is the training room okay? It doesn't bother you or anything? It's good, Tuya says, moving on to Hawk's other wing. It's fireproof, which is what counts. I'm not as effective as I was before maybe, but I think I've figured out a trick or two. It turns out that heating his feet so he can burn footholds into the wall to run up is not that hard, but the trick is learning to run fast enough before his own flames hobble him. Oh, that reminds me, Hawk says, holding his hand out as one of his feathers floats over a tube with some kind of gel in it. I asked around a bunch of people about fireproof stuff, bothered them really, and they gave me this stuff that they said that this stuff should protect your skin and cool you down a bit while still letting the flames burn. Tuya takes the tube and looks over it. What did you tell them for them to give this to you? I said I wanted to fireproof my feathers, Hawks shrugs. But you know, it's a complicated process and I have a lot of feathers. Could take a while and a lot of tubes of this stuff. He's touched really that Hawks would sneak this out for him, and if this stuff worked, it was going to be a big help, but he doesn't want Hawks to get in trouble for him. Thanks, but are you sure it's going to be okay, you sneaking out all this stuff? Tuya asks, holding up the tube. If they ask, I'm just going to say that I'm still experimenting with it, Hawks says, stretching his wings out. I think it's a good cover story. Also, this stuff should work for you, right? Let's find out, Tuya says, uncapping the tube, spreading the gel over his left hand, and then igniting it. Blue flames flicker out over his hands, and he's grown used to the pinpricks and needles sensation of his quirk. It's when it starts to get veer into searing pain that he knows he's going too far, but right now all he feels is the shifting movement of his fire without any of the pain. In fact, his hand still feels quite cold. Staring at the fire in his hand, he urges it to burn hotter and grow, and it does, a torch of blue fire burning in his hand without burning him away, and until the gel finally evaporates in his hand, all he feels is a lingering frosty sensation. Well, Hawks asks, leaning over and watching Tuya intently, what's the verdict? It works really well, I think, Tuya replies, examining his hand and seeing none of the usual redness that accompanies the use of his quirk. I really can't thank you enough. Hawk's mouth breaks out into a wide grin, his wings fanning around him as he happily scoots closer. I'm glad it works. You think a tube of that will work for the Shiketsu entrance exam, or do you need more? I think I can make this work, Tuya says, weighing the tube in his hand, maybe like a tube or two more for backup. They're not like you. It's more of an obstacle course, so I won't need to fight anything, I think. Nothing major is probably necessary. Hawks nods. Yeah, and this is just a thought, but I wonder, do you even need a lot of fire to beat people up? Tuya frowns. What do you mean? I mean, your flames are already really hot, right? Probably the hottest, Hawks says, waving his hands around. So, you probably need less for the same result as people with other flame quirks, right? Like, you don't need a wall of flame, you could just do a controlled burst or something. That's not a bad idea, Tuya says, glancing at his hand. It would take less effort and less gel. I was never trained that way though. My trainer said that it's about making your quirk work for you, Hawk says carefully, letting his spare feathers spiral in the air. Your dad kept trying to train you kind of like how he did stuff, right? But you're not him. Yes, thanks for the reminder, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snaps, clicking the cap of the tube back on and shoving it in his drawer. That's not what I meant. Hawks hurriedly says, holding out his hands placatingly, I mean, you're not a piece of SHT like your dad obviously, but what I really meant was, he kept trying to teach you what he'd do if he had your quirk, but you have to manage your quirk so you don't burn up with it. But the thing is, you can do a lot more damage with a lot less than he ever needed. It's certainly a different way of thinking about his quirk. His father had always pushed him to go harder, burn brighter, and push himself to the absolute limits, and even that had never been enough. But even his father had always said that 𝐻𝐬𝐽's flames were hotter than his own. He might as well try, right? I'll need some time to figure out how to do it, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says finally, closing his drawer. You'll figure it out, Hawks says confidently, walking over and leaning into 𝐻𝐬𝐽's side. You're super smart after all. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 smiles, thanks. Hawks grins, hey, since I am now a key part to your entrance into Shiketsu, can we listen to Put Your Hands Up radio tonight? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 rolls his eyes, that is way past our bedtime. I won't tell if you don't. Hawks asks, making his eyes wide and batting them obnoxiously at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. He's immune to this trick coming from his siblings, but for some reason when Hawks does it, his eyes like pools of gold. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 tends to cave. It's some unholy combination of the eyes, and the fact that to 𝐻𝐬𝐽, nothing is more charming than a cheerful Hawks, wings happily fluttering around him, and voice chattering away. Besides, Present Mike is Hawks' new favorite hero, and Put Your Hands Up radio sometimes plays stuff 𝐻𝐬𝐽 likes too. Fine, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 huffs, taking his homework out of his bag, as long as everyone's homework is done, and just because sometimes that DJ plays a good punk song or two. Yay! Hawks cheers, getting out his bag as well. Can you help me with English? Since when do you need help with English? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, raising an eyebrow. Hawks is top of his class, and all of his friends complain about how easily Hawks pulls it off, but 𝐻𝐬𝐽 knows exactly how hard Hawks works for everything he has. Still, between the two of them, 𝐻𝐬𝐽's English isn't that much better than Hawks. Give or take some more advanced grammar lessons he's had. It sounds better when you say it, Hawks says with a shrug, holding up his homework. I understand it better that way. Alright, let me clear out my stuff first and then go make sure Natsu is actually doing his homework, and then I'll help you with that. Work on other stuff in the meantime. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 calls out over his shoulder as he stands up to go check on his younger brother. He's pretty sure Fuyumi has Shudo and Izuku firmly in hand. Kei, let me know if that Bakugo kid is still out in the yard. Hawks calls out as he leaves. It turns out that actually Bakugo had pulled off burning Hawks' feathers to cinders only to run into both his mother and 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mother, who had just managed to come home early for once. 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mother had apologized, but Bakugo's mother had found the whole situation hilarious, and by the time Izuku's mom showed up, 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mother was smiling wider and laughing harder than 𝐻𝐬𝐽 had ever seen her do in his entire life. When he relays the whole story to Hawks, the two of them whispering under covers as the new voice hero puts up his new favorite track on the radio, Hawks grins. Maybe your mom will have as good a friend as Izuku is to Shudo. That would be nice, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 muses. Maybe it'll be like you and me. She couldn't be luckier than that, Hawks says, brushing 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hair out of his face with his wing. Training with Hawks' gel goes pretty well, with the wall run trick working like a charm, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is slowly figuring out how to focus his flames into quick controlled blasts instead of letting it continuously burn. It's hard to unlearn the habits of years, but he has both time, a room without anyone screaming at him, and his own determination to chart his own path, so he thinks he's gradually figuring it out. The months pass with 𝐻𝐬𝐽 training and prepping for the Shiketsu entrance exam, helping Fuyumi come up with posters to advertise the literature club, humoring Natsuo, who had read some sports manga and was trying to imitate the teleportation moves in it. He's pretty sure tennis is not nearly that dramatic, making sure Shudo and Izuku get back home at a reasonable time. Looking over travel photos for his mother's new articles, she's gotten quite a few good stories lately about ryokans around the city, and attempting to convince Hawks that Balzac is amazing and brilliant, and that they should listen to that instead of K/DA again. He probably doesn't help his case by getting Hawks a Garnadelia CD for his birthday, but he can't exactly regret that decision since Hawk's face lights up and he starts playing that CD on repeat instead. At the very least, he doesn't have to listen to pop stars anymore, and Garnadelia veers slightly closer to punk, so maybe he's making some progress there. Birthdays and holidays go by, with them having their first ever family outing to a festival Hawks has never been to a single one, and 𝐻𝐼a thinks it's a success that by the end of the night he's declaring that he wants to go every year, making a succession of birthday cakes. Fuyumi is in charge of decorating the cake, and the rest of his siblings and Hawks are consigned to cleaning duty because they are a disaster in the kitchen, and celebrating New Year's together all of them manage to draw good fortunes at the shrine, and 𝐻𝐼a hangs on to his, because he's going to need it this year. Then it's the day of the Shiketsu entrance exam, and Fuyumi has specifically gone and bought him his favorite yakisoba and egg sandwiches from the convenience store. Natsuo has lent him his lucky shirt any day now. He's going to get his growth spurt and finally be taller than Natsu. Come on. Shudo solemnly offers him his treasured All Might action figure, which 𝐻𝐼a carefully tucks into his bag. Hawks sneaks him 3 extra tubes of the fireproofing gel and blasts Japan music in the morning to get him hyped up, and his mother actually takes a day off to take them all there. You really don't have to, I can go myself, 𝐻𝐼a argues, slinging his bag over his shoulder. And miss my oldest son's big day. No, besides, I'm not sure you could persuade Hawks or Fuyumi not to follow you there if you locked them in a room and threw away the key, 𝐻𝐼a's mother says with a laugh. Fuyumi nods. Yeah, because Hawks could just fly out a window and then let me out. Or if there wasn't a window, I could try picking the lock with my feathers, Hawks piped up. They've been trying to train me to do that. Is that why your smallest feathers have been so scraggly? They're a disgrace, 𝐻𝐼a says, checking again for the 3rd time that he has the gel tubes on him. Yeah, it's hard, Hawks admits, although if that didn't work, we could still yell for Natsu to let us out. Natsuo sticks his thumb out and grins. I would definitely break you guys out to go cheer for 𝐻𝐼a. You guys are embarrassing, please stop, 𝐻𝐼a mutters, lacing up his boots and trying to ignore the churning sensation in his stomach he's applied to other schools, but Shiketsu is his top choice, and he's prepared so long for this. But what if that's not enough? We're the best, and so are you, Hawks replies, holding out 𝐻𝐼a's favorite black jacket with lots of buckles for him to step into. Yeah, 𝐻𝐼a grouses, sticking his arms into the jacket and placing a hand in one of the pockets to check that Hawk's feather is there. It's not nearly as glossy as Hawk's feathers are now, but it's the first one that Hawks had given him, and he likes the idea that he won't quite be on his own even during the exam. Hawks smiles as his feather shifts in 𝐻𝐼a's grasp to tickle his palm. You're going to do great. That's the plan, 𝐻𝐼a shrugs. Shiketsu will be lucky to have you, his mother says, ushering them all out of the apartment. 𝐻𝐼a nods and takes a deep breath. We'll try to make you all proud. We're already proud, 𝐻𝐼a, his mother says with a smile, giving him an affectionate touch on the head. We all know how hard you have worked, and you did it all on your own. No, I had some help from Hawks, 𝐻𝐼a interjects, nodding at the winged boy. Hawks shakes his head. I got you some support items, and had some random advice based on stuff other trainers said. The rest is all you. Those trainers aren't working you too hard, are they, Hawks? 𝐻𝐼a's mother asks as they all cross the street. No, it's mostly figuring out how many feathers I can independently control at a time, learning how to harden them to use them as different tools, and basic fighting, Hawks says, slinging his hands behind the back of his head. They stopped the endurance training after you yelled at them, Todoroki-san. It's unacceptable to work you so hard that you're falling asleep in class, 𝐻𝐼a's mother says primly. Arakawa-san needs to remember that you are still a child. Thanks, Todoroki-san. Hawks chirps. Now I have more time to read Fuyumi's terrible romance novels and attempt to figure out what Balzac is screaming about. More like trying to sneak away my shoujo manga. Fuyumi scoffs as they reach the train station. You're more invested than I am in whispering love. And Balzac is genius. You just haven't listened to enough of it yet, 𝐻𝐼a insists. Happy to listen to more after you kick butt, Hawks says with a grin and then turns to Fuyumi. That's because I can't believe it's even a competition in that love triangle. Ito has known Sayuri since they were kids, and he plays the guitar. Ryuzuki is just a giant JRK who's rich. Fuyumi glares at Hawks. Ryuzuki actually accepts Sayuri for who she is, unlike 𝐤𝐤𝐸 who keeps wanting her to be the perfect princess she's not anymore. He just wants the best for her. Hawks argues. The two of them bicker about the manga all the way to their stop, and the love triangle between tomboyish Sayuri, rich Ryuzaki, and childhood friend 𝐤𝐤𝐸 is a nice distraction from Tuya's worries and fears about the Shiketsu entrance exam. By the time they reach the school, Natsuo has sided with Hawks because 𝐤𝐤𝐸 has a snow quirk and us ice types have to stick together, and Fuyumi has persuaded 𝐭𝐼 to join her side by telling him all about the scene where Ryuzaki defended Sayuri against a bunch of his fangirls. Tuya can be the tiebreaker, and Tuya's totally on my side, right? Hawks says, clutching at Tuya's arm and batting his eyes at him. This brat's figured out that trick. 𝐤𝐤𝐸 plays in a band. Tuya asks, checking his bag again, I'm with Hawks on this one. Yes. Hawks cheers, doing a fist pump. Ugh, typical. Mom, you're on my side, right? Fuyumi asks, tugging at their mother's sleeve. She laughs. Since Hawks and all your brothers minus 𝐭𝐼 are ganging up on you, I suppose I must. Fuyumi sticks her tongue out at Hawks. Now it's tied. And now it's time to see your brother off. Their mother gently reminds them, patting Tuya on the back and pressing a kiss to his head. Good luck, Tuya. Fuyumi says with a big smile. You're going to do great. Natsuo cheers. 𝐭𝐼 nods and waves his little hands, and Hawks spreads his wings wide and hugs him. You've got this, he whispers into Tuya's ear. Tuya gives a short nod, clutching at Hawks' shoulders before stepping away and walking into the school, throwing one last look over his shoulder at his family beaming and waving at him. If they hadn't left, would this still have happened? Definitely not. The test is an obstacle course as expected, with eggs that have to be retrieved for points scattered across various terrains. And here is where Tuya suddenly lucks out because after the rushing river that has to be traversed and the scorching furnace room, there is a tundra plain with an ice wall that has to be climbed. He couldn't have asked for more favorable terrain. He's going to have to watch more of that terrible sports anime with Natsu to thank him for his lucky shirt. He uses up one tube of gel by slathering on enough to enable him to put off enough fire around him to boil away the parts of the river he steps on, conveniently also revealing some eggs hidden in the riverbank, and another 2 tubes going through the furnace room as quickly as he can while plucking some eggs out of the fire and dodging swipes from other applicants, and then he's just down to 1 tube. But he doesn't need much in the tundra. He breathes in the cold air, reveling in the snow around him as the other applicants shiver uncontrollably. It's a relief after the heat of the furnace room, and strides forward, just using enough heat to melt the snow so that he can move forward easily and a little more just to see how many eggs are hidden in the snow. He's the first one at the ice wall, and he uses his last tube of gel covering his hands, feet, and arms so that he can generate enough fire to melt handholds in the ice and climb up. It's really going quite well. Ain't nobody bringing us down, down, down. They could try, but we're going to wear the crown. Tuya hums under his breath as he's climbing up the ice wall, until he realizes what he is doing and thumps his head against the ice. If there was any sign that Fuyumi and Hawks play too much K/D, here it is. One of the other applicants swipes at the bag of eggs Tuya has slung over his shoulder, but Tuya kicks him off and scrambles up faster, doing a controlled blast of fire to melt the path behind him once he makes it to the top, and another one on the other side to make it easy for him to slide down and deposit the bag of eggs at the judge's feet. The judge nods, taking the bag and marking tally marks on a clipboard. First one here, you really are the son of endeavor. Tuya winces but holds. His tongue once he's in, he can trash talk his father all he likes, but right now he needs to play nice and bows. Thank you for your consideration. Eventually other applicants make their way down the ice wall with their bags of eggs, and after the school doctor has healed them of any injuries they might have sustained, Tuya just has some scratches from where some other applicants with needle-like fingers had tried to snatch away his bag. They are instructed to keep an eye on the mail next week and then dismissed. When Tuya makes his way out of the school, he sees Natsuo teaching 𝐭𝐼 how to hit a volleyball, his mother going through a draft of an article with a red pen, and Fuyumi and Hawks arguing about which K/D member is the best. Ari is the lead singer and the leader of the group, Fuyumi argues, plus she's the muse for so many fashion lines. Obviously she's the best. She's one of the lead singers, Hawks says, swinging his legs back and forth from his perch on the wall. Evelyn is a true artist, she never compromises and, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Hawks bounces up as soon as he catches sight of 𝐻𝐬𝐽, zooming over and checking his hands, his feathers brushing over his arms. How'd it go? Did the gel work? You look fine. They have a doctor on site, right? Were you first? I bet you were first. I was first, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 confirms with a small grin. Hawks grins back, throwing his arms around him. I knew it. Congratulations, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Fuyumi says, running up and hugging both of them, and Natsuo and Shudo and their mother join the pile, and it's great, but at the same time he's about to be suffocated, like literally and from embarrassment, because they are still right in front of the school, so he laughs and struggles his way out of the pile, Hawks still determinedly hanging onto his neck. Off, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, shoving lightly at Hawks' head. No, Hawks protests, using his feathers to poke 𝐻𝐬𝐽 in the cheek. I'm hoping your Shiketsu entrance exam luck will rub off on me. That's not for another 2 years, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out, waving Hawks' feathers away. You can borrow my lucky shirt then too, Hawks bro. Natsuo says loyally, grabbing onto Hawks' arm. Fuyumi sniffs, if it hasn't been worn to shreds by then. Their mother fondly runs a hand through 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hair. Congratulations again, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Now let's go get soba. They go to the nice soba shop near their house that specializes in both hot and cold soba, and also has pretty decent chicken carriage, so that everyone is happy. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 recounts the test over Hawks trying to steal his carriage. He just lets him have it. He's pretty full with just his hot soba, and Hawks hasn't stopped marveling over the test even by the time they've turned off the lights and have gone to bed. Like, who made the ice wall? Hawks asks, from his bed, and that's so cool, you erasing your own hand holds up, although, there were assholes who tried to steal other people's eggs, seriously. Shouldn't that disqualify you? It's a valid strategy, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out, sinking deeper into his warm blankets. Hawks 𝑡𝑠, but you're all trying to be heroes. I feel like it defeats the whole purpose. Well, we'll see. Maybe it actually deducts points or anything, we still don't know who got in yet. Hawks snorts, if they don't let you in 𝐻𝐬𝐽, they're crazy. And, maybe that's true, but, the judge's comment about him still leaves a bad taste in his mouth. When I finished, they mentioned me being Endeavor's son, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says haltingly, rolling over so he can see Hawks at the other end of the room. I don't want to get in just because of him. And you won't, Hawks says fiercely, sitting up and looking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Everything you did, you've worked for, not him. It was all your effort that made it possible. I wonder sometimes if you're just telling me what I want to hear, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, clutching at his blanket. If I did that, I'd tell you that I liked Balzac more than Garnadelia, which just isn't true, Hawks points out, getting out of his bed and padding over to sit on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's. When have I ever pandered to you? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snorts, reaching out a hand to brush Hawks' wings. So you're actually scared of those scary movies we picked out for Halloween. Okay, that was to make Shudo feel less bad about being so scared that he looked like he was going to cry, Hawks argues, shifting so that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can scratch between his shoulder blades. I'm telling the truth, you're awesome 𝐻𝐬𝐽, and I can't believe I have to wait another 2 years before we'll be in the same school again. Oh no, what will you do with all your friends? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says sarcastically, smoothing out Hawks' errant pin feathers. Hawks' wing lightly shoves at him. You're definitely going to miss me too, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Yeah, I will. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 readily admits it was nice to have Hawks cheerfully greet him at lunch every day instead of him just eating alone like he did before. Hawks' breath seems to stutter before he slumps down and curls up at 𝐻𝐬𝐽's side. Well, of course you will. I'm the highlight of your middle school career after all. You really are, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 agrees, patting Hawks' head. You're the one thing about middle school I will miss. And I guess Fuyumi's literature club. They had some okay selections. You just want them to pick the edgiest gothic horror selections? Hawks says, burying his head in the crook of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's neck. So, I guess the second button of your uniform is safe then. You really have been reading too much of Fuyumi's manga, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says with a roll of his eyes. Second button of the uniform. Who even does that anymore? Right? Hawks says, his voice sounding strange as his wings curl over to brush against 𝐻𝐬𝐽's leg. So that's a no. Of course it's a no. I've been a little busy, in case you haven't noticed. Who would I even give it to? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, bewildered. He's not Hawks, with people falling over themselves to befriend him, and he's never had much time to think about that sort of thing anyway. And it wasn't like it was some kind of hardship for him. Girls had never really interested him, and guys, well, maybe some guys were attractive, but not enough for him to actually put in any effort in that direction when he had his siblings, Hawks, and training to take care of. Besides, look what romance had gotten their mother. Just checking, Hawk says, his voice oddly cheery again as he sprawls wider across the bed, limbs digging into 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿. Out, you have your own bed, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 complains, shoving at Hawks to get him off. But don't you want to spend more time with me before you graduate? Hawks pouts. We are literally sharing a room right now, and it's not like I'm moving out, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 says in exasperation. Out, you're like an octopus in your sleep, and I'm already sore from the test. Fine, just because you curb-stomped everyone today, Hawks whines, flapping his wings once to throw 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿's hair in disarray before getting up and going back to his bed. He should probably check to see if Hawks' mattress is just exceptionally lumpy or something given how many times Hawks has wheedled his way into his own. Nightmares and stuff are understandable, with 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 holding Hawks tight as the younger boy clutches at his shoulders, but outside of that Hawks still often complains that he's cold and usually tries to crawl into 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿's arms, no matter how many blankets 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 piles onto him. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 doesn't mind all that much, but his bed isn't that big, and waking up to a mouthful of feathers in the morning isn't all that great, even if Hawks looks so peaceful in his sleep. The acceptance letter arrives while their mother is out on assignment about a newly opened ryokan in the north, but as soon as she hears the news, she tells Izuku's mother, who is watching over them, to take them out to celebrate and proudly congratulates 𝐻𝐻𝐻. We will have to take a picture of you in your new uniform when you get it, she says excitedly over the phone. I'm so happy for you, 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Thanks, mother, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 says, rubbing the back of his neck. You wouldn't happen to know if he knows. And he hates himself for even asking that question, but if he doesn't say it, it will just eat away at him. Does his father know that his failure has managed to get into his rival school on his own? Does he care? His mother pauses before saying slowly, I think he has probably heard about it. Do you want to get in contact with him? No, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 cuts in. He already feels sick at the thought. No. I just wanted to know. I don't know. It's stupid. 𝐻𝐻𝐻, his mother says softly, it's understandable that you would want your father to. I don't want anything from him, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 hisses. Deep down, he knows that is not completely true, but maybe if he says it enough, it will be. All right, 𝐻𝐻𝐻, his mother says, if you need anything though, I'll handle it, or I'll ask you, he says stubbornly. All right, his mother sighs, whatever you think is best for yourself, 𝐻𝐻𝐻. I'm sorry I'm not there right now, but do order whatever you want at the restaurant. I've already told 𝐿-chan that I will pay for it all. Thanks, mother, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 says, we'll try not to bankrupt you. Perhaps do make sure that Hawks and Natsu don't start competing to see who can eat more, his mother notes. What are all of them up to? I'm sure they've decided to prepare something to congratulate you as well. Not sure, but I'm sure I'll find out. There's a weird splattering sound from the kitchen, and he can hear the sound of Fuyumi and Hawk squabbling. Yeah, I think I'm about to find out, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 says, walking towards the kitchen. See you later, mother. Have a safe trip. His mother laughs. Well, I'm sure they meant well. Congratulations again, 𝐻𝐻𝐻, and see all of you soon. As he walks towards the kitchen, Hawks runs up to him, cake batter smeared across his cheek. 𝐻𝐻𝐻, want to tell me all about Pierrot and how cool they are? Hawks asks, hooking his arm through 𝐻𝐻𝐻's and trying to drag him away from the kitchen. I'm glad you've seen the light, but what are you guys doing in there? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 asks, craning his neck to try and look in the kitchen. Are you trying to make cake or something? Hawk's wing sweeps up to block his view. What cake? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 rolls his eyes, swiping a finger through the batter on Hawk's cheek and holding it up. The cake that is probably splattered across the walls right now. Hawk scrubs at his cheek, scowling. Man. Making cake is hard. You just can't help but mix it too hard, can you? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 says, grabbing a napkin off the table to clean Hawk's cheek properly. Yeah, I know. Fuyumi already yelled at me about it. Hawk sighs as 𝐻𝐻𝐻 wipes at his cheek. Don't worry about the mess. It's your day, and we will definitely clean it up. If you could maybe just make sure Midoriya-san doesn't see the mess so she doesn't feel obligated to clean it up. Sure, but let me into the kitchen to see if I can salvage your batter into cupcakes or something, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 replies, walking forward. Sorry about that. We really wanted to make something nice for you, Hawk says, biting his lip. You guys tried. It's cute, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, ruffling Hawk's hair with a grin before heading off Izuku's mother, who is also walking toward the kitchen. He quickly reassures Izuku's mother that they'll be fine. It's just a little mishap, nothing too major, and then returns to the kitchen himself to survey the mess. As he expected, there's cake batter spattered across the walls and dripping onto the floor, but when he tips the mixing bowl towards him and dips a finger in to do a quick taste test, there's still an okay amount of batter, and it tastes decent even if it is a bit lumpy, but that's nothing a bit of mixing can't fix. Don't eat that, you'll get salmonella, Fuyumi says as she wipes Natsuo's and Shudo's hands and pushes them out of the kitchen. Sorry about all this, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Like I said, it's cute that you guys tried. I'll make cupcakes, you guys clean, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 instructs, getting the muffin pan and cups out of the drawer. Hawks grabs at the muffin pan. You shouldn't have to make your own congratulations pastries. It hardly counts as making them if all I'm doing is pouring it into the pan, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 argues, tugging the pan away. You guys already did the hard part. I guess so, Hawk says doubtfully, getting paper towels to wipe at the batter on the walls. I'm pretty sure this isn't supposed to be part of the cake-making process though. It's fine. I like baking, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out, placing the cupcake cups into the pan and measuring out the batter slowly. It's nice to have a finished product at the end that people enjoy. That's not the point. It was supposed to be our gift to you, Fuyumi says, coming back into the kitchen. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 shrugs, adjusting the temperature on the oven. How about you guys just cover for me after I get my ears pierced? Ooh, did you decide what you're going to do? Hawks asks, poking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽's ears. Triple helix piercings, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says decisively, sticking the pan in the oven. It was going to look so cool when he's done. Fuyumi scrunches up her nose. Isn't that going to hurt a lot? I think I'll be okay, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 replies, gesturing at his arm. You're going to look so cool, Hawks enthuses, still poking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽's ear. When I graduate, I'm going to get the same thing. Let's make sure mother doesn't freak out at me and then you can try, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 advises, closing the oven. So, it's a deal. Of course. Hawk says happily, can't wait to see what it looks like. Okay, I guess, Fuyumi sighs. Make sure you keep it clean though. And Fuyumi's right, it does hurt a bit, but Hawks is right too. It looks super cool, the silver rings glinting at the edges of his ears. By the time swelling has gone down, and he stops trying to hide the piercings, his mother raises her eyebrows but simply reiterates Fuyumi's point about keeping it clean. Then he's finally graduating, with his mother taking as many pictures as she can while both Fuyumi and Hawks drag him all over the school for places to pose. I didn't even hang out here all that often, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 complains as Fuyumi sticks the Gothic selections of the literature club around him. You hung up a lot of posters for us, and you forced us to read these, so shush, Fuyumi says, throwing an arm around his shoulders as his mother takes another picture. Well, someone had to get you guys to read something besides romance novels, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, knocking their shoulders together. Fuyumi huffs, you just don't have a single romantic bone in your body, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. You still have the second button of your uniform. I'm telling you, no one does that anymore, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 grumbles, adjusting his uniform, just like no one takes this many pictures. They so do. This place is full of memories. Hawks insists, sitting on the desk, kicking up his feet. We're going onto the roof next. You better not try to princess carry me again, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 warns as he lets the two of them drag him up the staircase. Hawks still tries to, although in between Hawks trying to lift him up and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 trying to scramble down, they overbalance and spill onto the ground. Somehow in the process, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 accidentally tears some of the buttons off of Hawks' Gakuren jacket, and half of them clatter off the edge of the roof. Hawks complains, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 promises to fix it for him, although he's still puzzled as to how Hawks' buttons were already that loose. It's not like the uniform jacket was all that old. Really, the only explanation he can come up with is that Hawks purposefully loosened the buttons himself, but he has no idea why. Maybe Hawks lost a bet of some kind. In the end, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 just replaces the torn buttons with buttons from his own old uniform, and he really has no idea why Hawks is in such a good mood, his feet barely touching the ground, and wings fluttering around him, as he hovers around 𝐻𝐬𝐽 sewing the buttons in. This time, don't let the buttons get that loose, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 scolds, handing the uniform back to Hawks. It's easier to fix it then than to go hunting for buttons that match later. I definitely will not lose these, Hawks says, a pleased smile on his face as he runs his fingers across the buttons 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has sewed on. At the start of the new school year, 𝐻𝐬𝐽's long-awaited growth spurt finally hits, and he is having the greatest time finally being taller than Natsuo. Technically he's taller than Hawks too now, but Hawks can fly, so it doesn't really matter even if he still hasn't quite gotten control of his now weirdly long limbs. I think if you lord your new height over Natsuo anymore, you're going to wake up to a handful of whipped cream or something, Hawks comments, hovering behind him in the bathroom. Still worth it, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, putting his earrings in and glancing at Hawks in the mirror. Stop wearing my hat, I need that. Hawks sticks his tongue out, taking off the Shiketsu uniform cap and placing it on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's head. I just wanted to see how it would look. You'll find out soon enough, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says with a grin, reaching down to ruffle Hawks' hair. Okay? He lied, it's fun to be taller than Hawks too, make sure you take your bento with you. After all that time you spent making them, how can I forget? Hawks asks, leaning into 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand, although, still going to miss you at lunch. Miss me or miss the yakisoba pans? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 teases, adjusting Hawks' uniform. The buttons don't look in danger of falling off anytime soon again, thankfully. Miss you of course. Hawks insists, your bento boxes are better anyway. Thanks, but I'm sure your fan club will be relieved that I'm gone, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 comments drily, leaving the bathroom and grabbing his bag. See you at training. Yeah. Have a good day, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Make some friends. Hawks calls out, but no best friends, that's my job. There's really no danger of that since, well, it's not that 𝐻𝐬𝐽's new class is unfriendly. There's certainly a step above his old middle school classmates since besides the inevitable widening of eyes when they hear his last name, he hasn't heard anyone gossiping about the divorce. It probably wouldn't count as dignified as a Shiketsu student. Of course, it has been a few years, so it's not really the scandal of the moment, which helps. Lunchtime is lively. With everyone sitting together, he finds he misses Hawks' non-stop chatter and constant attempts to steal things from his lunch though, and training. Sessions are grueling enough that it's a bonding experience as well, but really, at the end of the day, he has to politely decline invitations to study groups or karaoke or the arcade. He still needs to head back home to watch his siblings train with Hawks. They've started teaching Hawks how to fight, and it's helpful for the two of them to spar together. Hawks lets 𝐻𝐬𝐽 know what the tricks his government trainers teach him to subdue enemies of greater size, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 relays the advice his Shiketsu teachers have given him about how to hit hard and fast and do chores. There's also a new factor in play in which 𝐻𝐬𝐽 wants to join his and Hawks' training sessions. No, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, crouching down so that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 and him are at eye level. Maybe when you're older, 𝐻𝐬𝐽? I'm 6 now, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 insists, that's plenty old enough. Not really, you weren't that much older when you started training, right 𝐻𝐬𝐽? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 pauses, his hands clenching at his side. That wasn't a good thing. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 tilts his head. Why not? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 at this point barely remembers their father. He's more like an old nightmare of a bogeyman than anything else to 𝐻𝐬𝐽 now, and that's great, but 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can't forget. Because you won't have as much time to play with your friends. Hawks quickly speaks up when 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has let the silence drag on too long, placing a hand on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's shoulder and leaning over. You just started elementary school, 𝐻𝐬𝐽, don't you want to go play with your new friends? They're mean to Izuku, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, crossing his arms, but Kogu has them all calling him Deku. Hawks winces. Yeah, okay, that's mean. Still, wouldn't you rather go play with Izuku-kun than train with us? It's not that much fun, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Look at this bruise your brother gave me. He says, pulling up his sleeve. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snorts. You big baby, why are you complaining? You blocked my punch and then hit me in the stomach. Which is what you said to do. Hawks protests. You said that your teacher said that anyone would be winded if you managed to punch them in the stomach? And now I kind of want to throw up? Yeah, thanks. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 sighs, clutching at his stomach dramatically. Hawks really did knock the wind out of him though. He's a natural. Hawks frowns, his wings nudging 𝐻𝐬𝐽 to turn around so he can look him in the eye. Is it really that bad? God, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's not that bad, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says quickly, setting his arms down. I've had worse. Still, if you're going to throw up, the whole point of sparring is to learn to fight, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, patting Hawks' hand on his shoulder. You did exactly what you were supposed to do, and I need to learn how to react to being winded. You did good, pretty bird. Hawks brightens at the name, wings lightly brushing Tuya's shoulders. Thanks, Tuya. And you need to show me that sweeping kick again. It's really cool. Show me too, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 demands, tugging on Tuya's sleeve. Combat training is for when you're older, 𝐻𝐸𝐻, Tuya says as gently as he can, or at least it should have been. As for quirk training, I can try to help with the fire part a bit, but, well, my technique is a bit different, and also, you don't have any fireproof clothes. Can't I wear yours? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 asks. They'd be a bit big on you, Tuya says drily. Maybe you can ask Shiketsu's support department for something. Hawks suggests, pinching the fabric of Tuya's training uniform between his fingers. Tell them that you're trying to work on your quirk by training your brother. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 nods quickly. Yes, please. Also, could you find something that activates quirks maybe? Tuya tilts his head, looking closer at his baby brother. Activates quirks. Do you want that for Izuku or something? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 looks down, rubbing his arm. It's just, everyone makes fun of him so much. They call him quirkless and Deku and weakling and mean stuff like that, and maybe if he just finally got his quirk, you know you don't need a fancy quirk or anything to do good, right? Hawks cuts in, crouching down so he is also eye level with 𝐻𝐸𝐻. There's that scientist guy who was All Might's sidekick, some American name, David Shield, Tuya supplies. Yeah, his quirk was just really bendy fingers or something and he helped All Might a ton. And he won a Nobel Prize. All Might's never won a Nobel Prize. He could if he wanted to. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 interrupts before deflating. Yeah, I think Izuku said something about him, but he would be so happy if he finally got his quirk. You can't rush it. Tuya says slowly. It feels odd to give this advice. In their family, quirks had always shown up quickly and inevitably disappointed their father, up until 𝐻𝐸𝐻 had blazed with both fire and ice. Give it a year or two and he'll get it, I'm sure. But they're all teasing him now, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 insists, tiny hands clenched at his sides. Tuya sighs, placing a hand on 𝐻𝐸𝐻's shoulder. I know it, this is 𝐻𝐸𝐻, but for now the best thing you can do is be there for him. Help him out, and be his friend, he says, glancing over at Hawks. After all, for him, all the unkind gossip and fights at school had been easier to endure after he had met Hawks. Hawks catches his eyes and smiles at him. Yeah, don't underestimate how much it means to have a good friend, 𝐻𝐸𝐻. It can change your life. Hawks is exaggerating Tuya's influence, but Hawks definitely changed Tuya's life at least. Then, I need to train hard to protect Izuku. He's always running into trouble, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 says earnestly, looking up at Tuya. You'll help me, right Tuya? And he would have to be a monster to refuse a request like that. Besides, he's pulled 𝐻𝐸𝐻 and Izuku from enough brawls with Bakugo and his group to know that for such a teary boy, Izuku really can't keep himself from trying to help in situations that are far outside his weight class, and 𝐻𝐸𝐻 always follows. Okay, Tuya sighs, reaching out to ruffle 𝐻𝐸𝐻's dual-colored hair. But first, let's get you some training clothes, okay? It's more work for me when you light your clothes on fire. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 beams up at Tuya. Okay. That said, getting training clothes is easier said than done. Shiketsu's support department is a Byzantine maze of forms and regulations, and even just getting modifications done to his costume, he wonders if there's some kind of more efficient cooling system that's possible. Has paperwork that has to be filled out in triplicate that he still hasn't managed to figure out. Some of his classmates tell him it's sometimes easier to get things done in person, so he wanders over to the support department. It's a mess of coffee cups, energy drinks, gears, wires, tools, and other mechanical parts he doesn't know the names of, with the students arms deep in projects and not especially willing to waste precious time talking to a first year. Talk to Honda, she always has trash projects anyway. One of the harried students snorts, and a couple of his friends snicker around him. The mean chuckles and whispers remind him so much of his middle school tormentors that he immediately decides to seek this Honda person out. He doesn't want these people anywhere close to himself, much less his baby brother. This Honda person? Well, at the very least, she was good enough to get into Shiketsu's support department, which means no matter how much they scoff, she should be top tier. He eventually gets directed to what looks like an unlabeled storage closet, but when he pushes the door open, gleaming armor greets him. They're all in different colors, some with fine filigree detailing, some with giant swords, and some that look oddly familiar. Was that Genji's armor from Overwatch? And that dark scaly armor looks familiar too. Are you done gawking? A toneless voice intones behind him. Tuya spins around to see a dark green-haired girl with a high ponytail and her arms crossed glaring at him. Are you Honda? He asks. She snorts, moving past him into the room, obviously. So, who sent you? Was it Takeda? No, probably Oda. He never can get over himself, but I'm still saying his fan service armor does more harm than good. That poor girl, she's going to be fighting, not lounging on the beach. Did he send you to trash my stuff? Or just graffiti my room again? What? No, Tuya snaps. No one sent me to do anything. Then what? I don't know what you've heard, but just because I do cosplay contests, doesn't mean I model for people, she says, moving a hand over the dark scaly armor with glowing purple diamonds hovering by it, and as the material of the armor shifts under her hand, Tuya realizes where he recognizes it from. Is that Kaisa's armor from that music video? He blurts out before inwardly groaning Fuyumi and Hawks are still way too obsessed with K/D. Honda's hand stills. You're a fan? She asks, looking back at him. My sister and best friend are. Tuya replies, glancing around the room again. Now that he's looking, he can see a lot of K/D's outfits, along with armor that looks like something out of that new fantasy anime, pro hero costumes, armor that looks like stuff from various video games, and armor that looks more functional but clearly inspired by the other costumes. They'd be really excited if they saw this. Honda blinks and tilts her head, giving him a more considering look. I may have been overreacting on you, sorry. You're a first-year student, right? Who'd you PSS off to get sent to me? No one, I just wanted to talk to someone about making some modifications to my costume, and maybe if I could get something made for my brother. Honda reaches over to her workbench and digs around for a few seconds to unearth a tablet that she flicks on. What's your name? Todoroki Tuya. Her eyebrows shoot up. Oh, Endeavor's kid. Surprised you came here instead of you. Most people are. Tuya shrugs. His classmates have also asked and seemed satisfied with the idea that he wanted to make a name for himself here. It's close enough to the truth to serve. Fire quirk, codename. Dabi, where's your costume specs? Oh, here we go, Honda mutters, flicking around her tablet. Huh, okay. Takeda's the one in charge of your stuff. He's not the worst, but you're definitely going to be low priority for him. What's the issue? I've been using this cooling gel to help me regulate my temperature. Tuya says carefully. He doesn't want to say too much. He doesn't want to get Hawks in trouble, but I was wondering if there was some way to make the suit do that instead. You didn't put that in your initial requirements for your costume? Honda asks, paging through his costume specs. I did, but he fiddles with the strap of his bag. I'm not fireproof. The opposite, actually. So, the cooling system in my costume right now isn't enough. Yeah, I bet. It looks like all Takeda did was fireproof your costume and then stick some ice water to circulate around in there. Not efficient and bulky, Honda mutters, glancing from the specs to him. When you said the opposite of fireproof, do you mean you're ice-proof? Tuya nods. Basically, yeah. Now, that is interesting, Honda says, her eyes gleaming as she walks over to a small icebox in the corner of the room, puts on gloves and pulls it open. That is something I could work with. Here, hold this. She takes out a small canister, frost all along its sides, and holds it out to him. Tuya shrugs and grabs a hold of it. His body is weak in the heat, but he is confident about his ability to withstand the cold. It's frosty to touch, but nothing he can't handle. Okay, cool, I'm going to try something, Honda says, taking the canister from him and tipping it a little bit over his hand. A clear liquid hits his hand and disperses into gas, but all he feels is an icy sensation, and his hand is unharmed. Honda grabs his hand and flips it over twice. Liquid nitrogen, and you're fine. I can really work with this. And I can make your costume look better. As long as it's black, Tuya says, pulling his hand back. Easy enough, Honda says, going back to her tablet. I have some pretty cool specs. I did do a female Endeavor costume one time. Oh, my bad, is that a weird thing to say? Tuya coughs. No, I don't want my costume to look like Endeavor's, but you can do whatever you want with his stuff. In fact, he can just imagine Endeavor's face at the idea of a cosplay version of his costume, and it makes him want to work with Honda even more. Honda nods. Fair, you don't want to be in your old man's shadow, right? I'll just adapt the system I used for that costume, and add the liquid nitrogen since you can take it. Takeda cut so many corners on you, didn't even bother checking your medical file, but the look I'll adapt accordingly. How attached are you to that long coat design? Tuya shrugs. I like it. Well, with the new cooling system it'll be less bulky and more streamlined, so it should look cooler. Honda looks back up at him. I have some ideas that could go with that, of course, that's provided you request to transfer your case to me. And what would that entail? Paperwork mostly, Honda replies, her fingers flying over the tablet. I can get most of the forms pre-approved and filled out for you though. Oh, and probably beaching from Takeda and his friends, but that's mostly going to be me hearing it. And what are they going to do about it? Trash my room again. Is that something that happens often? Tuya asks carefully. It seems the support department is even more competitive than the heroics department. Honda shrugs, walking over to the printer on her desk and rifling through the pages it spat out. I'm a girl in the support department who competes in cosplay competitions but thinks fanservice armor on heroes is dumb. It's not a popular stance to take. Why? You worried about the state of your costume left in my hands? Don't worry, all my creations are booby-trapped to kingdom come in my lab. He's not sure what to say to that. In the first few years after the divorce, he had managed to scare off the people who had tried to pick on him, and any pity from his siblings he had met with stony scorn. He doubts that Honda would react any better to anything he has to say either. Do you really have time to take on a first-year project? He asks instead. Honda sighs and gestures around the room. Okay, I guess to be honest, I've been sidelined. Blacklisted, blackballed, whatever you want to call it. Gear-sensei gives out all the plum assignments to his favorites, who I am most definitely not, but I do want to work on actual heroics department costumes. She shuffles the papers and looks back at him. My loss is your gain though, you'd have a dedicated support tech on just your costume. Your quirk plus your body's limitations is an interesting case, and I think I could do something really cool with it. It's one of the first times his body's essential weakness has actually been called cool. Would you also have time to build a half-fireproof, half-iceproof suit for my baby brother? Tuya asks slowly. Sure, that's easy, Honda says, filling out the forms. So, we have a deal. As long as you don't add any weird colors, I guess, Tuya replies, holding out a hand for the pen. Honda grins and hands over the pen. Oh, and I guess I should warn you. Takeda's probably going to spread some rumor that you fed me, and that's why I'm in charge of your costume, but honestly, that shouldn't harm your reputation. Tuya chokes and looks back up at her. Wait, what? But, Shiketsu students aren't supposed to date. Who said anything about dating? Honda says, raising an eyebrow before relenting at his incredulous face. It's just Takeda being in, but don't worry about it. Besides, you'll be known as the guy who bagged an upperclassman. Congrats. And you don't care. Honda shrugs, sorting her tools on her desk, a white-knuckle grip as she picks up each one. They like spreading a lot of rumors about me. After a while, you get used to it. What's one more after all? They let all that go on here. Tuya asks. It's not like he didn't know that the world of pro heroes is not nearly as cheery as people make it out to be, but he had thought that at the very least Shiketsu would try to stick to the ideals as much as possible. Hard to complain about, and even harder to stop rumors and whispers, Honda points out, crossing her arms. But don't get any ideas, even if you try and defend me, I have a professional interest in you, not a personal one, and that's not going to change. Good, I really don't need anything like that, Tuya says, also crossing his arms with a grimace. Honda gives him a considering look. You know, I think I actually believe you. You haven't even given a second glance to any of the cosplay costumes I built. Do you just build cosplay costumes in your spare time? Tuya asks, glancing at the brightly colored scaly 𝐒𝐻𝐲 she gestures at. Well, it's not like I have much else to do. I already finished the projects for my class. They didn't assign me any heroic projects, and I do have a big competition coming up. My Ryukyu costume is going to be aces, Honda says, affectionately patting the 𝐒𝐻𝐲 before turning back to Tuya. Of course, your costume will take priority once the transfer goes through. Go ahead and file these then, 𝐂𝐬 says, signing his name and handing back the forms to her. Honda smiles as she takes the papers and dips into a mock curtsy. Honda, you at your service. Honda is good on her word, delivering within a week a tiny half-flameproof, half-frostproof suit, a new black long coat with tattered edges and a built-in liquid nitrogen cooling system lining it, and new sleek black armor also equipped with the same cooling system that works light years better than his old costume. She also provides bracers loaded with some kind of liquid nitrogen gel that bursts out with frost if he hits them the right way. You can use it as a surprise weapon or as another cooling mechanism, she says, gesturing at the spray of frost her demonstration produced. Hawks is also impressed by his new costume, running his hands over 𝐂𝐬's new coat as 𝐒𝐿 tries on the half-flameproof onesie 𝐂𝐬 had brought him. You really are going full edgelord with this and Dobby, huh? Hawks laughs, flapping the edges of 𝐂𝐬's coat back and forth. Shut up, it's cool, 𝐂𝐬 says, adjusting his hat. Yeah, it is. Hawks says, stepping back to give 𝐂𝐬 a once-over. I definitely wouldn't mind you swooping in to rescue me. 𝐂𝐬 snorts. Since when do you need me in costume for that? Who bailed you out from Fuyumi's wrath earlier this week? Okay, to be fair, how was I supposed to know that she was writing a love letter in her math notebook? I just wanted to see her notes. Hawks complains, stretching and using some of his feathers to push 𝐒𝐿 away from a very flammable bush. Who was she writing it to, anyway? 𝐂𝐬. Hawks shrugs. She grabbed it from me before I could read too much, but I think, maybe the literature club president. Huh, 𝐂𝐬 muses, digging through his middle school memories to try and unearth what he remembered about the current literature club president, that tall girl who liked poetry. Is she nice to Fuyumi? Honestly, I think she has a boyfriend, Hawks says with a sigh, which is probably why Fuyumi is drafting stuff in her notebook instead of a real confession letter. Well, it's probably for the best. She should probably take her time to find someone who will treat her right anyway, 𝐂𝐬 says firmly, crouching down so he's eye level with 𝐒𝐿. How's the suit? It's good, 𝐒𝐿 says with a small nod. What are we going to do first? Let's start with just getting you to figure out temperature control, 𝐂𝐬 says. After all, for him, it probably should have been one of the first things he should have learned. Try using your ice side, and when you start feeling cold, flare up your flame side. And Honda's suit works perfectly, with 𝐒𝐿 managing to sort of get the hang of using both sides of his quirk at the same time without setting any of his clothes on fire. 𝐂𝐬's costume also lets him throw up walls of flames without burning up, and the bracers have made his concentrated blasts of flame even more dangerous. Unfortunately, Honda is also right about the rumors that Takeda spreads, no matter how much he denies it. It gets to the point that even Hawks hears about it when he drops by to walk with 𝐂𝐬 to the government training center, and his class representative 𝐺𝐸 speeds by and laughingly calls out, "Oh, Todoroki-kun, such a player. You're going to make Honda-senpai jealous." 𝐂𝐬 rolls his eyes and ignores 𝐺𝐸, but Hawks' head snaps up, and he turns to 𝐂𝐬 as 𝐺𝐸 speeds away. Who's Honda-senpai? He asks, brow furrowed. She's the support student in charge of my costume, 𝐂𝐬 says, hitching his bag up and walking away from the school gate. She's also the one who made 𝐒𝐿's flameproof onesie. Oh yeah, Hawks says, trailing behind 𝐂𝐬. You mentioned her. That's not cool that she was sidelined, but you guys are going out now. No, 𝐂𝐬 huffs, glancing back at Hawks. Not you two. It's just some assholes in her department spreading rumors about her and me because she took my case from one of the other support students. Right, but is she pretty? Hawks asks, his voice oddly high, staring at 𝐂𝐬. Is she? I mean, she sounds pretty smart. I guess. 𝐂𝐬 says, bewildered, and yeah, she's smart. Oh, Hawks says, glancing down, his wings suddenly dipping lower. I guess. I mean, you impressed her enough for her to take your case right. And if she's pretty and smart, maybe you guys want to hang out more together. Are you trying to set me up? 𝐂𝐬 asks incredulously. Shiketsu students can't date, remember? Yeah, Hawks says, biting his lip. But if you really liked her, I don't even like girls. I like guys. 𝐂𝐬 snaps before realizing what he just blurted out and winces. Smooth, 𝐂𝐬, real smooth. Just come out to your best friend in the middle of a public street 2 blocks from your high school, why don't you? Hawks gawks at 𝐂𝐬𝐽, golden eyes wide, wings suddenly coming to life around him, flapping and swirling feathers around them. Is that going to be a problem? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 demands, clutching at the strap of his bag. He doesn't know what he's going to do if Hawks rejects him. It feels like a yawning abyss, the possibility of not having Hawks' flutter of feathers and chatter at his side every afternoon and weekend. No, definitely not. I like boys too. Hawks says, reaching forward to grab 𝐂𝐬𝐽's arm and flushing. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 glances at Hawks' hand on his arm. You don't have to say that just because you think it'll make me feel better. I'm telling the truth. Hawks says, golden eyes narrowed in determination. I've known I like guys for a long time. I just wasn't sure how to tell you. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 frowns. Did you think I would be mad or something? No, I don't know. I just didn't know how to say it, Hawks mutters, looking down at his hand on 𝐂𝐬𝐽's arm and starting to draw it away. It didn't really come up. You never bring that kind of thing up. Because it doesn't matter, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says, grabbing Hawks' hand. It changes nothing about who you are, doesn't it? And this isn't how I wanted to tell you either, but why should it change anything? It doesn't, Hawks says, curling his fingers around 𝐂𝐬𝐽's and looking up at him with a smile. Not for me. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 smiles back at him. It's a nice, warm, settled feeling in his heart at Hawks' words and warm hand in his own, and then glances at his watch. Come on, you're going to be late. Do you want to just fly ahead? No, we can definitely make it in time, Hawks says, continuing to walk next to 𝐂𝐬𝐽, swinging their hands together. So, what's your type? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 raises an eyebrow. What do you mean? Don't play dumb. You have to have a type, 𝐂𝐬𝐽, Hawks says, gliding up to shove his shoulder against 𝐂𝐬𝐽's. So what is it? I never really thought about it. Hawks rolls his eyes. Liar. I don't know, guys with eyeliner, I guess. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says with a shrug. All his favorite band members have killer eyeliner, but really, his favorites are those who work hard to achieve their goals. Why? What's your type? Hawks drops back down to the ground and bites his lip, looking back and forth from the ground and back to 𝐂𝐬𝐽. See, not that easy of a question, right? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says, an amused smile dancing on his lips. Blue eyes, Hawks says finally, glancing back at 𝐂𝐬𝐽, a serious expression on his face. He didn't remember Hawks paying attention to anyone blue-eyed before, but maybe someone in a movie. It's probably not someone at school. He would know if there was, right? Of course, there's always the most famous pro-hero. You don't have like a secret crush on All Might, do you? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 asks with a smirk. What? No. Hawks says, pulling a face. Definitely not All Might. He's like older than your mom. True, but I don't think that stops most people, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 points out. Well, other than him, I guess you're going to have to go study in America or something. Right? Hawks says faintly, his wings dropping to cover his face for a second before he shakes his head and smiles again. Well, anyway, ready to demolish some training dummies. If you sneak too many to me, you're not going to have enough left for yourself. I'll be okay. They're thinking of having me do some kind of new training soon anyway, Hawks says, his wings flaring out. Race you there? How is that even a competition? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 complains before breaking into a run. He still loses, of course, but it's worth it to see Hawks take off in a blaze of red feathers. When he actually manages to get to the government facility, Hawks cheerfully swoops down from his perch on the building's roof, diving straight into 𝐂𝐬𝐽's arms and nearly knocking him off his feet. Geez, you're getting heavy, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 gasps, wrapping his arms around Hawks' shoulders to steady the two of them. I'm as light as a bird. Hawks protests, hooking his arms around the back of 𝐂𝐬𝐽's neck. A really heavy bird, maybe, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 mutters, hauling him over to the door. Okay, come on, off you go. Hawks pouts, his wings brushing against 𝐂𝐬𝐽's legs. But I'm giving you such a good workout. Yeah, I'll thank you for that if I have to carry around any other heavy birds, but I'm pretty sure your trainers want you to do something besides cling to me like a koala, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says, patting Hawks on the head. A sly smile curves up Hawks' mouth. I mean, I could always practice doing a princess carry with you. What is with your weird obsession with princess carries? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 retorts, pushing at Hawks' shoulder. Is it like going to be your signature move? I don't know, what do you think? Hawks asks, spreading his arms and wings out wide and smiling up at him. He thinks, that Hawks is going to be really popular as soon as he debuts, and he can't wait for Hawks to talk his ear off about it. I think that if you don't get inside soon, you're going to get scolded again, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says instead. Alright, I'll have to try princess carrying you later, Hawks calls over his shoulder as he heads into the building. Try it, and see if you get any fried chicken for the next week, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 retorts. It occurs to him later that night, exhausted from trying to keep walls of flames blazing, that he has blue eyes, so technically he fits Hawks' type, but that would be a weird thing to point out, wouldn't it? Besides, Hawks probably hasn't even thought about it. Hawks isn't even in high school yet, and even if he was, Shiketsu doesn't let students date, and even if it did, Hawks deserves the best, not a cast-off who would literally burn up without the right combination of support items. Any uneasy feelings in his stomach he has from that thought are probably due to indigestion from that spicy curry Bakuga's mother had gifted his mother. They need to stop getting recipes from the Bakuga household. None of them can endure the heat. It turns out, the new training that Hawks trainers want him to do is covert ops, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is pretty sure he has never heard a worse idea in his life. Who thought it was a good idea to train you in covert ops? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks incredulously, you're a shitty actor. Hey, I can act. Hawks protests. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 crosses his arms. Do you remember that time you teamed up with Natsu to try and dye my hair pink, and I caught you in the bathroom with the hair dye, and you just blurted out the whole plan to me? Just because I can never fool you, doesn't mean I can't fool other people. Hawks argues, besides, the agent they sent to train me is kind of cool. They call her Hex. Hex? What kind of name is Hex? Okay, you can't really talk, Dabi, Hawks says, using one of his wings to lightly push at 𝐻𝐬𝐽's shoulder. I'm just surrounded by edgelords now. Still, Hex, is that like her quirk or something? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks. Hawks nods. She can curse people with bad luck if she gets a hold of their biological material, apparently. Hair is like minor stuff, like being extremely clumsy and forgetting things, but BLD is like freak heart attacks. It's kind of terrifying. Yeah, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 muses, it really is. So exactly what she's been trying to teach you. Hiding in rafters and stuff like that. So far it's been a lot of hiding and disguises and stuff, Hawks says, stretching out his wings. It's kind of hard actually. I bet, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, flicking the edge of some of Hawks' feathers. What? Are you just detaching most of the feathers and throwing on a big coat? That's really the only way to do it, but it looks pretty conspicuous, doesn't it? Hawks sighs. I could detach all of them, I guess, but it feels weird. I did think your wings were looking weirdly small, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 notes, running a hand through Hawks' feathers. They're not really going to make you detach all of them, are they? I don't know, Hawks says, leaning into 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand and chewing on his lip. They want me to have some field experience, I think. What? But you're 13, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, frowning. What are they going to do? Dangle you as bait? Hawks glares at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Okay, first off, I'm almost 14, and second, you're only 2 years older than me, and you're going to be going out on hero internships soon. Yeah, but, and it's not like I'll be by myself. Hex will be with me the whole time, Hawks continues. Do you trust her to watch your back? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, looking at Hawks closely. Hawks shrugs. As much as I trust any of my trainers, I guess. They want an intact pro-hero out of this whole deal, don't they? And that may be true, but 𝐻𝐬𝐽 doesn't trust Hawks' government handlers to do much more than just keep Hawks superficially safe. If any of them makes you do anything uncomfortable, just tell me and I'll fix it, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says carefully, his fingers curling around the base of Hawks' right wing. Hawks beams at him. Worried about your pretty bird. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 rolls his eyes and tugs at the tiny feathers at the base of Hawks' wings, more worried that you'll run headfirst into some problem without thinking things through. Well, that's what training is for. Hawks says, grinning over his shoulder at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Don't worry, I'll come back to you in one piece. And Hawks has always kept his promises to 𝐻𝐬𝐽, be that saving him the last portion of hot soba or taking his turn in cleaning the bathroom, but 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is still uneasy about the idea of someone taking Hawks out on some kind of covert ops mission. There's so many things that could go wrong. What if they push Hawks do something he doesn't want to do? What if someone kidnaps Hawks when he doesn't have feathers to defend himself? What if Hawks gets seriously hurt somehow? He needs to see who is actually watching over Hawks and what the operation even is. And if he doesn't like what he sees, well, he'll figure that part out, even if it involves attempting to outstealth a covert operation. Still, easier said than done. He knows where the covert operations office is since Hawks told him, 7th floor of the Civics Archive. Another reason Hawks would make a terrible spy. He tells 𝐻𝐬 everything. He could probably even swipe Hawks' access card to get in, but once he's in, how is he going to blend in and make sure he even gets to the 7th floor? It might be a bit conspicuous, a teenager with flaming red hair in the den of spies. He could dye it, and he even picks up a pack of black hair dye, but then Hawks finds it. You want to look like even more of an edgelord than you already do. Hawks asks, holding up the box of black hair dye with an eyebrow arching up. Maybe I want to look cooler, 𝐻𝐬 replies, snatching the box from Hawks' hands. What? You don't think I can pull it off? You already look super cool, and besides, if you dye your hair, you won't match my wings anymore, Hawks argues. And that, of course, is the most important point, 𝐻𝐬 says dryly. Hawks preens, letting his wings extend to their full length around him. What can I say? I'm a narcissistic beastie. 𝐻𝐬 laughs and reaches over to ruffle Hawks' hair. If you like it that much, I suppose I won't change it. Wouldn't want to throw such a pretty bird into despair, after all. Hawks' smile widens as he curls his wings around the two of them. Good. Someone has to save you from going full Hot Topic. My hero, 𝐻𝐬 says, and then frowns as he notices the black smudges around Hawks' eyes. Were you trying to put on eyeliner or something? He asks, reaching out to wipe away the smudges. Hawks jets away, his cheeks flushing. Maybe. It's just practice. For, undercover stuff. Covert Ops asked you to do this. 𝐻𝐬 asks, inwardly disturbed. Why do they need a 13-year-old kid to put on eyeliner? That's just really creepy. Something like that. Hawks says, wiping away the smudges with his own fingers. It's my own idea. It's dumb. Don't worry about it. But how can he not? There's something shifty in Hawks, and if this hex really is trying to make him look prettier for some undercover reason, well, even more of a reason to get in and see what's actually going on, and then maybe get his mother involved if he doesn't like what he finds out. If you don't feel comfortable wearing it, then don't wear it. 𝐻𝐬 says, grabbing a tissue and dripping some water from the sink on it to hand to Hawks. Hawks takes the tissue and grimaces. I want to wear it, makeup tutorials are hard, and not all of us can look like we just walked off the runway, 𝐻𝐬. 𝐻𝐬 stares at him. Since when do I look like a model? Hawks buries his head in his hands, his wings curling around himself, although he still peeks through his fingers. You always, well, at the very least, you look better with red hair. Why is Hawks so embarrassed? This is hardly the first time his mouth has run faster than his brain. Okay, 𝐻𝐬 says bemusedly, picking some feathers out of the sink. I'll keep that in mind. So dyeing his hair is out, if just to keep Hawks happy, but he can't exactly show up wearing a hoodie and looking like every suspicious person ever in a crime drama. However, students did show up there, right? There had to be some hero-in-training students parked there, or else how did they get recruits? He can't show up in his own uniform, they'd track him down in no time, but what if he was wearing a uniform instead? What do you need a uniform for? Honda asks, looking very unimpressed in her workshop. You playing some prank? I don't want to get involved in some vendetta against you. They've got some cool costumes I've been trying to convince them to let me look at. It's not for a prank, it's just a disguise, 𝐻𝐬 says carefully. Honda pulls a face, digging through the drawers of one of her desks. That still sounds like some kind of prank. I don't remember them teaching first-year heroics about stealth, but whatever. Charge these up for me, and I'll make the uniform for you, she says, tossing him at two small circular devices she dug out of the drawer. 𝐻𝐬 catches them and looks down at them. What are these? Honda beams. Well, they've got two different uses. You know how 𝐂/𝐷 came out with that new video where Evelyn plays a demon, and she's got fire all around her. If you charge these up with your fire, I was thinking I could use them for a cosplay of that video, and I could make some more of these so you could throw them as timed bombs or something. Does everything in this workshop secretly come from cosplay competitions? 𝐻𝐬 asks, lighting up his hands slowly and feeding the flames into the device. Honda shrugs. Yeah, pretty much. Your coat was definitely based on it. Moira cosplay. Fair enough, it looks cool either ways, thanks, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 says, switching to the next device. Everything has been working pretty well so far. You're welcome, just impress everyone at the cultural festival with my creations, and I can rub it in the whole department's stupid face how awesome my stuff is, Honda says, putting on gloves and taking the device from him. Heroics department for the uniform. Yeah. Might be useful, Honda muses, holding the device away from her and holding down a button to cause a jet of blue flame to spurt out. Maybe I'll make a female one too so I can try to sneak in and see their sports festival without paying. It's not that great, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 mutters, crossing his arms as a top-ranked hero and alumni. His father had often taken all of them to the sports festival, and 𝐂𝐬𝐫's main memory of the festival was his father gripping his arm and telling him to watch what it takes to be a winner. He grew sick of the saying of plus ultra a long time ago. You've probably seen it 5 million times, of course you're not impressed, Honda says, rolling her eyes. Me on the other hand, I've had to make do with the T for years, and do you think the camera ever considers zooming in on cool support gear? No. They don't even allow costumes or support gear, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 points out, furrowing his brow. Yeah, for heroic students, but the support department still gets to carry in whatever they made, Honda replies. How else would they advertise? Not that a lot of support people make it into the finals, but 1 or 2 sometimes manage to slip in. Honda waves a hand as a flame-like pattern ripples onto the device. Although, have to say, it's a bullshit policy not letting anyone wear costumes in. What hero doesn't wear a costume when they work anyway? I think it's something about making them stand on their own abilities and push farther, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 says, looking down at his arm, plus ultra, and all that. That's dumb, Honda says easily. Most quirks have drawbacks and need support equipment anyway, like you. Without me you'd self-immolate. Yeah, I'm well aware, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 snaps, walking towards the door. I don't mean it as a bad thing, Honda calls out. I think that if you need a bit of support to help people out, why not take it? No one actually stands alone, no matter what you thinks. That's why I came here instead of you. In the first place. It's nice to hear that other people think his father's philosophy on life is wrong. And how's that working out for you? 𝐂𝐬𝐫. Honda shrugs, tossing the devices up and floating them over to her work table. Well, your costume is giving me a chance to showcase at the cultural festival this year, which is good. Takeda and the rest are still assholes and have blacklisted you too, but with enough of these as traps, I think they'll stop trying to raid my workshop after they get burned a few times. Always glad to help you with those assholes, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 says. It's not much, and honestly he would prefer to stomp those guys' faces in, but, as far as he can tell, the best way to help Honda is to give her so much prestige that any rumors will be written off as the jealousy it is. Honda grins. I'll get you that uniform soon. It'll be flameproof, but still, don't blow anything up while wearing it. So he has the uniform and he swiped Hawk's access card, so all that's left of his plan is to waltz inside of the Civics archives, make his way up to the 7th floor, and then try to observe what Hex is like. He times his excursion for the same time as one of Natsuo's tours to the neighboring middle schools to check out the volleyball teams. He's already gone on a lot of these with Natsu, but Hawks hasn't, and Natsu is all too happy to have Hawks come along instead when he gives the excuse that he needs to practice his routine for Shiketsu's upcoming cultural festival, and he gets up to the 7th floor with no issues, simply walking in as if he knows exactly where he is going and that he definitely has business here. His mother has said that when doing her job, the best way for her to get inside and get the best stories was to simply act as though she belonged wherever she needed to go, and people tended to believe that. Once inside though, he tries to wander among the shelves, but a hand lands on his shoulder, and he turns around to see a woman with dark hair pulled into a braid looking at him. Can I help you? Yeah, I had a class project they told me to go to the archives for. I wrote down the floor. Weird though, not sure if it said 1 or 7. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 improvises, letting his hands fidget a bit with the strap of his bag and widening his eyes in what he thinks is a decent impression of Hawks or any of his siblings pretending to be innocent little lambs. The woman considers him, taking her hand away. You're a first-year student. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 nods. That's right. The woman smiles. How nice. I'm 𝐒𝐬𝐫 alum myself. What class? 1B. Tuya says he is in class 1B in Shiketsu anyway. The woman's smile widens. Oh, nice. 1B had a lot of students in the finals of the sports festival this year. Yeah, my classmates did really well, but I kind of fell behind. Tuya says quickly he hadn't watched the sports festival this year, but Natsu and Shudo had, and he does remember them mentioning 1B dominating the first year's division. I'm sorry to hear that, but can I ask how Ectoplasm Sensei is doing? I heard this was his first class this year after the accident. The woman says, tilting her head, I see your class is making him proud. This feels like a trap. Didn't the news say that Ectoplasm had been teaching 1A, and that's why they didn't have as good a showing this year? He's doing well, but I think you have the homeroom teachers mixed up. Tuya answers slowly. My mistake, the woman says, placing a hand over her mouth. You're right, sorry. Still, I'm surprised. Which teacher assigned you a project in the civics archives? The librarian. Tuya guesses there's always a librarian, right? And even if this lady is a 𝐬𝐢 alumni, it's not like teachers don't come up with new assignments all the time. It's to give us a better understanding of the workings of our government or something. How funny, the woman giggles, considering I just started working as the librarian there, and I do not recall assigning any such project, she says, still smiling but now holding up in her hand a strand of red hair. Oh, Tuya steps back, only to twist his ankle and fall over 𝐻T. This is what bad luck meant. And a black boot neatly steps on his arm and twists warningly. You've got guts, kid, I'll give you that, the woman says, twirling the strand of his hair in her fingers. Not many would try to bullshit their way through here. Hex, I presume? Tuya asks, letting his arm go limp and glaring up at her. She dips her head in acknowledgement. In the flesh. And I think despite the 𝐬𝐢 uniform, did you steal one or make one? It's quite good. Your Hawk's friend, Todoroki Tuya. The one who sneaks into our training room sometimes. You know about that? She snorts. Why do you think Hawk's supposedly lost access cards weren't deactivated? They wanted to see who had them and what you were going to do with them. And isn't that a terrifying thought, that they had reeled him in for, what? Another control on Hawk's. Another cage. So you've been watching this entire time? I haven't, Hex interrupts, looking slightly peeved. I was just put in as one of Hawk's trainers recently, but they did give me his file to look through. Your name came up a few times, and now here you are, sneaking around my office. Can I ask why? If I don't answer, are you going to curse me until I what? Cough up BLD. Tuya asks, managing to pull his mouth into a sneer. That would require more than this, so no, Hex says, taking her foot off of his arm. Don't bother to run though, next time you trip and fall, you might break something. Tuya grimaces, getting up. What mission are you planning to put Hawks on? Hex's eyes flick over him. Are you worried for him? Just some general reconnaissance. I wouldn't put a teenager into anything too major. But you're giving him disguise lessons and teaching him how to put on makeup and stuff. What kind of mission is that? Tuya demands, his hands clenched at his side. I've given him general disguise lessons, but if he's applying makeup, then he's doing it on his initiative, Hex says, amusement tugging at her lips before she frowns. What? Did you think I was going to get a teenager all tart up and then dangle him out as bait? I would never do that, and as long as Hawks is under my purview, I wouldn't let that happen to him. There is something like bitten back anger in her tone and the glint in her eyes that makes Tuya want to believe her, but isn't deception part and parcel of covert work? I'd like to believe that, but you are a spy, Tuya points out. Hex nods. True. Well then, how's this? Shiketsu's cultural festival is soon, isn't it? I wasn't originally assigned to go, but I can drop by anyway. You do well enough. I can make a convincing argument to get you security clearance, and then you can accompany Hawks on his covert ops mission just to make sure I don't try anything scummy. Tuya blinks. Wait, what? Like I said, you've got guts, kid, Hex says, setting his strand of hair down on a bookshelf and leaning back. And you think pretty quickly on your feet. It wouldn't be bad to have you working in covert ops. I don't know if you've heard, but my quirk isn't the most subtle, Tuya says, letting some flames lick up over his fingers before extinguishing them. Hex shrugs. And I don't know if you've noticed, but your best friend has giant red wings, and the Hero Commission still wants him out with me on a mission, so I think we can make do. I entered Shiketsu to become a pro hero, not to get into covert ops, 𝐻𝐬 says, crossing his arms. Hex lets out a small laugh. Well, it's not incompatible with each other. Lots of heroes end up having to do some covert work at some point. Also, pay's not bad. Really? So you're just working as the librarian for what? Fun. It's a good cover. Also, transferring from Black Ops did bump me down a few pay grades, Hex admits. Why would they get an ex-Black Ops agent in to train Hawks? What do they want him to eventually do? So they got an ex-Black Ops agent to come and train Hawks. But, yes. Honestly, I think it was supposed to be a punishment for me. Hex says, pursing her mouth, my superiors were not exactly happy about my transfer. Why'd you transfer out? I didn't like who I was becoming, Hex says simply, looking down and then looking back up. But, you and Hawks are not going there obviously, you'll be with me, and I'll make sure things go fine. Hawks is a fun kid, even if he's a bit of a brat. Needs to learn to hang back and assess the situation before jumping in though. That is what I keep telling him, 𝐻𝐬 says before quickly coughing. Maybe she has a good read on Hawks, but that doesn't mean he trusts her. I mean, you better get that clearance streamlined after the festival. As long as you put on a good performance, that will not be an issue, Hex replies holding out her hand. Mahu Megumi, looking forward to working with you. 𝐻𝐬 looks at her hand and slowly reaches out to take it. Todoroki 𝐻𝐬, and remember I'm here to make sure Hawks is fine, nothing else, he warns as he shakes her hand. Mahu laughs, we'll convince you yet, kid. I can't believe you snuck into the covert ops office to confront Hex. Hawks hisses as he helps 𝐻𝐬 into his coat. What was all that about? Hawks don't run headfirst into dicey situations. What about that wasn't dicey? Okay, I did scope out the situation as much as I could before I went it, 𝐻𝐬 says, fastening the bracers onto his wrists. Besides, I was worried for you. Hawks runs a hand down the back of 𝐻𝐬's coat. 𝐻𝐬, thanks, but you still can't ever lecture me again. I definitely can. Why'd you sneak in, and why aren't you with Mother and Fuyumi and the rest of them right now? 𝐻𝐬, I wanted a good view of your fire dance. Excitedly, his wings flapping around him, I thought backstage would be best. You won't see the rest of the circus that well. Who cares about them? I'm here for you, Hawks says easily. Jinai zooms forward to flick Hawks on the forehead, carrying a ringmaster's top hat in her other hand. We're so hurt, Hawks. After all the time spent helping your boy here with his dance, and we don't even get a cursory glance. Tell him how sad we are, Sanazaki-kun. Sanazaki chuckles from his corner where he is still coaxing his plants to play louder. We are absolutely devastated. Did you hear that? Devastated, Jinai says, pointing at Sanazaki. Hawks laughs. Sorry guys. Thank you so much for making 𝐻𝐬 the fire dancer, even though really, I feel like an actual circus should have a fire eater, 𝐻𝐬 points out. Fire eaters are boring. Fire dancers are super cool, Jinai argues. We even let you pick the music. Also, dancing exhibits your costume much better, Honda says, walking up with newly dyed purple hair and wearing her kaisa costume while holding up a pair of black boots. Okay, I modified these so it should generate cool fire patterns without you melting them or burning yourself, and you should be able to move faster. Oh my god, these are awesome, Hawk says, poking at the glowing purple diamonds hovering at Honda's shoulders. Thank you. Honda beams as the glowing purple diamonds flare brighter. They're my own creation. Also, wow, your wings are really cool. Are you a prospective student? Yeah, but I'm not taking the entrance exam until next year, Hawk says. Honda clicks her tongue. Such a shame, I'll have graduated by then. Would have loved to work on your costume. Could do a whole Mercy-inspired thing. Would be awesome juxtaposition next to Dabi here. Yes, thank you for all your help with 𝐻𝐬, Hawk says, grabbing onto 𝐻𝐬's arm and smiling at her. Honda's smile widens. So you're the middle school sweetheart that I've been such a hussy stealing from. 𝐻𝐬 rolls his eyes. We're not. Us fellow K/D fans shouldn't fight over a boy, Hawk says breezily. Although, you wouldn't happen to have an Evelyn cosplay, would you? Yeah, I've got a demon version with actual blue flames courtesy of your boy here, Honda says enthusiastically, pointing at the flame bombs hanging off of 𝐻𝐬's belt. That sounds amazing, Hawk says. Do you think you could maybe sneak in some of their music into Tuya's routine? No messing up my routine, Hawks. I already rehearsed it half to death, Tuya says, lightly shoving him. You guys go fangirl about �K/D somewhere else. You know you secretly love it. Hawks calls out, you know the names of all the members. Because neither you or Fuyumi or now Honda ever shut up about it, Tuya sighs, lacing his new boots on. 𝐺𝐸 claps her hands together. As much as we love all you guys, it's almost time to start, so if you could please hang out elsewhere while I go over the choreography with Todoroki-kun one last time. Hawks nods but quickly gives Tuya another hug before he leaves. You look great, and I can't wait to see the whole thing, he whispers. He's already rehearsed the thing so many times, 𝐺𝐸 accepting nothing less than perfection for her vision. Our class is going to have such a good circus that one, as play is going to be left in the dust. But seeing the lights shining outside the curtain, he still feels a moment of trepidation. If he doesn't do well, will Mahu still let him accompany them on that mission? Even if she doesn't, he'll figure out some way to sneak in. He touches the red feather inside his coat for luck as the opening strains of guitar start blasting outside. Sonozaki has really managed to teach his plants to play a decent facsimile of Blast's Lucy, and then he strides out onto the stage sending pillars of flames blazing around him. Then it's the now familiar stomp, spin, send flames spinning out, all to the beat of the drums while mentally singing along with the lyrics inside his head. I show you my life now / I show you my love now / I show you my everything yeah. The lights are thankfully too bright for him to really see the audience, but people are cheering, so that's probably good. For a second, he thinks he sees a familiar face of flame up in the crowd and nearly stumbles. What the F is he doing here? But manages to catch himself, and when he manages to look again, he's gone. It's probably just not wishful thinking, because why would he want him here? But he's probably just imagining things, with this much fire around him and sweat pouring down his brow. At the end of the song, with the last clash of cymbals, he bangs his bracers together to throw up a blast of frost and then immolates the whole thing with a wall of fire, and then 𝐺𝐸 zips him away. Good job, Todoroki-kun. 𝐺𝐸 says, depositing him backstage and adjusting her top hat. You were great. Now, got to go introduce the rest of our acts. As 𝐺𝐸 picks up 𝐻𝐵 to deposit her on the stage for the next act, Hawks comes flying over, eyes sparkling and feathers trembling with excitement all around him. We're so cool, Hawks breathes, throwing himself into Tuya's arms. Yeah. Tuya laughs, wrapping his arms tight around Hawks to support his weight. I'll make a blast fan of you yet. Trap Nest is still better, and I still think you could have done Blackpink's Playing with Fire, but you were awesome, Hawk says, hooking his arms around the back of Tuya's neck and grinning at him. Sacrilege, but I'll let it slide just this once, Tuya says, also grinning at Hawks. Honda coughs and waves. Well, don't want to interrupt you two lovebirds, and I also think it went really well, but I need to check Dabi's costume to make sure everything held up. Sure, Tuya says, setting Hawks down and taking off his coat and starting to undo the clasps on the armor. I think it worked really well. I don't feel too bad. That's good, but really, your routine was just 3 minutes, and I think I can work out some improvements, Honda says, taking the coat and looking it over. You stumbled a bit in the middle. Need to make your boots lighter, I think. Or maybe your coat. Honestly, you shouldn't even have a coat. We're having enough issues with overheating as it is. I like the coat, Tuya says. Hawks snorts. Good luck getting him to give that up. Honda sighs. Shorter sleeves on the coat maybe, that's the ticket. And sturdier bracers to cool you off some more, I think. Honda goes off muttering, her tablet already in hand, while Tuya gets his change of clothes out of his pack and strips off his sweat-stained shirt. Was it really obvious, me stumbling in the middle? Tuya asks, putting on the Blast t-shirt he had packed. No, I think Honda just knew your routine really well. I thought it was great. Hawk says, his eyes flicking from Tuya's chest back up to his face. Pretty sure Hex was impressed. You wouldn't happen to know if... Tuya pauses and bites his lip, running a hand through his hair. I thought for a second there I saw my father in the audience. Hawk's eyes widen as he glances toward the curtain and then back at Tuya. I didn't see him, but I was really watching you the whole time. It's a stupid question, I know. Do you want him to be here? I don't know, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says, looking down at his hands. On one hand, he wants nothing to do with him. On the other, he wants to rub it in his face of all he has managed to accomplish without him. Hawks gently takes 𝐂𝐬𝐽's hand in his own. If we see him, I'll block you from view until you figure out what you want to do, okay? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 takes a deep breath, curls his fingers around Hawks and nods. Okay, thanks. Anything for you, Hawks says with a big smile as he drags 𝐂𝐬𝐽 up. Now, can we please visit the third year's management studies cafe? I hear it's super good. All right, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says, smiling down at Hawks. And Hawks is right. The third-year management studies students have pulled out all stops, with their setup looking more like some grand restaurant than a student food stall, and their food enhanced by various students with cooking-related quirks, the tempura perfectly crisp and light, the chicken carriage tender and perfectly seasoned, and the soba smooth as glass with just the right amount of dipping sauce laid out at the side. He spots 𝐼 and a silver-haired lady getting eel bento boxes, and she grins and wiggles her fingers at him in lieu of a wave. So hopefully that means his security clearance is pending. Nowhere does he see his father, his mother, and his siblings meet them at the stand, his mother congratulating him warmly, Fuyumi pouncing on his back and rhapsodizing about how cool the final blast of frost was, like an ice shard firework. Natsuo asking him to borrow his blast album when they got home, "You're my new favorite." 𝐂𝐬𝐽 jokes as Hawk squawks in outrage at his side until 𝐂𝐬𝐽 amends his statement to favorite sibling, and 𝐶𝐸𝐻 alternating between drooling at the cold soba being lovingly prepared by one of the management students with an ice quirk and pleading with 𝐂𝐬𝐽 to show him how to throw up a wall of fire. Maybe after you've mastered throwing flames at targets accurately, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says delicately. 𝐶𝐸𝐻 frowns, but that'll take forever. You can't rush greatness, 𝐶𝐸𝐻, Hawk says, getting a thing of cold soba and passing it to 𝐶𝐸𝐻, but don't worry, you have your big brother and me guiding you the whole way. You couldn't be luckier. And with Hawks beaming at him, 𝐶𝐸𝐻 happily slurping away at his noodles, and the compliments of other Shiketsu students ringing in his ears, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 thinks he can almost believe that. Despite all his worries, the first few missions with 𝐼 and Hawks are actually pretty boring. There's a lot of learning surveillance techniques and stakeout procedure, which seems to mean a lot of snacks. 𝐼 brings seaweed crackers for herself, chicken STRP-flavored Calbee chips for Hawks, and almond rusks for 𝐂𝐬𝐽, passing around of high-tech binoculars and fiddling with audio equipment, and quiet, rambling conversation. It turns out that 𝐼 was in the same class as present Mike back in U. And she is more than happy to tell him stories about his shenanigans to pass the time. It's the fourth mission where things go hairy, with the accountant they had been watching for shady Yakuza dealings actually attempting to kill another accountant who seemed to have found some discrepancies in the balance sheet that their accountant had been compiling. The shady accountant froze the other accountant in place with some kind of paralyzing glance and began advancing upon them with a knife. Hawks automatically sends in some feathers through the window to pin their accountant in place. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 hurls one of the frost grenades Honda had just designed at the door of the office and blasts it with fire, causing the entire door to be stuck beneath a wall of ice, and 𝐼, cursing as she slips on her lower face mask, whs out a leather-wrapped cylinder, presses a button, and the entire thing unfolds into a sword that she rushes out of the window with, activating her anti-gravity boots to fly to the top of the building to knock out or paralyze spooked Yakuza members. Hawks, of course, takes the entirely wrong lesson from that experience. Do you think I could take some of my longer feathers and use them like a sword? Hawks muses, flapping out his wings so 𝐂𝐬𝐽 can examine his outer feathers. Do you know how to use a sword? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 points out, sitting on his bed and gesturing for Hawks to come sit next to him. I could get lessons from 𝐼, don't you think? Hawks says, happily sitting down on 𝐂𝐬𝐽's bed and letting 𝐂𝐬𝐽 begin to groom his wings. She has a sword to get BLD, what do you need a sword for? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 asks, straightening out some of the errant feathers at the edges of Hawk's wings. You know, an actual offensive weapon. And plus, you have to admit, it would look super cool, Hawks says, leaning back and grinning up at 𝐂𝐬𝐽. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 sighs. Hawks would probably look really cool with a sword. You would, he admits, gently smoothing out Hawk's smallest feathers. You could also do weapons training with her, you know, Hawks says, if you took her internship offer. I'm going to go with gunhead. I think I need to work on hand-to-hand combat more, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says, stretching his fingers out. I still can't take hits all that well. Blast them with fire so you won't have to, Hawks advises, twisting around to look at Tuya. So, you'll be away then. For how long? Won't have to go away. Gunhead doesn't have any major missions right now, he's just working at his dojo, Tuya says. Hawks relaxes. Oh, good. Would you miss me or your grooming sessions more? Tuya teases, patting Hawk's wing. You, Hawk says easily, smiling at him, definitely you. Tuya never knows what to say to Hawk's declarations like that. Tuya snorts, settling his hand on Hawk's back. I'd miss you too, pretty bird. Although, I wouldn't miss having goddamn trap nest posters hanging on the walls. Hawk sticks his tongue out. You have blast posters, so we're totally even. One of these days I'm going to convert you, Tuya sighs, flopping back down on the bed. Hawks curls up at his side. Meanwhile, I'm going to be getting sword lessons. And Mahu agrees readily enough with only minimal pleading from Hawks, although she does bemusedly point out that a giant feather is not much like her Jian, but they can try and see how it goes, and he's soon off fashioning blades out of the largest of his flight feathers, while attempting to still have a decent amount of mobility with those gone. Tuya, on the other hand, is off at Gunhead's dojo, where the man knows a surprising number of grapples and holds to use on larger opponents of greater strength, and also ends every sentence with a soft, okay. Gunhead's dojo is really nice and so different from the other pro training room that Tuya remembers, and Tuya learns a lot, but he's not really sure this is what he wants to do in the future, train heroes while waiting around for a mission to pop up. It's coming back from the dojo one day, before Hawks makes it home, that Tuya runs into 𝐒𝐿, looking as if he's on the verge of tears, and Fuyumi, who also looks pretty lost. What happened? Tuya demands, his mind cycling through every bad thing that could possibly throw his siblings into such a state. Where's Natsu? Is mother okay? Hawks is with Mahu, so I thought he would be fine. They're all fine, I think. Fuyumi says, giving a worried look at 𝐒𝐿. It's just that Izuku-kun and his mom went to the doctor about his quirk, and he said Izuku-kun is quirkless. He doesn't think he's met anyone quirkless before, although that's not quite right. Obviously he's met Izuku multiple times now. His own quirk has been, well, it may not have been the best match, but he's figured out how to make it work for him, more or less. He can't imagine not having it now. Everyone has a quirk. And also, Izuku is possibly an ever bigger All Might fanboy than 𝐒𝐿, and he knows that the two of them are always chattering away about pro heroes, and how they're both going to be pro heroes someday. It probably could still happen maybe, but not the way those two had dreamed. Tuya crouches down next to 𝐒𝐿. Hey, even if Izuku is quirkless, that doesn't change how he's your friend, does it? He's my best friend, 𝐒𝐿 declares, scrubbing at his face. It's just, Izuku, no one deserves a cool quirk more than Izuku. And now, this. Tuya scrambles to grab a box of tissues as 𝐒𝐿 starts crying and Fuyumi quickly wraps her arms around him. 𝐒𝐿, it's okay, she says gently, it's okay. Izuku-kun can still help people even without a quirk. Yeah, people do it all the time, Tuya says, handing some tissues to 𝐒𝐿. Even the police don't necessarily have quirks that go with their jobs as long as they're competent enough, but he wants to be a hero, 𝐒𝐿 says, blowing his nose, like All Might. But what you guys wanted was to help people like All Might does, right? Rescue people and all that. Fuyumi asks, people besides pro heroes do that. We were supposed to be a team, 𝐒𝐿 says quietly, looking down. You still can be, Tuya says. Pro heroes work with police detectives and rescue workers and paramedics and the like all the time. But it's not the same. Even if Izuku-kun doesn't have a quirk, that doesn't mean he can't be a hero. Lots of people are pro heroes even without offensive quirks. They just need to find the right team, right Tuya? Fuyumi says, shooting Tuya a look. Tuya quickly nods. Yeah, like look at that new mountain rescue team, the Pussycats or something. Two of their members have mostly just observational quirks. Maybe he just needs your support. 𝐒𝐿 looks up at him tearily. I could definitely do that. Of course you can, Fuyumi says, kissing the side of 𝐒𝐿's head. 𝐒𝐿 looks at Fuyumi, chewing on his lip. Ken, do you think I should go over to Izuku's? Do you think he would want to see me right now? I'm sure he would love to see you, Fuyumi says with a gentle smile. He could probably use a friend right now, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 agrees. Let him know that he's still got you no matter what. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 nods and wipes his face with his sleeve. Fuyumi grabs his arm to get him to stop spreading snot all over it, while 𝐻𝐬𝐽 goes to the bathroom to get a cold face cloth. As he's turning on the sink, he hears the front door click open and Hawks call out, "Hey, I'm home. What's with the tears? Are you okay, 𝐻𝐬𝐽? What happened?" 𝐻𝐬𝐽 hurries back as Fuyumi explains what's going on, and he carefully wipes 𝐻𝐬𝐽's face with the face cloth as Hawks frowns and shakes his head. "That poor kid, I don't think I've met a bigger All Might fanboy, but you want to go see him, 𝐻𝐻𝐽?" Hawks asks, crouching down next to 𝐻𝐻𝐽. "Yes," 𝐻𝐻𝐽 says stoutly, "as long as he wants to see me." "He will," Hawks says easily. "Do you want us to come too? Could you fly us around?" 𝐻𝐻𝐽 asks, looking up at Hawks. Hawks is missing some of his flight feathers. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 cuts in, glancing at Hawks' wings. "I'm not sure that's the best idea. I can still carry one SQR at a time, no problem," Hawks says, grabbing 𝐻𝐻𝐽 and flying off the ground in demonstration. "Sure, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, let's go." "I'll come too," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, grabbing his jacket off of the chair he had tossed it on. Hawks is probably fine. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has seen him fly with far less feathers before, but he'll keep an eye on him all the same. Fuyumi rummages through their cabinets. "We should probably bring something to Midoriya, and then if all of us are going over there, it's probably not easy for her either. Maybe tissues?" "They could probably use more tissues." 𝐻𝐬𝐽 agrees. Even outside of something like this, the Midoriyas cry at the drop of a hat. He had thought for sure Izuku was going to have some tear-related quirk. They make their way over there with 3 boxes of tissues. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 makes a note to go buy more, and knock on the door, only to have their mother answer the door. "Oh, you guys came as well?" their mother asks, opening the door wider. "You've heard, I think." "Yeah, I'm here to take the kids flying," Hawks says, with his hand on 𝐻𝐻𝐽's shoulder. One day, Hawks is going to make a great hero, and if he isn't somehow in the top 10, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 will know the rankings are rigged. His mother offers up a tired smile. "That would be nice, I think. Let me just talk to 𝐭𝐴-chan." Their mother hurries inside, and the rest of them follow into the apartment. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 immediately heads towards Izuku's room, knocking on the door. "Izuku, let's go play," 𝐻𝐻𝐽 says. "Sho-chan." Izuku's watery voice filters from the door. "Yeah," 𝐻𝐻𝐽 replies. "Hawks says he'll take us flying. Do you want to come?" "I don't know, Sho-chan," Izuku says quietly. "I'm not. You probably should ask someone else, right?" "Why?" "Because I really am Deku after all," Izuku says with a sob. "You should probably just, you're still my friend," 𝐻𝐻𝐽 says fiercely. This is probably the most emotion he has seen from his stoic baby brother. "You're not useless, and anyone that says that can just F off." "𝐻𝐻𝐽." Fuyumi hisses. "We don't say things like that, and where did you learn that phrase?" "Bakugo says it all the time, and do you want to be like Bakugo?" Fuyumi demands. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 looks at his feet. "What? No, but 𝐻𝐬𝐽 and Hawks and Natsu say it sometimes too." "They should remember that little pitchers have big ears," Fuyumi says, glaring at both 𝐻𝐬𝐽 and Hawks. "Every day, you sound more like a homeroom teacher," Hawks says, rolling his eyes. The door cracks open a little, and a red-eyed Izuku peeks out. Don't yell at Sho-chan," Fuyumi knees. "It's my fault." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 promptly marches forward and hugs Izuku while Fuyumi flutters around them, assuring Izuku that she isn't blaming 𝐻𝐻𝐽 at all. "I know exactly who to blame, don't you worry," she says, glancing at 𝐻𝐬𝐽 and Hawks. Hawks coughs and says, "Hey Izuku, want to come for a flight?" Izuku looks over 𝐻𝐻𝐽's shoulder, sniffling. Are you sure you want to?" "Of course I do," Hawks says with a big smile. "You're 𝐻𝐻𝐽's favorite, and definitely our favorite grade schooler besides 𝐻𝐻𝐽. And sometimes you're the favorite when 𝐻𝐻𝐽 has managed to set off the fire alarm at 3 in the morning again," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says with a slight grin. "I was practicing," 𝐻𝐻𝐽 explains. "Don't practice in the middle of the night," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, patting 𝐻𝐻𝐽 on the head. "So, let's check with your mom and we'll take you out." Izuku looks around, slowly nods, and allows 𝐻𝐻𝐽 to take his hand as they walk out into the living room. Their mother is there with Izuku's mom, quietly talking, and they both look up. "Oh, thank you kids," Izuku's mom says, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. I know all of you are busy, so it's so good of you to take the time to come and see us. We're happy to, Midoriya-san. After all, you've watched us so many times. Fuyumi says firmly, is it okay if Hawks takes Izuku-kun flying? Izuku's mom nods, as long as it's not too high, please. Hawks salutes her, yes? They make their way back to their backyard, and their Hawks tucks Izuku firmly into his jacket and grabs him around the waist, and flies off, Izuku letting out a surprised laugh as they rise higher. He's really good at that, Fuyumi comments, watching Hawks loop through the air as Izuku delightedly laughs, cheering kids up. You're not bad yourself, but, yeah, he's definitely going to be ranked when he debuts, Tuya says proudly, looking up at Hawks, maybe even knock our old man out of his place. Fuyumi gives him a look, wasn't that your dream? And it had been. The idea of dethroning Endeavor with his own 2 hands is still a thrilling thought, but, no matter how he feels about him, his father has kept the number 2 position for years, and Tuya is well aware of his own shortcomings in comparison. Hawks, however, Hawks he thinks, really has a chance. I'm being realistic, Tuya says with a shrug. You're really confident in him, huh? Fuyumi says with a small grin. Hawks pushes himself harder than anyone I know, Tuya declares simply, if anyone can do it, he can. I can think of one other person who also works as hard, Fuyumi says, throwing an arm around Tuya's shoulder, maybe harder. Also, so much quieter. We help each other, Tuya points out, and don't tell me you're not even going to miss him a little bit next year when you're off at different high schools. Fuyumi pulls a face. Okay, you are definitely not allowed to tell him this. He doesn't need a bigger head than he already has, but maybe just a smidge. I knew it, Tuya grins, gently shoving Fuyumi a bit. Just because sometimes he's good with people, and people listen to him, Fuyumi says, looking back at Hawks flying through the air, the only reason I'm class representative is because he told them to vote for me. Now, that isn't true, Tuya says, frowning. Hawks helped, but you've always been the best of us, Fuyumi. Your classmates know that too. Fuyumi turns and smiles at Tuya. Did Natsu fall out of favorite sibling status because he betrayed you and became a Trap Nest fan? That little traitor, Tuya complains, he bought a poster of Raira. He's not allowed to call himself a Blast fan anymore. Fuyumi laughs. I know, he hung it up on his side of the room. But, guess I should just be happy it's not Takumi, Tuya continues, glancing up at Hawks. I have no idea why that guy's his favorite. Really? Fuyumi says flatly, flicking his ear, doesn't he maybe remind you of anyone? Tuya shakes his head. I don't know anyone with hair that long. I'm making you read the latest volume of Whispering Love, Fuyumi says, shaking her head. Maybe you'll get a clue. What, does he look like Yakido? You could say that, Fuyumi mutters as Hawks swoops down to deposit Izuku while next taking Shudo up into the air. Fuyumi beams at Izuku. How did you like that, Izuku-kun? It was really fun. The green-haired boy enthuses, pink-cheeked and grinning widely. Could we do it again sometime? I'm sure Hawks would be happy to, Fuyumi assures Izuku. You can ask us whenever you want, Tuya says. Izuku looks down. I know you guys are busy with hero training and stuff. What's the point of hero training if we can't help out a friend? Tuya asks, crouching down to Izuku's eye level. Izuku looks up at Tuya. Thank you, Tuya-nizan. Tuya waves him off. Hawks is doing all the hard work. Thank him. Or just keep Shudo company. That's thanks enough for us. Sho-chan is so cool, he was showing me the fireball trick you showed him the other day. Izuku says. What did he end up lighting on fire? Tuya asks. Just a small bush. He froze it before it got bad. Izuku quickly reassures them. Ice tricks, Tuya. You've got to focus on ice. Fuyumi advises him, patting him on his shoulder. I'll try, Tuya sighs, running a hand through his hair. It's a pleasant afternoon, and after a few flights, both Izuku and Shudo seem to have forgotten the earlier tears in favor of Izuku pelting Hawks with questions about his quirk until Shudo derails him by turning him on Tuya, and then it's Tuya's turn to have both children interrogating him. Still, both Hawks and him manage to answer all the questions with as much grace as they can muster, with Fuyumi occasionally distracting them from questions about more dangerous techniques by prompting Shudo to show off what he can already do, and later Natsuo drops by to help 𝐻𝐸𝐽 create the wall of ice he is attempting to show off, and by evening, they deliver a happy Izuku with a newly filled-out notebook back to the Midoriya apartment. Their mother kisses them all on the head for a job well done, and it's cute that Izuku starts a whole series of notebooks about quirks after that. It's slightly less cute that Izuku, inspired by Hawk's stories about using his feathers as swords, managed to get 𝐻𝐸𝐽 to actually create a sword out of ice. That kid's as much of a hellion as Bakugo, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 grumbles, sweeping up the ice shards from 𝐻𝐸𝐽 falling over from the weight of the sword. He's just sneakier about it. Less of a brat though, Hawks points out, not as stuck up. Sure, he's a nice kid, but one day he's going to drag 𝐻𝐸𝐽 into some fight where they're both way in over their heads, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says darkly, dumping the ice shards in the sink. And he'll help 𝐻𝐸𝐽 out of it, just like you do with me, Hawks says easily, floating up next to 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and grinning at him. Hawks is practically vibrating out of his skin with nerves as they all take the train to Shiketsu for his entrance exam, wings constantly shifting and knocking into 𝐻𝐸𝐽's face. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 has no idea how Hawks has so much excess energy, what with all the tossing and turning the other boy had been doing last night. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 had finally just told Hawks to just climb into his bed with him if that would help, even if they are both too old for it. There has been more than one awkward incident where the only reason 𝐻𝐸𝐽 did not die of embarrassment on the spot was because Hawks sleeps like the dead, and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 could rush to the bathroom before anyone was the wiser. Still, Hawks fell asleep after burying his face in the crook of 𝐻𝐸𝐽's neck, so he counts that as a win. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 pushes Hawks' wing away from his face for the 5th time. What are you so nervous about? You've never been this nervous for any of the tests your handlers put you through. Those weren't important. This is, Hawks says, gathering his wings around him like some kind of protective blanket. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 sighs and scoots closer to him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. You'll be fine, pretty bird. They let me in. Of course they're going to let you in. Hawks perks up as Fuyumi rolls her eyes across the aisle. I swear to God, Hawks, I did not get up early to get you egg salad sandwiches for you to have a nervous breakdown. You'll do fine, I'm sure. Oh my God, Fuyumi. Is that a compliment? Hawks asks cheekily. Fuyumi sniffs. Hardly, I'm just stating facts. Well, I bet Hawks is going to take first, Natsuo pipes up, just like 𝐻𝐸𝐽. He's wearing my lucky shirt after all. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 nods seriously as their mother smiles at Hawks. Breathe, Hawks. Here, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 told me to bring this for you, she says, taking a music player out of her purse and handing it to him. Hawks takes it, pops the earbuds in, hits play, listens for a few seconds before turning and grinning at 𝐻𝐸𝐽. You made a K/day playlist for me. Fuyumi picked the songs out, I just suggested it, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, glaring at his mother. She wasn't supposed to tell Hawks he made it. Thanks, Hawks says simply, leaning his head against 𝐻𝐸𝐽's shoulder. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 carefully brushes Hawks' hair away from his forehead while Fuyumi shakes her head. You made me pick Evelyn-led songs, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. I'm never going to forgive you for that. Shut up, Fuyumi, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 hisses as Hawks' grin widens and his mother laughs. One day, there's going to be like some kind of K/DA question on some kind of trivia game or something, and you're going to be so glad you had me and Hawks to educate you, Fuyumi says. Pass, I would rather fail, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, crossing his arms. Lies, you always want to win at trivia games, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, Natsuo calls out. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 nods. You won't let us change the channel when there's a trivia game on. I'm disowning all of you, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 grumbles. Ah, don't be like that, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, Hawks says, using his left wing to poke him in the cheek. You know you love us, and K/D secretly, promise I won't tell. You are the worst, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 informs Hawks, batting his wing down. As soon as you get your Shiketsu uniform hat, good luck ever finding it again. Then I'll just borrow yours, Hawks says smugly, fingers tapping on his knee with the beat of the song. This is probably sadly true. You would think Hawks' wide-eyed look would get less effective with age, but every time Hawks flutters his eyelashes at him, he caves even though he knows he's being manipulated. It's quite vexing. By the time they get to the school, Hawks looks calmer, feathers now just moving gently in the breeze, and a focused look in his eyes. Their mother gives Hawks' arm a tight squeeze. You're going to be great, Hawks. Good luck, Hawks. Natsuo cheers. Break a leg, Fuyumi says, patting Hawks on the shoulder. Or a wing. 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐼 asks, stretching his arms up so 𝐻𝐭𝐾 can reach down and give him a hug. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 gives 𝐻𝐭𝐾 a scratch between his shoulder blades. You've got this. Give me a kiss for luck. 𝐻𝐭𝐾 asks, looking cheekily up at him. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 snorts, you of all people don't need any luck. Everyone could use a little luck, 𝐻𝐭𝐾 says, tugging on his arm, gold eyes wide and dancing. Who could resist that? All right, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 says, dropping a kiss on 𝐻𝐭𝐾's forehead. They're happy. 𝐻𝐭𝐾 slaps a hand to his forehead, cheeks going red. Really, really happy. He babbles before taking off into the school. That was weird. Was this another one of those times 𝐻𝐭𝐾's mouth was just running faster than his brain? Fuyumi snorts. Do you ever get tired of being a foregone conclusion? I don't know what you're talking about, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 says, glancing at his sister. Fuyumi rolls her eyes. Honestly, how obvious. Let your brother figure stuff out on his own pace, Fuyumi. Their mother interrupts gently, sitting down on one of the benches. Mother. Their mother just gives Fuyumi a steady look, and Fuyumi sighs and crosses her arms. Fine. But if 𝐻𝐭𝐾 whines any more to me, I'm going to steal all his Evelyn merch and replace it with Ari merch. He'll retaliate worse, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 warns, and figure out what. Nothing. Fuyumi huffs, sitting next to him on the wall and pulling out a volume of Whispering Love. Here, read this. Do I have to? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 asks, looking at the cover with the brown-haired main character looking confused between a dark-haired guy and a blonde guy. I have math homework I should work on. Read this first. Fuyumi insists, shoving the volume into his hands before taking out another volume of her own and quickly becoming engrossed in it. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 flips through the manga. He's familiar with the general gist of the plot given how much Fuyumi and 𝐻𝐾 argue about it, but he really has no idea why Fuyumi wants him to read this volume in particular. Ryuzuki isn't barely even in this volume. It's mostly about Sayuri and Yakido going off on some concert, with Yakido recounting all the times they've had together, culminating in a scene where Yakido confesses to Sayuri his feelings for her. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 isn't all that impressed. It seems their whole relationship has been Yakido falling for Sayuri on sight on the first day of preschool, and while they became friends, it feels like Yakido cannot accept that Sayuri may have bigger dreams than settling down with him. What kind of love was that? Did you lose a bet with 𝐻𝐾, or are you actually a Whispering Love fan? A familiar voice drawls, Team Ryuzaki or Team Yakido? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 glances up from the manga to see Honda grinning at him. Neither, my sister wants me to read it, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 says, gesturing at Fuyumi. What are you doing here? Stayed up to make some last-minute modifications on your armor and my Ryukyu costume. Should be sturdier and lighter now, and caught some of the entrance exam. Your boy is doing really well. Most of support is already throwing punches over who gets his costume. Hell, if I wasn't graduating I'd join in, Honda muses out loud. 𝐻𝐸𝐻's mouth curves up into a smile. That's 𝐻𝐾 for you, he says with pride, shutting the volume. You two are so soppy, Honda remarks cheerfully. So, you're probably also Team Yakido like 𝐻𝐾. It's not going to be him. Right. Fuyumi jumps in, setting her own volume down. It's definitely going to be Ryuzuki. Honda shrugs. Seems like it, but personally, I'm Team Akane. Her friend. Fuyumi asks, flipping her manga to a page showing a red-haired girl talking with Sayuri. Yeah, I guess she's nice, really intimidating though sometimes. That's the best kind of girl, Honda says with a wink. Anyway, I have to head out, got job applications to send out. How's that going? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 asks. Honda shrugs. It's going I guess. Had a couple of interviews, not sure they were the best fit. But, still have some left so we'll see. Tell 𝐻𝐾 congratulations from me when he gets out. Even with Honda's reassurance, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 can't help but glance over at the school entrance every time someone comes out. Even though he brought his math homework, he's not getting any done, so he settles into tossing ball for Natsuo to spike while 𝐸𝐻 practices making ice swords under his watchful eye. Finally, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 sees the familiar gleam of blonde hair and flutter of red as 𝐻𝐾 comes out the door, and he looks a little bedraggled. A good number of his feathers are gone, but as soon as 𝐻𝐾 catches his eye, he bursts out into a big smile. In a blink of an eye, 𝐻𝐾 has zoomed over to 𝐻𝐸𝐻, thrown his arms around him, and neatly hoisted him up into the air. I got first. Hawks laughs while spinning the two of them around. Of course you did, 𝐬𝐻 says fondly, clutching on and looking over Hawks to see if he's all healed up. Congrats, pretty bird. No one deserves it more. Hawks looks radiant, eyes glowing and feathers fluttering all around them. I'm going to be at the same school as you again. Yeah, and my life as a yakisoba pan-delve boy begins again. 𝐬𝐻 mock complains, carting a hand through Hawk's hair. Hawk's mouth curves into a sly smile. No, I only want your bentos now. So spoiled? 𝐬𝐻 snarks, trying to pull his face into an unimpressed look, but Hawk's joy is infectious, so he settles for sighing and petting Hawk's head. Hawks just grins and buries his face in the crook of 𝐬𝐻's neck, and 𝐬𝐻 can't help but automatically run a hand down Hawk's back, and he can feel Hawks shiver a bit under his touch, and he wants to lean forward and tip Hawk's head back to see his eyes more clearly, and then kiss. Wait, he wants to what? Since when, with Hawks, his best friend, the one who will surpass all of them, who has such a bright future ahead of him, who doesn't need anything or anyone holding him back, who deserves the best, he has to have read way too much of Whispering Love. Or maybe his hormones have finally gotten the best of him. That must be it. He couldn't. Like he knows he loves Hawks, but surely he knows the difference between love and in love. It couldn't have been that this whole time. Hawks looks up at him, brow furrowed. Are you all right? 𝐬𝐻 nods, jerkily. Yeah, hey, get down here so we can all properly celebrate. Fuyumi cups her hands around her mouth and yells up at them. Hawks laughs and brings them down, and the rest of his family piles on, and 𝐬𝐻 has never been more thankful for them as it gives him a chance to pull away and gather his thoughts. He just needs to breathe and pull himself together. It's just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Excitement does weird things with hormones, and it's just Hawks. He just needs to just act normal. Unfortunately, it's like he opens some kind of emotional Pandora's box. It's not that he hasn't always known that Hawks is cute and pretty, but now Hawks is incandescently happy, fluttering around and eyes dancing, and 𝐬𝐻 swears he has never seen anyone so attractive in his life. That didn't even make sense. He's known Hawks for years. This shouldn't be anything new, but he doesn't think he's seen Hawks so pumped up and happy before. And the feelings don't go away even when Hawks is stuffing his face at the fried chicken place they go to celebrate at. 𝐬𝐻 manages to snark about how much grease there is as usual, but at the exact same time he wants to use a napkin to wipe Hawks' mouth and then lean in and, oh my god, what is happening? How is Hawks still so attractive to him even when he is stuffing his face? You feeling okay? Fuyumi asks, glancing at him. I'm fine, 𝐬𝐻 says stiffly, smoothing out the napkins he had clenched in his hand. How many chicken wings do you think Hawks can eat? Natsu asks, also digging away at his basket. I bet 10 baskets. Hawks shakes his head. 12. That's disgusting, Fuyumi comments, wrinkling her nose. Mahu is going to be so disappointed when I have to roll you into the training room because you're too heavy to fly or walk anymore, 𝐬𝐻 deadpants. Hawks grins, knocking their shoulders together. You won't try carrying me. You'll be too heavy for me to carry, 𝐬𝐻 says easily. It'll be good training though. Hawks points out, stealing a piece from 𝐬𝐻's basket. How are you going to replenish your fan club if you show up to Shiketsu with a face full of acne? 𝐬𝐻. Hawks shrugs, glancing up at him through his eyelashes. Well, you'll still love me, right? 𝐬𝐻 just barely manages to keep himself from flushing. Who knew all that training on temperature control would suddenly come in handy now? Yes, he says thickly before quickly shoving a pile of napkins in front of Hawks. But wipe your mouth, you're being a terrible example for Shudo. This is Hawks' day, and it's going to go perfectly, goddamn any inconvenient feelings that have suddenly popped up. He manages to muddle through okay the rest of the afternoon and evening, just focusing on Hawks recounting the exam. It was fairly similar to his own, except this time there was a canyon instead of a river, and this time the eggs could break, and Hawks had nearly been bowled over by some guy with a sound quirk. It's night when he runs into a problem because Hawks fell asleep in his bed while 𝐬𝐻 was grooming his feathers and trying to not let his fingers linger, and 𝐬𝐻 doesn't have the heart to wake him up. He tries to go and move to Hawks' bed, but Hawks has already latched onto 𝐬𝐻's arm and lets out an adorable god-damn-it noise of protest when 𝐬𝐻 tries to pull away. Well, this isn't the first time. or even the 20th time they've shared a bed, so 𝐻𝐬𝐽 draws the covers over both of them and settles in at Hawk's side. He can do this. He just needs to pretend that everything is the same and that he doesn't want to run a hand over Hawk's soft cheek or that the other boy is a brand of heat at his side. It's going to be a long night. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has never been so happy to get away from home and go on a shiketsu training camp. Hawks whines and pouts about 𝐻𝐬𝐽 leaving, but 𝐻𝐬𝐽 just ruffles Hawk's hair and promises to text him every day. Besides the night of the exam, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has managed to keep Hawks out of his bed, but still all of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's recent dreams have been gold, red, and heat, and cold showers don't work on him because he's ice-proof. He's getting close to the end of his rope here. It's good to just focus on training and figuring out how to charge up an ultra-heated fireball in his hand before releasing it in a controlled blast. They pair him up with a 2A student named KO who has a water quirk to have them do dual training, sending scorching flames against waves of water, and it is taxing. He's exhausted, but it does give him very little time to think about Hawks, besides making sure to text him in the mornings and evenings with updates about how he is doing and look through Hawk's selfies of sword training. Hawks is definitely starting to develop some muscle that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is not ogling at, definitely not, and various complaints about Fuyumi suching his posters, Shudo creating an ice platform in the middle of the street, and Natsuo stealing his fried chicken. If he always catches himself smiling by the end of these texts, well, he's always happy to hear from Hawks, no matter what. He thinks he's more or less managed to get his feelings under control. He's had 0 dreams, and that's great until about midway through the week he gets a call from Hawks. "I got in," Hawks says as soon as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 picks up. "The acceptance letter came today, and I'm in, 𝐻𝐬𝐽." "Of course you are. They'd have to be crazy not to take you," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 grins. "Good job, pretty bird." "Thanks. Wish you were here though," Hawks sighs. "Yeah, wish I was too," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 replies, looking down and trying to ignore the traitorous hammering of his heart. "Not again, but I do have something for you that might make up for that." "Oh." Hawks' voice perks up. "What is it?" "Look in my desk drawer, it's in a green envelope," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, sitting back. There's the squeak of his desk and a rustling sound, and then he hears Hawks 𝐒𝐽 in a deep breath. "𝐻𝐬𝐽, are these, no way, are these Trap Nest concert tickets? You like them?" 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, feeling his smile grow wider. He can just imagine Hawks right now, probably sitting on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's bed, wings fluttering around him, a bright, happy smile on his face, and if he was there he could run his hand through Hawks' hair and then Hawks would probably hug him, and then he could press Hawks down into the bed and his imagination just makes things worse for himself. He hates it. "Oh my God, I love them. Although does that mean you've finally seen the light?" Hawks teases. "Hardly," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snorts, clearing his throat and pointedly not thinking about how much he likes the teasing lilt Hawks' voice now has. "Don't think this means I'm giving up on converting you, but I thought I'd indulge you, just this once. I'm totally making you wear a Trap Nest shirt when we go," Hawks declares. You don't want to take someone else?" 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, hand clenching around his phone. "It's right after I get back from training camp, the timing might be tight." When he had bought the tickets, he had assumed that they would go together, but now with him being a Fing creep, maybe it would be better if Hawks went with someone else. Even if the thought of someone else using the tickets he had bought for Hawks and him makes his teeth grind. "Are you kidding me? Like I would ever pass up dragging you to a Trap Nest concert?" Hawks says. "Be prepared, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. You're not getting out of this. You're going to have an epiphany." "Sure, in your dreams," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 replies, rolling his eyes. "It's going to be amazing," Hawks purrs, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can just imagine the eating grin on his face, and he wants to kiss it. Stop, back up, not happening." 𝐻𝐬𝐽 hums. "It'll be fun with you," he manages to say in what he hopes is a non-breathy voice. "Anyway, I need to head back." "Yeah, of course, good luck 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Don't try to get knocked out so you don't have to go with me." "Someone with good taste has to go with you," 𝐻𝐬𝐽 replies before hanging up and burying his head in his hands. One call with Hawks, and all the feelings come flooding back, and this isn't good. Hawks is his best friend, and he cannot ruin that, and most importantly, Hawks needs to be with someone who isn't one flare-up away from self-immolation. Hawks needs someone who won't hold him back, and who will let him fly free. He needs some way out, and he's desperate, so when KO, after a long training session, waggles his eyebrows and suggests that they maybe do some more hands-on training. He follows him into a storeroom and lets 𝐭 pull him in and slot their mouths together. It does feel good. Like it's a pleasurable experience all around, but 𝐭's hair is blonde, but not ash blonde, and when he grips 𝐭's back, there are no feathers brushing against his fingers, and 𝐭 smells like saltwater and brine, not a feathery musk and home. God, he has it bad. Eventually he disentangles himself from a good-natured 𝐭 and makes his way back to the dorms, unsatisfied and unhappy. If it's not hormones, then would no one else do? Only to run into Sanazaki and Jinai, who crosses her arms and glares at him. What the F, Todoroki-kun? She hisses at him. He frowns. What? What? He asks. She says, rolling her eyes and pointing at his neck, as if there isn't a giant hickey on his neck. He slaps a hand over the mark 𝐭 onto his neck. God damn it. Okay, I know none of us are supposed to date, but I know half the class is messing around with each other. Jinai shakes her head. I don't know what troubles you and Hawks are having, but it is definitely not cool to cheat on him, Todoroki-kun. Tuya stares at her. What? I'm not cheating on him. We're not together. Jinai's frown deepens as she lowers her voice and glances at Sanazaki. Oh no, did you guys just break up? Is this a rebound thing? What? No, we've never been dating. Jinai purses her lips. What? That can't be right. He's always hanging all over you. Hawks is just a touchy-feely person, Tuya interrupts with a shrug. Yeah, but you aren't, and you let him hang all over you, Jinai points out. Because we've known each other for a long time, Tuya argues, I'm used to him. And also, he really likes Hawks hanging all over him, although he would rather die than say that out loud. So you guys are not a couple, Jinai says doubtfully. Yeah, Tuya says. Wait, did you guys all think this entire time? Obviously, Jinai snaps. So, are you just messing around with some guy in 2A or what? I was just messing around, and how do you know it was someone in 2A? Tuya demands. Because everyone in our class thinks you're dating Hawks. Jinai says, throwing up her hands and pointing at Sanazaki. This is so dumb, I can't deal with this. Sanazaki-kun, you handle this. Jinai zooms off, leaving just Sanazaki looking calmly at Tuya. Given how many of her duties she dumps on you, maybe you should be class representative instead, Tuya comments, leaning back against the wall. Nah, Sanazaki shakes his head with a small smile. Class representative is the heart and soul of the class, and that's definitely Jinai-chan. I just make sure the actual work gets done. Tuya laughs. Well, I'm sure you've got a lot of that to do, so I'll just head back inside. Are you really not going out? With Hawks, Todoroki-kun? Sanazaki asks, tilting his head. Why is it easier for you guys to believe that I'm in but who's cheating on Hawks than that we're not a couple? Tuya demands, glaring at Sanazaki. Neither of us think you were the type to cheat. That's probably why Jinai-chan was so sad, Sanazaki says calmly. As for you two being a couple, well, she's already listed most of the reasons, but there's also, you're softer around him, Todoroki-kun. He made you more approachable to the rest of us. He's my oldest friend, Tuya points out again, crossing his arms. And the constant smiling when you're reading his texts. Sanazaki gently prompts, we always know when you get a message from Hawks. Tuya winces. Has he always been so far gone? That's not, am I that obvious? You are a bit, Sanazaki hedges, tilting his hands side to side. It's a compare and contrast for you. But, if you two aren't going out, why haven't you asked him out, Todoroki-kun? Why haven't you asked out Jinai? Tuya shoots back. Because I'm afraid that she'll get bored of me eventually and leave, Sanazaki says quietly, not flinching from Tuya's glare. What are you afraid of, Todoroki-kun? So many things. But, Sanazaki is being honest here, and he has always respected their calm vice class rep. Such honesty deserves as clear an answer he can give in turn. I wouldn't be good for him, Tuya says, looking down at the ground. I can't. Without Honda's tech, I couldn't even be here. And plus, I know I have a temper and sometimes I get in a mood and act like his father, he fears. His worst nightmare has always been that he'll turn into his father, terrorizing those he loves. Was that better or worse than his other fear that he'll become his mother, where love became a shackle that nearly killed her? For what it's worth, Todoroki-kun, you're not the only hero here who needs a lot of support equipment, Sanazaki says quietly, and, yeah, sometimes you snap at people, but I have never seen you go overboard. And none of us have seen you be anything other than gentle with Hawks. But no one outside of their household had ever seen the way their father had treated them also. Besides, isn't it good that you acknowledge you have a temper? Sanazaki continues, isn't that half the battle to controlling it? Maybe so, but Hawks deserves better than that. Still, it is reassuring to hear that from level-headed Sanazaki. Thanks, Sanazaki, Tuya says, looking at the other boy, and you should just ask out Jinai. If she gets bored of you, then she is a fool. Sanazaki sighs, moving a hand through his green hair. Perhaps. You're not the only one who thinks that their crush could do better. But anyway, think about it. And don't mess around with Kyo-kun too much. Jinai-chan is going to make your villain lines in the play for the cultural festival even worse if she thinks you're fraternizing with 2A. Tuya stares at Sanazaki. How did you know it was Kyo? Who else have you been training with this whole week? Sanazaki says, unperturbed. Besides, he thinks you're hot, and plus, he's blonde. Not much gets past you, does it? That's why Jinai-chan keeps me around, Sanazaki says with a wry grin, clapping him on the shoulder. Anyway, it's a long day tomorrow, we better turn in. Thank God this training camp is nearly over. He doesn't even want to know what rumors are going to come out of this. He can go home to Hawks, and, well, at the very least, he can enjoy a concert with him. Tuya has only just gotten home and managed to change into a Blast t-shirt when he hears Hawks barreling up the stairs, and before he knows it, the bedroom door is flung open and Hawks has leaped into his arms. Welcome home, Tuya, he chirps, hugging him tight. Hey, it's good to be home, Tuya says, breathing in Hawks' familiar scent before catching himself and pulling back a bit, only to be confronted by the sight of Hawks' golden eyes rimmed in coal black. Are you wearing eyeliner? Yeah, Honda showed me how to do it right, Hawk says with a big grin, standing back and flicking his ear that Tuya just noticed now have earrings on them. And look, the piercings healed up just in time for the concert. Are those my earrings? Tuya asks, looking at the silver rings among the gold Hawks has and pointedly not thinking about how much he likes the thought of that. Hawks nods. 2R. Don't worry, I sterilized them before I put them in. How do I look? Hot, he nearly blurts out before just barely managing to shove those words back. Great, really good, he manages to say, reaching out a hand to touch Hawks' ear before holding himself back. It really suits you. Hawks flushes with a pleased smile on his face. Thanks, and, oh my god, Tuya, what are you wearing? He plucks at Tuya's t-shirt. You can't wear that. You'll get eaten alive at the concert. Fine, fine, Tuya sighs, opening his drawer and stripping off his Blast t-shirt, although really if they can't handle the truth that Blast is just better, definitely making you eat your words before the night is done, Hawk says, grabbing a black t-shirt out of Tuya's drawer and tugging it over Tuya's head. You're going to see that. Wait, is that a hickey? Goddammit, it had faded, but Hawks was too close. Tuya tugs the t-shirt down, knocking Hawks' jabbing hands away. Maybe. Anyway, we better get going. Who did you make out with? Hawks demands, his eyes narrowed and wings flapping erratically. Are you going out with someone now? Why do you always think I'm going out with someone? Tuya asks, placing a hand on his neck. No, look, it was just some guy from 2A. We were just messing around, blowing off steam. You know how it is. Oh, Hawks says, looking down. I mean, I haven't before, so I don't really know. See, Hawks looks upset. Is Hawks jealous that he's made out with a guy while Hawks hasn't? That's an easy problem to rectify, like he would be more than happy to give Hawks some experience. That is such a sleazy thought. That's terrible. What's something a normal friend? What's it? Hey, it's not like I have that much experience either, Tuya mutters, unable to suppress the heat crawling up his cheeks. You've got time, Hawks. You can do things at your own pace. When you're 16, 18, whenever, you can make out with whoever you want to. Hawks looks at Tuya, wings stretching out to brush against Tuya's arms and cheek. So you're saying that when I'm 18 I'll finally count as not a kid. I mean, I guess. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, raising an eyebrow and ignoring the sudden clench in his stomach at the thought of some careless guy with his hands all over Hawks. I doubt I could stop you from doing whatever you want. They stand in silence for several seconds before Hawks sighs and grabs 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand. Okay 𝐻𝐬𝐽. I'm holding you to it, so let's get going, hot stuff. Hot stuff. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 repeats bemusedly, allowing himself to be tugged out of the room by Hawks. Honda says that's your nickname in the 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 group chat. Hawks replies, a grin appearing on his face again. What the F? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, mentally making a note to glare at 𝐺𝐸. It was definitely her fault. He can feel it. Hawks shrugs, looking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽 over his shoulder. I don't know, I think it's fitting. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can feel himself flush. What? Fuyumi says that if I catch you guys cursing where 𝐻𝐻𝐻 can hear, I get to skip cleaning the bathroom for a week? Natsuo says, walking by while munching on a pork bun. Like you don't curse as well, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, giving Natsuo a light shove. We can totally tell Fuyumi who told 𝐻𝐻𝐻 to call Bakugo a shithead. Hawks chimes in, floating up to rest an arm on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's shoulder while grinning at Natsuo. Oh come on, that was great, Natsuo complains. Anyway, have a good time at the concert. Make sure to take pictures of Raira for me. And a picture of 𝐻𝐬𝐽 realizing how good Trap Nest actually is, and that you can be a fan of both them and Blast. Not going to happen, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, pointing at Natsuo. Hawks laughs and slings an arm around Natsuo's shoulder. It totally will, don't worry. And I'll get you Raira merch. Thanks Hawks bro. Natsuo says with a wave. The concert itself is better than 𝐻𝐬𝐽 expected. Even though he is still a die-hard Blast fan, he has to admit that some of Trap Nest's songs are catchy. It doesn't help that Hawks is happily snuggling him and singing, "Baby, My Wish on a Wing," directly into his ear either. The merch lines weren't too bad and he had saved enough to buy the Raira merch Natsuo wanted along with a photo book for Hawks, and he would swear that he thought he saw Blast's lead singer, Nana, there in the crowd as well. You're just saying that to make yourself feel better for betraying Blast. Hawks laughs as they walk back home. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 shakes his head, dodging the feather that Hawks is using to try and set a Trap Nest wristband on him. No, I'm serious, she was with a brown-haired girl, and it really looked like her. Whatever makes you feel better, 𝐻𝐬𝐽, Hawks says, floating up and knocking their shoulders together. So, glad you came with me. I wouldn't have gone with anyone else, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says honestly. Hawks beams at him, his left wing stretching out and curling around 𝐻𝐬𝐽's shoulder. Because I'm your favorite, right? More than Hawks even knows. Yeah, pretty bird, you're my favorite, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says indulgently, reaching out and ruffling Hawks' hair. Hawks' smile widens, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can feel his heart beat faster. He wants, but he's not about to ruin this. Don't know why you're a Takumi fan instead of a Ren fan though, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, looking away. Hawks snorts. Ren is good, but kind of generic. Takumi's the leader of the band and works so hard. And he's got bad boy appeal. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snorts. What's the point of that? Hawks glances over at him, a smile playing on his lips. Well, it definitely works for some people. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 makes a mental note to thoroughly investigate any boy Hawks dates. And it's not because of any bubbling jealousy he feels at the thought. Okay fine, maybe it is a little, but the more important point is that he doesn't trust anyone fronting as some sort of edgy bad boy, like it's something to be proud of. Hawks should be treasured, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 will be demed if he lets someone who doesn't appreciate that go with Hawks. The rest of the year passes by pretty well. With the provisional hero license exam going swimmingly, he will admit that ganging up on you in the first round was pretty fun, Natsuo winning the majority of his middle school volleyball tournaments, Fuyumi being accepted into Fukurodani High School, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 at long last developing better aim with his fire and ice, Hawks becoming fairly proficient with using his feathers as a sword, training missions with Miho growing more interesting most of the time. It's still surveillance, but sometimes Miho needs to get close to get some BLD or hair from a target, so she uses herself as bait, sidling up to the target and smiling while her eyes go cold, and Hawks and him usually play distraction, and the play his class puts on for the cultural festival being well received, even if he got cast as a hammy villain. None of you can escape my dastardly scheme. Long have I toiled and created a mad bouquet of darkness. Who wrote this? I told you Jinai-chan was going to punish you. Ugh. Cheer up, I'm sure Honda-senpai has a good costume for you. Honda and Hawks of course love it, with Honda essentially making him wear a male version of the Demon Evelyn cosplay costume she had created, and Hawks taking far too many pictures and posing with 𝐻𝐸𝐽 by dramatically flinging himself across his chest. Why am I not wearing a shirt under this jacket? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 asks, plucking at the plunging opening of the black jacket he had on. Fan service, Honda replies, not even bothering to look up from her tablet where she was recalibrating the flame grenades for the play. Didn't you say fanservice armor was dumb? Fanservice armor in actual combat situations is dumb. Fanservice at a cultural festival play is just good for business. Plus, it's a chance to show off my new and improved cooling system with just the jacket. Don't complain, you're wearing more than I usually wear when I cosplay Demon Evelyn, Honda says, glancing over at Hawks. Hawks, tell him he looks hot so he stops messing with my design. You look hot, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, Hawks says obligingly with a gleam in his eyes as he runs a finger down the edge of 𝐻𝐸𝐽's collar, and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 wills himself to not shiver under Hawks' touch. And if 𝐻𝐸𝐽 finds himself still staring at Hawks too long, with inappropriate thoughts and dreams still always worming their way into his mind, not helped by Hawks constantly touching him and making unconsciously flirty comments, well, Hawks has always done that, and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 knows that Hawks doesn't actually know what he's doing, and even if he did, pointless to think about, Hawks doesn't, and that's that. But even if he did, well, it has always been 𝐻𝐸𝐽's job to attempt to correct Hawks' shitty taste, and this would be no exception. If he goes through enough training dummies that both his Shiketsu teachers and Mahou are raising their eyebrows, well at least his control and his attacks are improving. Mahou seems especially pleased by the way he can now target different weak points of a person's body with his flames, and it feels like every week when he shows up with training with Hawks, she's there smiling and telling him about how great it would be for him to intern with her team. It'll be a flexible schedule, I'll make sure of that. There's training and a stipend, and you'll get to see Hawks pretty often. He has to admit that it's not a bad offer, the pay is competitive and by that he means actually existent, which is rare. Mahou has always been an attentive if brisk teacher, and it would be nice to be able to keep an eye on Hawks. On the other hand though, he has never been sure of Mahou's own agenda. Somehow she has enough authority to ignore Arakawa's orders to have Hawks do more intense training with, as far as he can tell, nary a consequence. And he also has internship offers from Gunhead, Rocklock, and even Ryukyu, which would be better if he actually wanted to go pro. He's leaning towards Ryukyu, just graduated and she's already in the top 20, and he hears that she's very level-headed for being a former teenage superstar. When the day before summer break, he gets a letter in a dark blue and black envelope from his homeroom teacher. He opens it up to see the logo of Endeavor's hero agency emblazoned at the top. And what the F is this? Is this some kind of bullshit attempt at reconciliation or something? Does he think that 𝐻𝐸𝐽 has forgotten the hell he put all of them through? Does he think that just because 𝐻𝐸𝐽 can talk Shudo through training now without shaking, that just because he hasn't heard his mother cry in years, that he can just, pretend all that never happened just by offering him a place at the table? Like hell. And even if it's meant as some kind of, he doesn't know, some kind of acknowledgement of his abilities, he hates that there's a part of him that wants that. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, come on, I want to take a pictures on the roof, what's wrong? Hawks asks as he bounds into the room and skids to a halt by 𝐻𝐸𝐽's desk. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 wordlessly hands him the letter, and Hawks scans it over, letting out a hiss. Did he send it to the school? Yeah, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, an ugly chuckle rasping out of his throat. Looks like the only time the old man would lower himself to contact Shiketsu is to send a message to me, huh? What are you going to do? Hawks asks, watching him closely. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 shrugs. I kind of want to set it on fire, but he won't see that. Maybe I should write FU on it and send it back. You can do whatever the F you want to do, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, Hawks says firmly. Who the F does he think he is? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 spits out, feeling his fire starting to instinctively come to life around his hands and arms. Does he think that, it's been almost 5 years now, so all is forgiven and forgotten? He hasn't done Fing anything to earn our forgiveness. He probably still wants a Fing successor to topple goddamn All Might. He must be really desperate if he is asking for the Fing failure. You're not a failure, you're the best person I know, and, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, stop, you're going to burn up. Hawks yells, grabbing at 𝐻𝐸𝐽's shoulders as blue flames lick his hands. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 pulls back immediately shit, shaking his head and canceling his quirk, wincing at the burning sensation around his arms. You idiot, don't get close. I could burn you. You'd never hurt me, 𝐻𝐬𝐽, Hawk says simply, looking him dead in the eye and using his wings to wrap around them. I just did, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snaps, grabbing Hawk's hands and looking them over. You snapped out of it as soon as I touched you. I'm fine, Hawk says, stretching his slightly red fingers. Are you okay? I should be asking you that. You can't just jump in like that, Hawks. You were hurting and I helped. Isn't that what heroes are supposed to do? Hawks demands, eyes blazing. 𝐻𝐬𝐽's breath catches as if he couldn't love Hawks more. Thank you, but next time throw an ice grenade at me or something. You'll have to give me one then to have on hand, Hawk says with a small grin. But seriously, are you okay? Do you want me to, I don't know, do you want to talk about it or not? Do you want to just sneak onto the roof to get away from everyone? Or do you want to just sit here, and I can say random SHT or… 𝐻𝐬𝐽 hangs his head. I just wish there was an obvious right way to respond to this. Hawks gently reaches out and rubs the back of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's neck. Do you want to ask your mom? She doesn't need to see this SHT, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says automatically, shaking his head. No. She's suffered enough from him. His mother is stronger than she looks and stronger than she was, this much he knows now, but he still thinks he should spare her this pain. Okay, Hawk says, floating up so that he can touch his forehead to 𝐻𝐬𝐽's. I think, however you choose to respond is your choice, and everyone should respect that. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 closes his eyes, leaning into Hawks and trying to even out his breathing. Okay. He's here, Hawks is here, and his father is nowhere close to here. Hawk's wings are brushing against his head and back and all around him, and if anywhere is safe, it's here. Eventually, his breathing slows down and his heart stops racing, and he opens his eyes to see Hawk's golden eyes still peering at him worriedly. They're so close. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 coughs, drawing back and running a hand over his face in an attempt to hide his flushed cheeks. You wanted to go onto the roof for pictures. Hawks nods, smiling at him and grabbing his hand. Yeah, I want to commemorate the start of my high school career right at the top. Attempt to princess carry me, and I will push you off the roof, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, grabbing the letter and stuffing it into his bag. Hawks just smirks, hovering up so he can sling an arm around 𝐻𝐬𝐽's shoulders. Oh come on, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. It's like tradition at this point. It definitely is not. Hey guys, hate to interrupt the love fest. Wanted to remind you to take pictures of Ryukyu's dragon form if you take her offer, but why the long face, Dabi? Honda asks, rapping on the edge of the door frame and coming into the classroom. I'll still be maintaining your stuff in covert ops. I can't believe that's the job offer you went with. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 grumbles. Honda is a MSTR class support technician, and any company would be lucky to have her, but he can't escape the nagging thought that Mahu had made the offer precisely to make her offer to 𝐻𝐬𝐽 more appealing. What can I say? Cutting-edge tech, people definitely using my stuff, my own lab, 600 square feet, can you believe it? Honda says, gesturing around the room, and Hex said that I get the patent and trademarks for everything I make, provided that if I want to take anything public I have to run it by her first. And she said she'll eviscerate anyone that tries to take credit for my work. That doesn't terrify you? Honda shrugs. I mean, she was smiling when she said that. I feel like that makes it worse. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 shudders. He's noticed Mahu has the unnerving trait that the more set-off she gets, the wider her smiles get as well. I don't know, Honda says contemplatively. It's kind of hot actually. Ugh, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, pulling a face. Same, gross, Hawk says, sympathetically patting 𝐻𝐬𝐽 on the back. She's our teacher. Correction, she's your teacher? Although yeah, I guess she's my boss now, but either ways, I still have eyes. Honda argues. Eyes that she can hex, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out, but anyway, congrats on graduating, Honda. Thanks. I'm going to miss having your edgy but lurking around. Honda laughs, reaching up and patting him on the head. 𝐻𝐬𝐽's not going to say it, but he's going to miss having you around too, Hawk's mock whispers to Honda. He already asked Mahu where your lab is. Ah, Honda says, placing a hand on her chest. I'm touched. Don't be, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 mutters, batting Honda's hand away. I'm going to need upgraded bracers to handle your flame walls. I know, Honda says with a nod before turning to Hawks and rummaging around in her bag. And I'm still sad I won't get to work on your gear, but I did manage to find someone suitable, I think. Rin-chan is quiet and shy, but she's very good, and that's coming from me, she says, handing him some transfer paperwork. Hawks flips through the pages and nods. If you're recommending her, I'm sure she's good. She is, but I couldn't resist. A gift for a fellow K/DA fan, Honda says with wink, taking a visor and a set of headphones out of her bag and proffering them to Hawks. You had a lot of issues with that guy with the sound quirk during your entrance exam. Thought I'd give you a little support. Ah, Honda, thanks. Hawks says, taking the equipment. I'll be sure to take your Rin-chan under my wing as well. 𝐻𝐬 groans. You guys feed off of each other. I should never have introduced you two. Too late, Hawks says with a grin, sticking the visor on his head and earphones around his neck. Now let's go to the roof. Sadly, Hawks does manage to once again get a Princess Carrie photo with 𝐻𝐬, just by swooping in on him unawares while he was discussing what the new bracers need with Honda. Given what happened last time, after he has burned a giant F off on the Endeavor offer letter and posted it, 𝐻𝐬 checks Hawks' middle school uniform that night, but all the buttons are still there, including his own, still stitched in neatly. It's stupid for him to be reassured by that. Of course Hawks doesn't have anyone that special. He's so busy, when would he have time? He quickly folds up Hawks' uniform and sets it back in the drawer before he can run his fingers across the stitches and act even more like some lovelorn shoujo manga protagonist. The internship with Ryukyu is, well, to be completely honest, it's kind of a bust. It's not Ryukyu's fault. She's perfectly nice and welcoming, calmly directing him in both training and in battle, rising up like an avenging angel in her dragon form when any villain dares to hurt any of her sidekicks, and only occasionally distracted by shiny things. It's just that, outside of patrols and battles and investigation, there's also the commercial side of pro-hero work that Ryukyu has to frequently attend to. As a rising star, she's constantly in demand for ads, modeling work, sponsorships, and interviews, and that wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact that the 2 weeks she takes off from all that work to thoroughly investigate an orphanage that's rumored to be abusive, she falls from the top 20, and her manager tells her to get back in the public eye and do a modeling job or something. It leaves a bad taste in 𝐻𝐬's mouth. He has always known that appearances count for a lot in hero work, but shouldn't the work count more? A bright point during that mess is that Hawks is a hit at shiketsu, just like 𝐻𝐬 expected. He is already the subject of shouting matches and hair-pulling in the management department, and Hakamata Rin gets a lot of glares from the support department for managing to poach Hawks. He's not sure how that girl is holding up in that hostile environment given that she seems about as timid as she is brilliant. Squeaking and hiding behind her own inventions every time he stops by to see Hawks. She's just intimidated by you, Hawks says, waving his hand. I think it's the piercings. You have them too, 𝐻𝐬 points out, flicking one of the silver earrings in Hawks' ear and ignoring the satisfied feeling it gives him. Yeah, but I didn't follow it up with a nose piercing like you, Hawks says, reaching out and poking at 𝐻𝐬's nose. What are you even going to do during flu season? Take it out and hope for the best, 𝐻𝐬 replies, batting Hawks' fingers away. But hold on, if she's intimidated by me, how is she even dealing with her department? Well, I can't say her classmates are nice to her, but I think they do cut her some slack since she is Best Jeanist niece. Hawks says, Best Jeanist is going to sue you for copyright if you show up in an all-jean costume, 𝐻𝐬 warns. Hawks motions 𝐻𝐬 closer before mock whispering, it's a secret, but she thinks jeans are lame. No, 𝐻𝐬 gasps just to see Hawks grin. Has she been disowned? I don't think she's told her uncle yet, Hawks says, holding up a warm-looking coffee-colored coat, although the bird's going to be out of the bag soon. Look, she made this fluffy flame-proof coat for me, it's great. You going to be in a lot of fire? 𝐻𝐬 asks, running a hand over the coat. It's really soft. I spar with you all the time, huh? I thought I'd let you go more all out, Hawks replies easily, placing the coat on the back of his chair. So, Mahu's been asking how your internship with Ryukyu went. What do you want me to tell her? 𝐻𝐬 sighs, bracing his palms against the desk and leaning forward. I don't know, he admits. I feel like I didn't like it, but maybe I just didn't give it enough of a chance. It's not good that her manager made her drop that investigation though, Hawks argues. That's pretty shitty. Yeah, 𝐬𝐻 sighs, reaching out a hand and touching Hawks' head. Make sure you pick out a decent manager, Hawks. I'll wait until they stop mobbing me every time they see me, Hawks says with a roll of his eyes, smiling up at 𝐬𝐻. But, seriously 𝐬𝐻? Do you want to do the whole ranked hero thing? That's what the heroics course is mostly all about, and that's what he's been training for this whole time, but he could help people in other ways with this same training, can't he? He doesn't have to play the game if he doesn't want to. Honestly, I'm not into it, 𝐬𝐻 admits. Like, no one can deny that All Might deserves his position, I guess, but others aren't as deserving. And optics is everything. And with enough money and power, you can make the optics fit whatever story you want, like with his father. Yeah, but 𝐼's team wouldn't have that, Hawks says. That's true, but 𝐼's team consists of her, son Kyoko, the unflappable medic who goes by Rogue and is about as equally terrifying as 𝐼, Honda, a support guy from you, whose name is Fujioka Ken but who Honda affectionately calls by his gamer handle Immortal Scion, and Kubo Katsu, who is technically in charge, but just seems to RBB stamp whatever 𝐼 puts in front of him and call it a day. Kubo couldn't care less about anything that doesn't have to do with golf, so the push to expand the team must be coming from 𝐼, but for what? She's argued that she needs someone with long-range abilities, but then why has all her recruiting efforts been directed at him and not at all at Hawks? 𝐼 has her own agenda with her team, and I still don't know what it is, 𝐬𝐻 replies. Hawks frowns. I still think you're being a bit paranoid, but maybe, I don't know. She plays her cards close to her chest. More like, none of us even know if she's playing cards or chess. Still, she's got a more involved mission she wants both of us on soon. I don't know, maybe she'll give us an idea of what she's planning, 𝐬𝐻 says, drawing back and sitting on Hawks' chair. Yeah, you think we'll have to run distraction again? Ooh, or maybe this time she'll let us be the bait. Hawks suggests, as he perches on his desk and kicks his legs back and forth. 𝐬𝐻 shakes his head. No way, she's been pretty consistent about making sure she's the only one the targets pin their interest on. Although, I don't know why they can't see the murder in her eyes. Probably because they're not looking at her eyes, Hawks says dryly. But yeah, I think she's trying to look out for us in her own way. Maybe you should ask her about it. She'll definitely use it as a chance for another sales pitch, 𝐬𝐻 groans. As if I don't already know most of it. Better pay, possibly more flexible hours, and the chance to make a difference in circumstances that aren't glamorous enough for pro heroes to look at. Hawks looks down, wings quietly curling around him. Yeah. You don't think that it's dumb or selfish of me to try and become a ranked hero? What? 𝐬𝐻 frowns, leaning forward to try and catch Hawks' eye. No, I didn't mean you. You actually genuinely do care about helping people, and you're definitely going to be ranked hero, pretty bird, and you deserve the title more than anyone. Hawks bites his lip. Thanks, but would that really count as my own effort? The Hero Commission has always been in charge of my training, and they're already talking about marketing and funding something for me, and they should, 𝐬𝐻 says fiercely, placing a hand on Hawks' shoulder. Yeah, you're going to get a boost from them, but if you need some support to help others, there's no shame in that. Besides, without your own efforts, it wouldn't work anyway. Hawks looks up, placing his hand over 𝐬𝐻's. You say that, but they say I was meant to be a hero. If anyone is, it's Hawks. That's one point that he has never disagreed with the Hero Commission on. And that bothers you. I don't. I feel like I'm faking it most of the time, Hawks says quietly, pulling his legs up so that he can curl in on himself, just acting the way I think a hero is supposed to act. I feel like that's how all heroes are, 𝐬𝐻 says, standing up to draw closer to Hawks. Real. They try their best to be kind and generous, and in the end, they just are. Hawks tilts his head. You really think that, 𝐬𝐻? I think that you have always tried so hard, and I doubt that's going to change, 𝐬𝐻 says, running his other hand through Hawks' wing. I believe in you. Always have, and always will, and if there is anything 𝐬𝐻 is sure of, it's that Hawks will always work too hard and move too fast in order to try and help as many people in as many ways as he can. And you'll be with me the whole way? Hawks asks, looking up at 𝐻𝐬 through his lashes. It would be so easy, wouldn't it, to just lean forward and kiss Hawks' worries away. That's dumb, that wouldn't calm him down, that would freak him out. It's unfair how good Hawks looks when he isn't even trying. Hawks had teased him about how handsome he was in that one ad he did with Ryukyu for some board game where she turned into a dragon and he provided the flames and had to pose in the background as one of her henchmen, with him saying that everyone was going to buy the game just for the mysterious hot guy in the corner. However, 𝐻𝐬 is as sure that no one is buying the game for him as he is sure Hawks is going to have ad agencies fighting tooth and nail for him, much like the Shiketsu manager students are currently busy doing. Have to keep trying to give you better taste, don't I? 𝐻𝐬 says, flicking the edge of Hawks' feathers and stepping back. Hawks snorts, leaning forward. I don't know, since Blast's lead singer is now dating Ren, shouldn't you acknowledge? She's definitely taking pity on him, 𝐻𝐬 argues, crossing his arms. Oh yeah, because nothing says pity like putting a lock on your boyfriend's neck, Hawks says, making air quotes with two of his feathers that break off. It's for the aesthetic, 𝐻𝐬 says. She should totally pick Yasu or her roommate instead. Oh, Rin-senpai, come in, Hawks interrupts, waving at the brown-haired girl who was carefully peering into the classroom. Hakamata looks uncertainly at 𝐻𝐬. I can come back if you and Todoroki-senpai are busy. You're not interrupting anything important. We can continue this argument at home, 𝐻𝐬 replies, picking up his bag to leave. Oh, and Honda told me to say hello to you. Hakamata's cheeks go pink as she ducks her head. Honda-senpai said that. How is she? Doing well. I think she won a cosplay competition recently or something. Hakamata nods eagerly. I saw the photos for that. Her Ryukyu costume was amazing, especially when she turned into a dragon, and she looked so pretty. I really appreciated her look. Please don't tell her I said that. No worries, 𝐻𝐬 says, raising an eyebrow that was probably more words than Hakamata has ever managed to string together around him. I'll just get going now. See you at the civics library, 𝐻𝐬. Hawks waves as 𝐻𝐬 leaves. It turns out the more involved mission Mahou wants the two of them on is a Yakuza boss who is believed to have connections to even bigger fish, and they're supposed to set up surveillance devices in the club the Yakuza boss likes to frequent while Mahou distracts him and grabs a sample of his BLD. So the good news is that present Mike is DJing at the club and has gotten us access. The bad news is that Takemoto has a taste for stealing girls from their boyfriends, so we're going to be joined by one extra guy, Mahou says, pinning an abnormally sharp hair ornament in her artfully messy updo. You don't want one of us pretending to be your boyfriend. Hawks says with a grin, gesturing between him and 𝐻𝐬. Mahou snorts, applying crimson-red lipstick. We're going to be lucky if neither of you get carded, let alone manage to convince a Yakuza boss we're in a committed relationship. Plus, our target isn't going to be attracted to some cougar with a boy toy. He wants to nab some hot guy's pretty arm candy. No, I need you guys on the surveillance devices. Dabi, you take the cameras and some of Hawk's feathers and stick them in likely spots. Hawks, you hang out and make sure no one is watching Dabi and use your feathers to stealthily calibrate all the cameras right. So who's the unlucky hot guy that's going to have his arm candy stolen? 𝐻𝐬. Mahou shrugs, hiding some needles in the folds of her hot breeds and rearranging her black and gold lace bustier top so that the neckline plunges lower. Present Mike said he'd find someone suitable, so we'll see. Should be fine. He's supposed to meet us here, and then we'll all head over. Hey, Mahou-kun, a tall, well-built man with dark hair and oddly arrow-shaped eyebrows raps on the doorframe of the library. Long time no see. Ida-kun. Mahou smiles and then tries to cross her arms in front of her chest. What are you doing here? Hizashi sent me, Ida says with a grin stepping in. Heard you needed someone to get stolen away from. Oh, but won't Tayama-san not like that, Ida-kun? Mahou asks, frowning. I don't want to get you in trouble for, no, Mimiko and I broke up, Ida says, rubbing the back of his neck. What? Mahou asks. I'm sorry about that, Ida-kun. Do you really want to do a mission like this when you just... It's fine. We've been growing apart for some time, Ida says, with a wave of his hand. Think it's been about a week now. Sorry I didn't text you about it. Got caught up in a case. You don't... Obviously you have no obligation to tell me anything, 𝐻𝐻 says with a nervous laugh, and it doesn't sound like she's acting like she's done for marks in the past. But, are you sure you want to? It's not a fun role. I know. I want to, 𝐬𝐫 says quickly before looking away. Although, if you're not comfortable with it, do you want me to call someone else? Maybe Aizawa-kun? No, 𝐻𝐻 says immediately, shaking her head. No, I mean the only person worse at acting than Hisashi is Shoyuta. And plus, I don't want Hisashi being jealous and distracting during the mission. That's true, 𝐬𝐫 laughs. You remember that time we put on that play, and Aizawa-kun was supposed to be the helpful monk. He was so monotone, 𝐻𝐻 say with a fond smile. But then again, we were all badly cast. I definitely was really bad at being the henchman, but I always thought you were pretty good as the princess, 𝐬𝐫 says, glancing at her. I really liked your character. What is happening? Tsuya hisses at Hawks as 𝐻𝐻's cheeks seem to flush as she covers her mouth with her hand and laughs. He is used to 𝐻𝐻 being terrifying and mysterious, not whatever this is. I don't know, but it's great, Hawks says, eyes darting back and forth between the pair as though he's 5 minutes away from breaking out popcorn to just watch. Oh, 𝐻𝐻 says, turning to them, let me introduce you guys. This is 𝐬𝐫 Tensei, otherwise known as Ingenium. 𝐬𝐫-kun, this is Todoroki Tsuya, 𝐬𝐵, and Takami Kigo, 𝐬𝐻awks. Pleased to meet you, Tsuya says, shaking 𝐬𝐫's hand. The turbo hero Ingenium is known as a dependable, stalwart hero, with as many as 60 sidekicks in his agency. Tsuya had always wondered how the 𝐬𝐫 family had managed to consistently have descendants with engine quirks though. He can't decide whether it's better or worse that apparently his father never thought to ask them. Pleased to meet you guys too, 𝐬𝐫 says with a big grin, shaking both of their hands. 𝐻𝐻-kun talks a lot about you too. Hopefully just good things, Hawks says with a sly grin, looking between 𝐬𝐫 and 𝐻𝐻. So, you guys were high school classmates. Yeah, and let me tell you, you guys are very lucky to have 𝐻𝐻-kun as your teacher, 𝐬𝐫 says warmly. She's given me a run for my money a few times, and I think her and Aizawa-kun's sports festival match is still used for hand-to-hand combat demonstration purposes. You never showed us that video, Tsuya says, looking at 𝐻𝐻. Yeah, we want to see. Hawks whines. He's nullifying my quirk the entire time, so it's not really that interesting, 𝐻𝐻 says, waving her hand dismissively. We just wail on each other for a while. It was brutal, 𝐬𝐫 says. Knockdown, drag-out fight. Very impressive. I can definitely find a copy for you guys. We'd appreciate it. Hawks chirps. Also, since you guys know each other so well, what other stories do you have about 𝐻𝐻? 𝐬𝐫's grin widens. Oh, well, did you guys know that back in high school she also worked part-time at a cat cafe, and, oh, look at the time, let's go, 𝐻𝐻 says quickly, grabbing the bag of surveillance devices from the table and handing it to Tsuya. Hide these in your pockets with some of Hawk's feathers and try to stay out of sight. We'll try to keep all eyes pinned on us anyway. I will attempt to be as dramatic as possible, 𝐬𝐫 says wryly. So, should I call you Megumi or is there a fake name I should be using? Let's just keep it to first names. They're generic enough, and it'll be easier for you to respond naturally to them, 𝐬𝐫 Tensei. 𝐻𝐻 corrects herself, placing a hand on her pink cheek. 𝐬𝐫 beams. All right, 𝐻𝐻, Megumi. Hawks looks like Christmas has arrived on the back of a giant fried chicken, his wings beating excitedly. We'll be sure to give you guys as much space as you need. 𝐻𝐻 gives Hawks a narrow-eyed look while 𝐬𝐫 carefully wraps a hand around her waist, and Tsuya quickly grabs Hawks to spin him around to get at the smallest of his feathers and to prevent him from getting hexed. What are you doing? He hisses, spreading out Hawks' left wing so he can see Hawks' pin feathers. Giving them a push, Hawks whispers back, detaching 10 pin feathers into Tsuya's hands. She's going to give you a push off the roof if you keep this up, Tsuya warns, carefully tucking the feathers into the inside pocket of his jacket with the feather Hawks had originally given him. Hawks shrugs. Not much of a threat to me, really. The club itself is noisy and dimly lit, making it easy for him and Hawks to slip into the corners of the space. 𝐻𝐻 transforms as soon as they walk into the club, clinging to 𝐬𝐫's arm, batting her eyelashes, and speaking with a breathy voice, and Tsuya's seen this act a few times, so that part isn't that weird. but the softness in her eyes when she looks at Ida definitely is. Ida, for his part, seems to take it all in stride, his smile fond as he tucks Mahou closer to him and leans down to whisper in her ear. The two of them tear up the dance floor, attracting Takemoto's notice, and he sends a drink and an invitation to come up to the VIP level to Mahou, who accepts. Ida does a very good impression of a jealous boyfriend, mouth tight and fists clenched as he heads to the bar and broods over a drink while staring up at Mahou, giggling loudly and pretty much in Takemoto's lap. With Takemoto's attention definitely pinned to Mahou and Takemoto's bodyguards all pretty much focused on Ida, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 manages to stick the pinhole cameras and bugs all over the club, and Hawks wiggles the old feather he gave 𝐻𝐭𝐲 and flashes him a smile from one of the upper levels to let him know that he's managed to activate and calibrate all of them as well. There's a couple of skeevy-looking guys hanging around Hawks, so 𝐻𝐭𝐲 goes up there and grabs Hawks by the hand while glaring at the creepy men. He stomps on the stupid instinct to growl out, "Back off, he's mine," because Hawks isn't. And he needs to remember that before going up to present Mike and telling him to play the 𝐾/D song Mahou chose as the signal for mission accomplished. Hawks is extremely cheerful, swinging their hands back and forth and managing to get an autograph from present Mike before the two of them head over to the alleyway Mahou told them to meet up at. "Good job, you two," Mahou says to them as they walk up, clicking her cell phone closed. "Honda says everything is online and working, so we'll be able to monitor and eavesdrop to our heart's content now." 𝐻𝐭𝐲 nods. "Everything good on your end?" Mahou takes out a tiny vial of BLD from the waves of her hair and flashes her arm where a phone number has been scribbled on. "Not only do we have his BLD, we even have his personal phone number," she says dryly, rubbing her bare arms in the cold. "I'll just have to write it down before I take a very long shower. A nice, long, hot shower." "Are you cold?" Ida asks worriedly, taking off his own blue jacket and draping it across Mahou's shoulders. "You always get cold so easily here." Mahou blinks up at him. "What? No, Tensei Ida-kun, now you're going to be cold." "I'll be fine, I need to run back to the office anyway," Ida says, stretching and smiling down at Mahou. "Can't dump all the work on my poor sidekicks after all." Thank you for helping us out then, but how am I going to get this back to you?" Mahou asks, curling her hand at the collar of the too big jacket. "Happy to help, it was fun dancing with you, and just give it back next time you see me," Ida replies with a pat on her shoulder that seems to linger a bit too long. "So now, you can't keep skipping meetups with all of us." All right," Mahou says softly, gathering the coat around her more firmly. "I'll try." "Good," Ida says, stepping back and looking her over. "Although really, it looks good on you," he says before leaping up the wall and taking off. Hawks coughs. "Well, that was super smooth. Susu, Ida-san seems really nice." Mahou JRKs her head from where she was watching Ida parkour across the rooftops to pin Hawks with a look. "Before you continue, Hawks, remember that we have a sword training session tomorrow and maybe I think you need to do more lunges. Like a whole hour's worth." Hawks considers this, his wing knocking away the elbow. 𝐻𝐭𝐲 tries to jab into his side. Worth it. "So, will this count as your first date when you guys start going out or not? Because I mean you two were getting pretty hot and heavy on the dance floor, but on the other hand, it got interrupted by the actual mission, so we're not going to go out so you can stop speculating," Mahou snaps, leading them out of the alley. What? Hawks asks, dodging away from 𝐻𝐭𝐲's attempt to step on his foot. "He already did the whole boyfriend jacket thing with you, and you obviously like him, so Ida-kun is a very kind guy who just got out of a relationship," Mahou says, a sharp smile appearing on her face that's more like the baring of teeth. "He's also the Ida family heir and the leader of Team Ida 10, and he's the kind of white knight of a hero that deserves someone as nice and sweet as he is." And he wouldn't know what to say to that even if he wanted to talk right now, which he definitely doesn't. "I don't know what you're talking about," Hawk says, crossing his arms. "I think you guys would be cute together. Even 𝐻𝐭𝐲 thinks so, right 𝐻𝐭𝐲?" "Leave me out of this," 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says, backing away with his hands up. Mahou smirks, stuffing her hands in the pockets of the large coat. "Good call, Dobby. Anyway, this is not up for discussion or debate, and we're not going to talk about it anymore." Of course, just because Mahou banned discussion of it with her doesn't mean Hawks isn't still weirdly invested in this idea of a relationship. What do you think would happen if we somehow set up a date for them? Hawks muses out loud, swinging his legs back and forth from his perch on the library desk. Like, we could deck out one of the archival rooms with lights, leave like a picnic basket inside, and then somehow lock the two of them in there. First of all, that's not romantic. What if one of them has to go to the bathroom? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out. Second, she'll murder us. Third, what's this wee part of the scenario? Oh come on, 𝐻𝐬𝐽, Hawks whines, looking at him with wide golden eyes. Don't you think they should be together? I think that 𝐼 probably knows better than either of us her own business, and if he really liked her, then he should probably just ask her out. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says he's going to ignore the irony of him saying that. Also, I would like to avoid being cursed into my next life, thank you very much. Honda clicks her tongue while causing the metal on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's bracers to shift. Oh come on, Dabi, how can you let the threat of a little curse prevent you from helping 𝐼 achieve a blissful relationship with the heir to a robotics empire? 2 missions ago, I saw 𝐼 hack someone until they started hacking up BLD. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says flatly, you want to vomit out a lung in service of having a chance to look at robots. Be my guest. It might be worth it, Honda muses, sticking the bracer on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's arm. All of you,'s robots come from them, who knows what they've got in that mansion of theirs. We should all stick to our own business and keep our internal organs internal, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says. But an outsider has a unique point of view for the whole situation, Hawks argues, and then waves at Rogue walking past with what looked like a dead pig in her arms. Hey Rogue. Have a question for you. Rogue turns to look at them, the dead pig's eyes now facing them. Yeah. What do you know about Ida Tensei? Besides all the official Ingenium stuff, Hawks says, unperturbed. Ingenium? Oh, isn't he that guy Megumi is always texting? Rogue says, a cut on her cheek closing up and reappearing on the pig's cheek. Why don't you ask her? Because she's banned me from talking about how they should be together, Hawks says, leaning back and stretching his wings out. Rogue frowns, tossing her head to flick her silver hair out of her eyes. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? They broke up. Ida-san even pretended to be 𝐼's boyfriend for that last mission we went on. He's single now. Megumi, you need to get on that. Rogue turns around and calls out to 𝐼 at the other end of the room. You could be living the life of luxury, Megumi. You could be living in a mansion. And letting us in so we can see the robots, Honda pipes up, despite 𝐻𝐬𝐽 glaring at her to stop. You're dripping BLD everywhere. Shut up and go to the lab, Kyoko, 𝐼 says, standing up from her desk and flashing a smile at Hawks. And Hawks, 50 laps flying around the building with your outer feathers off. Honda, go drag Ken-kun away from his experiments and make sure he eats something. Dabi, you're with me. We're going to train your evasion skills and see how Honda's new bracers. Hold up. I'm not even part of this. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 complains as Hawks detaches his outer feathers and showers them on 𝐻𝐬𝐽 before heading to a window. Which is why you're training with me and not running laps outside, 𝐼 replies, grabbing and activating her sword. Come along then, you should learn how to dodge. Don't worry, Kyoko can heal you up after. Honda's bracers perform beautifully, catching and deflecting sword strikes with ease, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 scores a few points by managing to heat up 𝐼's sword enough to singe her hands, but she just drops it and jabs an elbow into his throat. He should have seen that coming. It's the exact same vicious move that she performed in the video of the brutal fight against Eraserhead in the sports festival video Ida had sent them, and then kicks him down. Not bad, she says, giving him a hand up. Good trick. Still need to work on your defense, but we'll have you fighting dirty with the best of us soon enough. So that training session ends without him having to visit Rogue to transfer any injuries to the pig cadaver in the lab, and Hawks completes his laps around the same time. But the winged boy is like a dog with a bone with this matchmaking idea. What if I interned at Team Ida 10? Hawks asks, putting an ice pack on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's knee. I heard they take nearly anyone with a decent mobility quirk, and I'm pretty demon fast. I could suss out why he hasn't asked her out yet. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 raises an eyebrow, straightening out Hawks' feathers. Why are you so invested in this? Is this because Whispering Love finally finished, and Ryuzaki got the girl? Okay, that was a total bullshit ending, and not just because I owe Fuyumi dishwashing duty for the next 3 weeks. Hawks huffs, crossing his arms. I think they've known each other for a long time, right? He seems to really get her, and he looks at her like she's the answer to a long-held question. Tuya's eyebrows shoot higher. That's poetic. Did Fuyumi get you hooked to another shoujo manga series? Shut up, Flowers of the Spring is definitely going to go my way. Hana may have 5 guys to choose from, but Kazuo is the one she has the most history and chemistry with, Hawks says, shifting so that Tuya can reach for the inner part of his wings. But anyway, wouldn't it be nice for her to have someone like that? Mahu already said that she thinks Ida should find someone else, Tuya points out. Wouldn't she know best? And you think she's right? Hawks asks, looking over his shoulder at Tuya, that there's some kind of nice and sweet girl that Ida-san deserves. Mahu is a menacing, inscrutable woman who has no mercy for their targets, smiles wider when she moves in for the kill, and whatever she did as a Black Ops agent is enough that her supposed department head gives her free rein. At the same time though, their targets are usually lecherous men that Tuya would also like to beat into a paste. Tuya also hasn't had to worry about any creepy missions the Hero Commission wants to stick Hawks on or trainers pushing Hawks to a breaking point ever since Mahu took over, since she has never let any of their targets spend much attention on them, and she always pushes him hard but never to the point of injury or complete exhaustion. Even with his own training with her, there have been very few times that Rogue has had to be called in to heal him. So maybe Mahu is nicer than she talks, but she's definitely not sweet. She's not wrong that the Ida family cares about its reputation. Tuya says carefully any pro-hero family would have to have kept up the name for so long, and she's not wrong that maybe a hero like that does deserve someone who is also the best. Ingenium is not nearly as flashy as Hawks will be, but Tuya does see Mahu's reasoning. If you can only pull down the person you love, why would you shackle them to you? What kind of bullshit is that? Hawks demands, glaring at Tuya. Mahu is the best in spy stuff, and if she's also scary, maybe Ida-san likes scary. Maybe he likes edgy badasses who have a soft spot for them. Tuya shifts on his bed. Are they arguing about Mahu or Hawk's own taste in bad boys? Maybe he shouldn't though. Maybe she's doing what's best for him. Maybe she shouldn't condescend to know what's best for him. Hawks snaps, slumping back so that the edge of his wing whaps Tuya in the nose. Have you met Mahu? She always thinks she knows what's best, Tuya says dryly, shoving Hawk's wing out of the way and smoothing the feathers down. Yeah, that's true, Hawks admits, rearranging himself so he has pretty much crawled into Tuya's lap. But in this case, she's definitely wrong. If you actually take an internship at Team Ida 10 and try to interrogate Ida, she's going to take a page from all those revenge schemes in those shitty wuxia novels she likes reading, and exact them on both of us, Tuya says, straightening out the last of Hawk's feathers and pushing him off before the situation could get embarrassing. Look, Hawks likes to wiggle around, and his feathers are always brushing against him, and he smells really nice. He's going to just stick a pillow in his lap and hope Hawks doesn't notice. She can't hex us for just asking questions, Hawks says virtuously, turning around right after Tuya manages to tug a pillow into his lap. We're going to die before we ever manage to teach Izuku how to throw a punch correctly. It'll be fine, and even if it isn't, Shudo can teach him. Hawks says cheerfully, bouncing on Tuya's bed. Tuya groans. You know that's somehow going to escalate to Shudo creating an iceberg for Izuku to slide on. Shudo's getting really good at that, Hawks says. He'll probably be able to propel himself forward with that in a few years. Now if he could only stop practicing it in the middle of the street, that would be nice, Tuya comments. Everyone has to start somewhere, Hawks laughs. Did I tell you about how practice for the cafe for the cultural festival went? I dropped half the plates. Takahiro had to go adjust the budget for that. Did he manage to, or did he get mistaken for a middle schooler again? Tuya asks snidely. The second-year boy Hawks picked as his manager looks even younger than Hawks and looks at Hawks with stars in his eyes, and while Tuya is used to Hawks having fans, he's not used to Hawks having a fan that he works so closely with. It's stupid to be jealous, he knows. After all, isn't it good that Hawks' manager is enthusiastic about his job? But he just can't really warm up to Takahiro all the same. Hey, Takahiro can't help his baby face, Hawks says, knocking their shoulders together. Anyway, when you come to our stall, I'll be sure to give you VIP treatment. Oh, and ignore your clamoring fans. They can deal, you're my #1 fan after all, right? Hawks asks, leaning in. Tuya swallows, clutching the pillow tighter to himself. Yeah, pretty bird. I am. He manages to get out in a low voice. Good, Hawk says, curling up at Tuya's side, feathers tickling his neck and arms. And I can't wait to go through your class haunted house. Honda's doing your makeup, right? She's getting really good at costume makeup. I saw her latest cosplay of a half-elf black dragon sorcerer from some show. Yeah, Tuya says, giving in and moving his shoulder so that Hawk's head can more comfortably rest on it. She's excited. Hawk snorts. Like you aren't, you edgelord. How did you get Ginai-senpai to go for a haunted house? Sanazaki wanted an excuse to display the plant monsters he can create now. It was either this or a timed obstacle course maze, and Hebe cast the deciding vote for the haunted house because she didn't want to run. Well, hot stuff, think my class can wow yours. Hawk smirks up at Tuya. Tuya smirks back. Bring it on, pretty bird. If I can get Ginai-senpai to admit you guys should have done a cafe, I'm taking a picture of you in a trap nest shirt, Hawk says as one of his feathers lifts up a trap nest shirt from his drawer. Good luck getting Ginai to admit anything. Can't wait for you to admit defeat and be in a blast shirt, Tuya shoots back. In retrospect, he should have known better than to bet against Hawks. The section of the cafeteria Hawks class has taken over has been transformed into a dazzling cafe filled with mirrors and light. Someone with an illusion quirk has set up a light show. One girl twirls from mirror to mirror guiding customers in, and at the center of it all is Hawks, a whirl of crimson feathers bringing dishes and menus all around him while he smiles and takes orders from the guests. Wow, Sanazaki said, lowering the hood he is wearing in his role as the plant sorcerer. This looks really nice. That's true, Ginai nods, zipping from one end of the room to the other before appearing next to them again. It's so pretty. And they've got someone with a cake quirk? Oh my god, that is amazing. Between your boy and the pastries and the really nice uniforms, I have to admit that maybe we should have… Shut up, Ginai, Tuya hisses, attempting to grab at Ginai who just zips out of the way, ghostly robes flapping in her wake. Where's your pride? I'm not saying our haunted house isn't amazing. It is, and everyone here should totally visit Class 3, this haunted house instead of Class 3's lame maze. Ginai yells, zooming away and bringing back flyers that she neatly places on every single table in the cafe. Sanazaki shakes his head and whispers, causing one of the flowers on the table to grow vines and grab Ginai's wrist. It's rude to advertise in our underclassmen's event, he scolds. Ginai pouts, but it's like a great juxtaposition. First they can go here where it's super bright and has a guy with wings serving them, and then they can all head over to ours where it's dark and spooky, and we've got a demons and ghouls to scare them. Yeah, it's fine, you guys can definitely advertise here, Ginai-senpai, as long as you admit that you're mad you didn't have the idea yourself, Hawk says with a giant SHT-eating grin as he glides over, and Tuya can't even complain about half the customers and Takahiro looking besotted behind him because Hawks looks so good. His usually messy blonde hair is slicked back, his gold and silver earrings glint under the light, his crimson wings flare dramatically across his shoulders, and his sleek waiter's uniform accentuates his wiry but muscled frame. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of sad we never got to do this. But on the other hand, we don't have a single person with a decent food-related quirk in our class, Ginai says. Still, this is super cute, and given the chance, I would have loved to dress everyone up in maid and butler costumes. Hawks grins at them, drawing closer to Tuya. You hear that, Tuya? Ginai-senpai just admitted. Wow, your hair, and you even dyed your eyebrows, and your makeup looks amazing. Those almost look like real staples. Honda must have gone all out. You look so cool. Tuya narrows his eyes at Hawks, batting away Hawks' jabbing hands at the fake burn scars and staples that Honda had applied over him. Thanks, but come by later to see the whole setup. It's pretty cool. And that doesn't count as her admitting anything. It totally does. Hawks argues. She said you guys should have done a cafe. She said that if we had the people, we could have done the cafe, Tuya says. Not the same thing. Close enough, and you're going to look so good in that trap nest shirt. I feel like it's in enough of a gray area that both of you should wear the rival band's shirt, Sanazaki interrupts contemplatively. Yeah, like I'm in awe, but it's not like I regret getting us to do a haunted house. Ginai says, zooming around in a crackle of blue lightning, and now there's a flyer on every chair. Anyway, Hawks, do we get the VIP treatment here or what? Of course. Hawks smiles as he sidles up to Tuya while his feathers guide Jinai and Sanazaki to a well-lit table next to a corner table where Mahou is enjoying a slice of dark chocolate and pomegranate pie, Rogue is just drinking coffee, and Honda is eating a cream puff and complimenting a blushing Rin on her maid costume. How would you like me to service you, Tuya? He asks, looking up at Tuya through his eyelashes, voice strangely breathy. What's with that wording? Is he imitating Mahou's honeypot act? He has to admit that he can suddenly see why Mahou's targets are distracted, but more importantly, has he been using that voice on everyone? What are you doing? Tuya asks as Hawks moves behind him and wraps his arms around him. Relax, I'm just taking your jacket for you, Hawks says into his ear, warm breath against his cheek as he unbuttons Tuya's black jacket. It's all part of the VIP treatment. Don't see you doing this to Jinai or Sanazaki, Tuya comments, standing ramrod straight to avoid the temptation of leaning into Hawk's chest and glancing over at the pair where Jinai is unabashedly filming them on her phone and Sanazaki is just calmly asking Mahou about the pie she is eating. Because you're not just a VIP, you're my most important person. Hawks beams, folding the coat over his arm and ushering Tuya forward personally, hand on Tuya's shoulder. You want to try the almond biscotti I made? It's pretty great, or that pie Mahou is eating has been our best seller so far. I'm getting that, Sanazaki calls out. You can try some of mine if you like. Great. Jinai smiles, placing her phone down and flipping through her menu. Then I don't have to order one. Not you, you're a black hole, you'll inhale it all, Sanazaki says. I need the calories. Jinai complains, glancing back down at the menu. Well fine. Since Sanazaki-kun won't share, I want a whole dark chocolate pomegranate pie and a whole croquembouche for myself. Got it? And Tuya, the almond biscotti. Hawks asks, pulling out Tuya's chair for him. Yeah, sounds good, Tuya replies, sitting down and trying not stare at the way Hawks' hair and eyes seem to glow in the lights. Hawks leans in. Do you want me to hand feed them to you? That's a cutesy couple thing that he had always thought was dumb until just now. You've got other customers coming in, and that can't be sanitary, Tuya replies, fighting off the flush that he knows is climbing up his neck, but he's going to win because Fing Jinai has her phone out again, and Mahou's group are all sipping their drinks and watching them with amused looks too. Hawks pouts. Well fine. I'll get your order out ASAP. As Hawks leaves, with his feathers neatly bringing over 3 glasses of water, Jinai sips her water and says contemplatively, You know, I can't decide if I feel worse for you or for Hawks. Probably Hawks. I don't know what you're talking about, Tuya says, taking a long drink of his water. Definitely Hawks, Jinai sighs. I wonder, oh, Todoroki-senpai. Takahiro says, stopping and bowing as he scurries by with a clipboard. Jinai-senpai, Sanazaki-senpai, we're so grateful that you would stop by. How could we miss the only event Todoroki-kun cares about more than our own? Jinai asks, propping her head up with her hand as she leans forward with a grin. Possibly more than our own, Sanazaki muses. Jinai gasps and looks at Tuya. No, our event is still the most important, right, Todoroki-kun? I've been putting 110% to scaring the living daylights out of every single person that comes into our haunted house. Tuya says dryly before turning to Takahiro, how has Hawks been doing? He's been doing really great. Takahiro says with a big smile, all the customers really like him and he hasn't broken anything all day. He just had one accident where he spilled some coffee on Kyo-senpai's shirt. Jinai smirks as Sanazaki chuckles and Tuya frowns at both of them. That's weird, we practiced a lot with him carrying cups and stuff around. Oh, I know, Hawks-kun mentioned that, but I suppose there were just a lot of customers around. Kyo-senpai was very nice about it, and we gave him a full refund. Takahiro rushes to say, whatever, I bet he whipped off his shirt to try and get people to come to his class maze. Jinai says darkly before looking at Sanazaki and Tuya, hey guys, maybe you should. No, both him and Sanazaki say. Besides, who wants to see a shirtless zombie Frankenstein? Tuya adds, gesturing at the makeup on his face. Oh, I definitely know one guy, but he's already coming to the haunted house anyway. So I guess that's a wash. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 pouts and then zips away, reappearing in another flash of blue lightning. Okay, so far, we've gotten more people into the haunted house than Class A has gotten into their maze, so we just need to keep up the good work after lunch, and we will have managed to crush Class A underfoot. Yes, we'll beat them, eat your cake, Sanozaki says placidly as feathers spiral down and deliver their desserts, and Hawks personally presents the plate of biscotti to Tuya. You sure you don't want me to help you out a little with that? Give you something a little sweet? Hawks asks, brushing his fingers across Tuya's sleeve, his voice dropping again to something that seemed aimed on driving Tuya insane. It's going to be a sorry day when I can't feed myself, and if you don't go help Fuyumi right now, you'll never hear the end of it, Tuya replies, moving his arm away and gesturing at his mother and his siblings also waiting at the entrance of the cafe. Oh right. Your mom has to try the Earl Grey pie. Fuyumi should too. Natsu and Shudo should get the cream puffs. I'll let them know. I'll get them situated and come right back. Hawk says, giving Tuya a pat on the back and moving toward the entrance. My God, that's painful, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 comments before taking a bite of her pie and miming, and that is amazing. It is pretty good, Sanozaki affirms as 𝐂𝐸𝐽 speed eats the rest of the pie and starts on her towering croquembouche. All the desserts are really good, and once Hawks gets his family situated at the table, he comes back to hover at Tuya's side and recommend tea selections by draping himself over Tuya's back to reach around and point out the different teas and coffee on the menu. Tuya tries to not let his breath catch and just roll with it. He cannot read anything into this. Hawks is... He's not usually this flirty, but if he wants to try out something new, better it be with Tuya than anyone else. Even if it hurts a little to just be practice. The haunted house is fun. He manages to snap to life all the flames in his section and leap out of a wall, causing Fuyumi to shriek and blast him with her ice that he is immune to, and thankfully she recognizes him before she can detonate the sparks in them, although she does punch his arm, although his mother and Izuku's mom have to leave midway, hiding a smile behind their hands as they attempt to calm down a bawling Shudo and Izuku. They had insisted they were old enough to go in, but 𝐂𝐸𝐽's lightning ghost had apparently been the last straw. Hawks is definitely pretending when he shrieks and throws himself into Tuya's arms. He sighs and lets Hawks cuddle with him because Hawks points his piteously wide golden eyes at him until he caves and leads them through, and Natsuo gets a prize at the end, a shiny Shiketsu pin for just happily walking through with some good-humored yelling but no actual screams. So did Mahu's group, but really Tuya thinks that shouldn't count because Hondo was too busy critiquing all the support equipment and costumes in the other rooms to get scared. Rogue just pinned her unnerving stare at his classmates until they backed away, and Mahu just smiled through the whole thing. You know, I can tell that you're not actually scared, right? Tuya asks as Hawks finally loosens his grip around Tuya's neck. I wanted to see Honda's work up close, Hawks says blithely, reaching out and running a finger down the line of staples Honda had painted onto his jaw. It looks neat. Not sure about the hair though. Tuya snorts, moving his head away from Hawks' fingers. Of course. Don't worry, pretty bird, it washes out. Good, Hawks says with a satisfied grin, tugging on a lock of Tuya's dyed black hair. I want you looking like yourself when you have to wear my trap nest shirt and we take a photo. You also have to wear a blast shirt, Tuya points out. Hawks shrugs. I'm kind of okay with that. The point was to get you in a trap nest shirt. Tuya rolls his eyes. Cutting off your nose to spite your face there, Hawks? Nope, my nose is completely intact, and I get exactly what I want. Hawks chirps happily. It turns out that not only should Tuya have not bet against Hawks, he had not thought through what putting Hawks in Tuya's own blast t-shirt would do to him. It's too big on Hawks, so its collar hangs loose at Hawks' neck, revealing far more collarbone than is good for Tuya's peace of mind. The slits cut in the back to let Hawks' wings out also tease with slivers of Hawks' muscled back, and just the image of Hawks grinning in one of Tuya's own favorite shirts. He's glad that he can blame the redness on his face in the photo on him being forced into the black and green trap nest shirt Hawks shoved over his head because the truth is far more sordid. He does shamefully keep the photo tucked into his wallet though, even though he doesn't really need to since Hawks has claimed the shirt as a nightshirt and likes to now wear it all the time. So he may have converted Hawks at the cost of his own peace of mind and at least 20 practice dummies. Great. 𝐼𝐻 had decided that the best test of their growing stealth skills was to attempt to grab various objects around the civics library without the owner knowing, with each object being worth a certain number of points. They had already managed to nab Kubo's approval stamp easy and worth a paltry 10 points, Honda's newest claw gauntlets a not too hard 25 points since 𝐻𝐻 just pretended that he wanted to try them out, Fujioka's handheld gaming device a slightly more difficult 35 points, but not too bad since Fujioka has at least 5 different ones, and Rogue's second favorite scalpel 50 points only earned by Hawks purposefully getting caught trying to steal Rogue's favorite scalpel, and 𝐻𝐻 sneaking away. The second favorite while Rogue grabs Hawks and threatens him with helping her haul pig carcasses up to her lab the next time she catches him, so the only item that is left is 𝐻𝐻's own sword tassel and jade pendant, worth a whopping 500 points. The plan so far is to sneak into 𝐻𝐻's office while she's out at her cover job, wait until she comes back and Rogue stops by, get one of Hawk's feathers near her while she's bickering with Rogue about something, and then untie the sword tassel and drag it up into the ceiling tiles where they are hiding. What 𝐻𝐻 had not counted on was how small the crawl space in the ceiling was, although it was definitely bigger than a regular building's, probably because nearly everyone here was actually a spy, so Hawks is just squished at his side, feathers poking into his back and face. 𝐻𝐻 is attempting to scoot over to give Hawks a bit more space and to prevent the temptation of just telling Hawks to curl up in his lap, when the door of 𝐻𝐻's office clicks open and her voice comes filtering through. I assure you, I have no longing to see harm befall any member of my team, and if Dabi was a part of it, I would not assign him to any mission I do not think he could handle, just make sure that none of these missions bring shame to his name. I do not want anything he does to taint Shudo's reputation when he debuts. A deep, familiar voice growls out, no, he's not. He can't be here, can he? It's fitting that you want to recruit him into the shadows, he's not meant for the spotlight, that hateful voice continues. I tried to bring him under my own control, but well, he is as willful as he ever was. If he were to actually debut, well, his failure would reflect poorly on myself and his brother. Limping along with support equipment to cover up his mother's weaknesses, I suppose he can at least be of some use to you. And isn't that in some ways accurate? Isn't that close enough to what he has told himself? Isn't it the truth, 𝐻𝐻? Hawk's voice whispers in his ear as he wraps his arms and wings around him. Don't listen to him, he's wrong. 𝐻𝐻 tries to breathe normally, but he's right there, and he can feel the fire that wants to come bursting out of his hands in defense, but there is no question of him releasing any of his flames in an enclosed space with Hawks nearly on top of him, so he closes his eyes and clenches his fists and tries to just focus on Hawk's arms and feathers all around him. Indeed, 𝐻𝐻 says in a light tone that 𝐻𝐻 knows is accompanied by one of her disturbing smiles, I think I see your goals. Although, you are quite confident in the abilities of your youngest son given that I believe you haven't seen him since he was, 3? What plans does his father have for Shudo? And why did it take him so long to even think of that? What are you implying? Endeavor asks in a low tone. I am not implying anything. Well, us in the shadows will continue to toil away while you pro heroes climb the rankings. I heard you are the number 2 hero again for over 20 years now, congratulations. 𝐻𝐻's bright voice rings out. There's a crashing sound, and then 𝐻𝐻's voice, dripping false sympathy sounds out. Oh, I'm so sorry, sometimes those shelves just come loose. Bad luck of you to bump into them. If you are using your quirk on me, Hex, I would never do that to a real hero, would I? Still, you do seem to have come down with something, you're looking a little pale. Perhaps you should go see a doctor. Sadly, ours is busy with important research, so you'll have to go elsewhere. Don't let the door hit you on your way out, 𝐻𝐻 says. There's a clatter of books, some cursing, and eventually the slam of the door. 𝐻𝐻 sighs, and there's a thumping sound of books being stacked, and then she calls out, sorry about that, he was downstairs and followed me in. You guys can come out now. Hawks looks at 𝐻𝐻 and whispers, if you don't want to see anyone right now, I can slip down and get her out. No, I'll come down, 𝐻𝐻 says, patting Hawk's hand on his shoulder and shoving the ceiling tile aside and jumping down. He can't show any weakness right now in front of her. Any time he did in front of his father, well, it only ever got worse. Hawks follows him down, hovering worriedly by his side, and trying to place his fluffy flameproof coat over him. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 shoves the coat back into Hawk's hands. He needs it more than 𝐻𝐬𝐽 does as 𝐼 looks them over. Her eyebrows furrow for a second before she smooths out her expression and claps her hands together. I think today I should give you guys a lesson on a little known covert ops trick. So, she knows how weak he is now, and she's going to try and train it out of him like his father did. Is it blackmail? Hawks asks, eyes blazing with what looks like fury and indignation. Is it about grinding your target's reputation to dust? Should he be worried about how angry Hawks is? Of course he would love for Hawks to knock his father off his long-held rank, but he doesn't want that to become Hawks' driving motivation either. That would veer too close to Endeavor's own. Hawks, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 rasps out before clearing his throat. He's not. He needs to not let anything show on his face. It's fine. That's for later, 𝐼 says, taking out a tiny bottle from her desk and sticking a strand of red hair and a needle with a drop of BLD on it into the bottle. No, today's lesson is going to be about creating quick, healthy meals despite your erratic, rushed mission schedule. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 frowns. What? She's not going to try training him harder with less support equipment to prove his father wrong. 𝐼 nods. Nutrition is an important but often overlooked aspect of both hero and covert ops life. So, let's go to a safe house and I will give you some tips. He and Hawks exchange looks of puzzled bafflement, but 𝐼 hustles them out of the building, walks them about 5 blocks away, doubling back through alleyways and side streets while lecturing them on throwing off tails, and into a nondescript beige apartment that seems clean if devoid of any personality. There's more of these scattered across the city, 𝐼 says, closing the door behind them and stepping out of her shoes. Just a place to crash if your own apartment is too far away. There's food here. Hawks asks doubtfully, opening the fridge and seeing a number of jars of olives, kimchi, juices, and other various items in there. You never know who's going to be here, or who is going to restock, so we mostly keep things here that will keep for a while, 𝐼 says, opening the pantry to reveal stacks of boxes of pasta and bags of rice. Surprised there isn't more instant stuff here, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 comments, taking it in. That's not bad for a day or two, but if you're running a long-term plan, you have to eat something besides ramen, 𝐼 says, opening another cabinet to reveal pots and pans and taking out a pot. How do you boys feel about some chicken spinach pasta? Hawks brightens, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 nods, so 𝐼 proceeds to take out one of the boxes of pasta, some frozen spinach and chicken from the freezer, creamy tomato sauce and olive oil, and shows them how to quickly put it all together to make a decent meal. It's a pretty tasty meal, all told, and at the end of it, 𝐼 has cleared the plates and is smiling at both of them. So the rule of course is that you have to replace whatever you use, so could you run down to the grocery store and pick up some pasta, frozen spinach, and frozen chicken, Hawks? I'll give you the money and Dobby and I can wash the dishes. Hawks stretches, wings spreading across the back of his chair as he glances at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Sure, I guess. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 pushes Hawks forward gently. I'll be fine, go ahead, he says quietly, standing up. Okay, Hawks says standing up, taking the cash from 𝐼 and going towards the window. I'll be back before you know it. As Hawks flies off, 𝐼 starts gathering the bowls, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 helps her. While her back is turned, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 notices that her bag is open by her chair, and the hilt of her sword is tucked in there, with the dark blue tassel sticking out. Should he try to grab it now? Is this a test? He grabs another bowl while eyeing the bag, but then, 𝐼 turns and says mildly, over her shoulder, so, I think you heard most of my conversation with Endeavor. Yeah, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says shortly, waiting until she's safely in the kitchen and then quickly snatching and burning through the knot on the tassel and pocketing it into his hoodie, before grabbing and dumping his bowls by the sink. You'd make a good pro hero, really, 𝐼 says, turning on the sink and proceeding to scrub the bowls. You've got the whole edgy, bad boy thing going. Ryukyu definitely got an uptick with you as her intern, and everyone loves a good rivalry, especially if there's family drama involved. You don't have to spin bullshit to make me feel better, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snaps, crossing his arms. I don't need your fing pity. 𝐼 raises her eyebrows. Am I the sort of person to take pity on anyone, 𝐻𝐬𝐽? I am not a patient or nice person. If I didn't think you're good, I would not be training or trying to recruit you. Then why aren't you trying to recruit Hawks? 𝐼 sighs. I may not agree with the Hero Commission on how they decided to train Hawks, but I can't deny that Hawks will make an excellent pro-hero. So would you, but I don't think all the advertising and popularity contests is something you are actually interested in, is it? 𝐻𝐼a shuffles in place, taking one of the bowls Mahou has finished washing and drying it. Not really. There's always the route of an underground hero, of course, but there's not much money there, and I think you wish to help support your mother. Covert ops will pay well, and I can make sure whatever missions you are on, you are helping people. And that all sounds very appealing, of course, but doesn't it sound too good to be true? He knows covert ops is a dirty business. Both Mahou and Rogue have skill sets and fighting styles that scream it. He can't imagine that every mission they get is purely altruistic, so either Mahou is lying, or she's carefully screening all the missions they go on. It could be the latter. None of Mahou's missions that they have gone on have involved more than they can handle, but still. Why are you spending so much effort on me? 𝐻𝐼a asks, looking at Mahou. What are you getting out of all of this? Maybe I want someone with a ranged quirk on my team that I can trust to watch my back. Mahou says evenly, looking straight back at 𝐻𝐼a. Maybe I want to look out for someone the way someone should have looked out for me when I was a green recruit. Maybe I think that something is rotten in the heart of the organization, and I need people I trust to help me root it out. Now that's, 𝐻𝐼a will admit, that speaks to him on a fundamental level. Didn't he always wish someone would go and reveal the corruption at the center of his own house? But what does that really entail coming from a spy? When you say something rotten, what do you mean? He asks carefully. There's the usual baseline corruption, of course. The politicians taking kickbacks from corporations and lobbyists, and that's not great, but there's worse to hunt. Mahou says, her mouth a straight hard line. There's the people with power who like to prey on pretty new recruits, and then there's the people in power who take money to look the other way and cover up for, well, a variety of people, but a disturbing number of ranked pro-heroes are in the midst. I'm aware, 𝐻𝐼a says shortly. There is his father, of course, but he had always wondered if the problem extended further than that. So, what? You're going to clean out the trash and attempt a coup? I know secrets that they would rather not reveal, and I know where the bodies are buried, Mahou says steadily, a disturbing smile appearing on her face. But if you aim at the king, you best not miss, 𝐻. I don't have enough to bury the worst of them yet. And at the end of it, you'll be in charge. Probably that would be better for a little while, but how long would that last? I don't really want to be, Mahou says, the smile vanishing off her face. I'd rather find someone else to have that responsibility, but we'll see. If you're worried about me becoming as bad as them, well, just release all the stuff in the charm of the sword tassel you have in your pocket, and I'll be ruined as well. 𝐻𝐼a's eyes widen as he takes the sword tassel out of his pocket and looks at the jade charm attached to it that now, on closer examination, he realizes is some kind of data drive. What is on here? My earlier missions were, well, what I suppose what you would expect to happen when you have unscrupulous handlers and a pretty teenager with a quirk that requires biological material, Mahou says, looking away and scrubbing the dishes harder with a rictus grin dragging up her mouth. That's the only copy left as far as I know. And you trust me to only use it as a last resort. You're a good kid, 𝐻𝐼a-kun. Intense, but you want to help people as best you can, I think, Mahou says, her grin relaxing to something that looks a little more natural. Also, what would Hawk say if you did try to use it for nefarious purposes? That is true, but whatever is on here isn't good, and she's trusting him with all that. But you're trusting, you trust me, endeavors F up, who is maybe a few minutes away from immolation without support equipment with this. Mahou's eyes sharpen. Okay, first off, everyone uses support equipment. I wouldn't be able to do my job without support equipment, and even Endeavor uses support equipment. You guys can still use your quirks without support equipment though, 𝐻𝐼a argues. You can still fight. So can you, Mahou replies, you can just fight more effectively with support equipment, which is really the same as me. Without my sword, armor, and boots, I'm stuck just trying to punch people anyway. And secondly, Endeavor has the bad habit of underestimating people, and in your case, he's just flat out wrong. You're the top of your class, 𝐻𝐼a-kun, and you've been running B-class missions with ease. Like I said before, I wouldn't be offering you a place if I didn't think you were good. He doesn't. Hawks and 𝐼 both say that Endeavor is wrong, but he can't quite shake the idea that he's right. Still, his father has been wrong about many things, why not this one? And at the very least, why not join a team where the leader seems to care and knows well enough where power can lead you? If I join your team, you're going to make sure none of those perverts who like pretty new recruits get anywhere close to Hawks or my baby brother. 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says finally, closing his hand over the jade charm. You need to also make sure that Endeavor never gets to train 𝐻𝐿. Was already going to do that, and I will do my best to stonewall Endeavor, 𝐼 says, proffering a hand out. Keep that pendant safe. You can tell Hawks whatever you want. He'd probably just bat his eyes at you, and you would tell anyway, and welcome to the team, 𝐻𝐿-kun. 𝐻𝐿 shakes her hand. So, as an official part of your team, could I ask you to maybe hex Endeavor when he's on live TV? 𝐼 laughs, turning back and washing the rest of the bowls. Maybe, we'll see. What if I got Hawks to back off on the whole ingenium thing? If you could do that, I would be both very surprised and very indebted, 𝐼 says dryly, wiping her hands on a washcloth. Ida-kun is doing very well and does not need any complications besmirching him. I think you're nicer than you give yourself credit for, 𝐻𝐿 says awkwardly, shoving his hands in his pockets. 𝐼 smiles. That's sweet, but I'm really not. And he deserves much better than that, and that is the last I'm going to say about the subject unless you want your first official team surveillance job to be over at the landfill. Haven't even officially started, and I'm being threatened, 𝐻𝐿 grumbles. Threatened over what? Hawks asks, coming through the balcony with a bag of groceries in his hands. Oh, are we talking about Edison? Did I mention that I sent in an application to Team Idaton's internship program? 𝐼 shoots 𝐻𝐿 a look as she takes the bag of groceries from Hawks. Hawks, tomorrow you get to go 10 rounds with Honda's prototype sword fighting dummy. Dobby, you're on paperwork duty. We have to get you ready for the most regular part of the job. Hawks turns to look at 𝐻𝐿. Oh, so you finally wore him down, 𝐼. Dobby will be an excellent addition to our team, and Kyoko owes me lunch because she didn't think I would be able to convince you until after graduation, 𝐼 says with a smirk. Hawks beams at 𝐻𝐿. You're going to be the most badass spy. Thanks, pretty bird. Later, when they're at home, and after he's recounted what 𝐼 has told him, Hawks looks pensive, moving the jade pendant back and forth in the light. So, I guess she's always been playing chess then, he comments. Seems that way, 𝐻𝐿 says, taking the pendant back and placing it in the same box he has carefully stored a signed Blast CD Hawks had gotten him for his birthday and his favorite ex-Japan CD. You're okay with all of this. As long as you've found somewhere you want to work for, I'm happy for you, Hawks says firmly, sitting on 𝐻𝐿's bed. Just, be careful. Wow, how the tables turn, 𝐻𝐿 teases, sitting next to Hawks. Hawks shoves his shoulder. I'm serious, but those people are dangerous, I think. Yeah, 𝐻𝐿 says quietly, I know. But, at least I do have a team. That's true, Hawks says, leaning against 𝐻𝐿. They've got your back, and you have theirs. And you can just leave it to me to knock Fing Endeavor out of his rank. 𝐻𝐿 glances down at Hawks. You, don't worry about that. Just focus on doing your best. And I will, but still, he doesn't deserve that rank, and I'm going to take it from him, Hawks says determinedly, looking up at 𝐻𝐿, his golden eyes a blaze of indignation. I'll keep him distracted, and you pull him down and show everyone who he really is. There has never been a moment that 𝐻𝐿 wants to just press his mouth against Hawks and bear him down on his bed more than right now, but, well, he's had a lot of practice by now restraining himself from doing rash things like that. You really are going to be the best hero they've ever seen, 𝐻𝐿 says softly, running a finger down one of Hawks' feathers. Hawks pinks. Well, I have you with me, right? That's why. And what could he say to that? They spend a few minutes with 𝐻𝐿 just smoothing out Hawks' feathers before Hawks, staring at 𝐻𝐿's desk, says, whatever is on there is probably why she keeps saying she shouldn't be with Ida-senha. 𝐻𝐿 groans, slumping down in his bed. If you actually take an internship with Team Ida-10, you're going to be flying laps for days while I get buried in paperwork. Stop messing with it. Hawks pouts and shakes his head. No, 𝐼 should have something nice after all she's done for us. And she keeps saying that nothing is nicer than Ida-san, so we're going to get them together for a great example of a pro-hero/covert ops relationship, and it'll be great. Sure, and if any of us manage to not be hexed to oblivion by the end of this, we'll be luckier than we deserve, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says. Hawks laughs and drapes himself across 𝐻𝐬𝐽's chest. We already are, he breathes, looking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽 fondly. Yeah, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says thickly, carefully carding a hand through Hawk's hair and not letting himself want anything more. We really are. Graduation is a touchy-feely affair that involves far more hugging than 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is really comfortable with. Hawks is expected and welcome of course, but Ginai is zooming around, hugging everyone tearily and loudly. Sanazaki comes over and gives him a warm hug, and even one of Hibi's hair snakes give him a light wrap around the wrist. Ugly, why? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 complains, shoving off Ginai for the second time, only for her to flash to the other side and hug him again. If we don't get our hugs in now, we'll never be able to beat back the horde of people who want to steal your hat at the graduation ceremony. Ginai says, with a slightly malicious gleam in her eyes. You are definitely exaggerating, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 grumbles, shoving her off again. She actually isn't, Sanazaki says, adjusting his own hat. It's a little ridiculous how many chocolates you got. For Valentine's Day. I didn't accept any of them, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out. It was weird really, all those people who say they admire him and really like him, but he has never even talked to them once. Like, Hawk's fan club makes sense. Hawks, on top of increasingly looking like he just stepped out of a photo shoot, is charming and friendly and actually likes talking to people, so who wouldn't like him? Him on the other hand, well, it's weird. I feel like that made the hunt for your hat worse, Sanazaki sighs. It's because they think you're a broody bad boy, when we all know you're just a giant edgy nerd, Ginai says cheerfully. Poor Hawks. I'm surprised he isn't hanging on to you for dear life. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 raises an eyebrow. None of the underclassmen can be with us during the graduation ceremony, remember. They just have to hang around the rafters and try to fish for their favorite senpai's hat, Ginai says, spinning her hat in her hands, letting blue lightning arc from it. No rigging the contest so Hawks gets it, Todoroki-kun. You worry about your own hat, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, shoving his hat firmer onto his head. He's seen years where hats get torn to shreds as underclassmen go after really popular senpais, and maybe Ginai will have that, but he certainly isn't expecting or desiring any of that. And if he has some flickering of hope that Hawks will abscond with his, well, Hawks has always said that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is his favorite. So he doesn't think it's too weird to hope for that here, even if Hawks doesn't mean it in the way that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 desperately wants. The graduation ceremony itself goes smoothly, but as soon as they all toss their caps in the air, it's a flurry of different quirks going off in a mad rush from the underclassmen to grab them. Ginai's hat gets hit with at least 10 different quirks at once, nearly coming apart, and a decent number of people go after Sanazaki's as well, invisible hands and light shooting towards it. Weirdly, his hat just floats directly into the air, buffeted slightly by gusts of wind and hands trying to snatch it, but it just dodges, spits out red feathers that knock the hands away, and flies smoothly through until it lands easily in Hawk's hand, who smirks and places it directly on his own head, wings flared out and eyes looking over the crowd until they find 𝐻𝐬𝐽's. Hawks has stolen and worn 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hat before he even entered Shiketsu more times than he can count, but this feels like a public declaration to the entire school that Hawks is his favored kohai. He guesses, which is true, although that doesn't fully encompass what Hawks means to him. As the rest of the feathers come out of the hat, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 shakes his head as he walks towards Hawks. How many did you put in there? Enough to make sure it's mine, Hawks says cheekily, looking happily up at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Does it suit me? You've stolen it enough times that it might as well be yours, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, reaching out and adjusting the hat on Hawk's head so that it tilts at a more rakish angle. There. You look like mine, a fierce part of him breathes, but he shoves it aside, because that has never and will never be true. Perfect, he says instead, inwardly kicking himself, because really, how obvious can he get? Stepping back. Hawks beams, his wings fluttering around him. This way, there's a part of you with me even if you've graduated and left. And you already have a piece of me with you. The feather in 𝐻𝐬𝐽's pocket trembles to the beat of Hawk's wings, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can't help but smile at Hawks. Going to miss me when I move out, pretty bird. Do you even have to ask? Hawks says, sighing dramatically and draping one of his wings over his face in a fake sob. What will I do when I'm cold now? You can just pile on extra blankets, or tell 𝐻𝐸𝐻 to ignite himself for a little while, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 says. Hawks pulls a face. That's not as good, and it's going to be weird sharing a room with 𝐻𝐸𝐻 now. And half the time, Izuku-kun will probably be over too, won't he? Can't I just crash at your place? Bit far away from school, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 reminds him. I can fly, Hawks says stubbornly. Besides, won't you miss me? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 has already found it too quiet, the few nights he has stayed in the small apartment he found near the civics library. He's used to his siblings squabbling in the living room and kitchen, his mother hurrying from room to room, leaving drafts and photos in her wake, and Hawks chattering away through the hours. It's weird just living on his own. I may miss you, but I definitely don't miss all your K-pop, he says instead, crossing his arms. Without me, your life has no joy, Hawks says, poking 𝐻𝐸𝐻's cheek with one of his wings. Come on, just admit that. I see Hawks' cheat worked out for him, Fuyumi says, walking up and knocking Hawks' wing out of the way. Hawks snorts. It doesn't count as cheating, anyone could have tried messing with 𝐻𝐸𝐻's hat beforehand, but they didn't. Probably because you had Honda somehow disable anything else people threw on it, Fuyumi sniffs. Hawks puts a hand on his chest. Fuyumi, do you really think I could get Honda to do that just by asking? Yeah, he had to toss in me getting to take some casts of his feathers before I stole 𝐻𝐸𝐻's hat from the locker room, Honda says blithely, sauntering over. There were a lot of devices on there ready to go. You stole it from my locker? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 asks, turning to Honda. Honda nods, not actually looking the least bit apologetic. Sorry Dabi, I have a Mercy cosplay that needs to be done. It was for a good cause anyway, Hawks says, looping an arm around 𝐻𝐸𝐻's shoulders and looking at 𝐻𝐸𝐻 with big mournful gold eyes. After all, you wouldn't want your hat to go to anyone else, right? Even if Hawks wasn't pointing his giant eyes at 𝐻𝐸𝐻, he can't imagine his hat in anyone else's hands. Like you said, it suits you, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 says, patting him on the head again. Fuyumi groans. You two stop being gooey, and let's actually go over to where Mother has taken refuge from all your fans with Natsu and 𝐻𝐸𝐻. Hawks makes a face at Fuyumi, but starts walking them over there, and as soon as 𝐻𝐸𝐻 twists away from Hawks once again trying to pick him up in a princess carry, they meet up with everyone, and then he is too busy basking in his mother's congratulations and congratulatory bouquet and grinning at the card his siblings drew for him to argue with Hawks about anything. Later, when Hawks is helping 𝐻𝐸𝐻 pack the last of his things into boxes to move to the new apartment, Hawks picks up their argument about his apartment. Really, flying all the way to school would be good training, he says, using his feathers to stack the rest of the boxes. Won't you get tired of sleeping on the couch? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 asks, taping the last of the boxes shut. Hawks looks at him, his mouth curving up. I mean, I could just sleep with you, couldn't I? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 swallows. Come on, you know he doesn't mean it that way, and I thought my days of waking up to a mouthful of feathers was finally coming to a close. I mean, if you want space, 𝐻𝐸𝐻, you can just tell me, Hawks says earnestly, his wings curling around him. I don't want to make you feel like you have to take care of me or anything. If I didn't take care of you, all you would eat is fried chicken, and you would have a heart attack before you even manage to go pro, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 interrupts. Come over when you want, as long as it doesn't get in the way of your training or studies. Hawks beams at 𝐻𝐸𝐻. You're so good to me, 𝐻𝐸𝐻. If Hawks knew what 𝐻𝐸𝐻 actually fantasized sometimes late at night, he would not have such a generous take on 𝐻𝐸𝐻. If you're going to become a free-loading roommate, you better still clean the bathroom, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 replies. Definitely worth it, Hawks laughs, throwing an arm around 𝐻𝐸𝐻's shoulder before his face stills to something a bit more serious. One day, I won't be a kid anymore, and I will give you everything you deserve. I can't decide if that's sweet or ominous, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 says. Obviously it's sweet. Hawks squawks in mock outrage, moving his wings so it bonks 𝐻𝐸𝐻 on the nose. Well then, I can't wait for you to one day make me a meal, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 says fondly, shoving Hawks' wing out of his face. Oh, I'll bring you something better than that, Hawks says with a smirk. Mahou decided that 𝐻𝐸𝐻 needs a partner who can both charm people and excels at close-range fighting. Not that you're bad, and you can get far on bad boy appeal alone, but someone should know how to bring on the charm. And so she transfers in Fujikyu, a guy a few years older than him, codename Mystere. Fuji has the quirk to somehow shift his appearance so that he uncannily reminds someone of the person they are attracted to the most, which 𝐻𝐬𝐽 only figures out when the guy who walks into the room has amber eyes and brown hair shading to gold and looks alarmingly like if Hawks had an older brother. But how does that even work? Honda asks, staring at Fuji, what if someone is attracted to multiple people who look different? Are we all seeing different things right now? Fuji shrugs, then they all see something a bit different, or they see like a blend, I guess. You don't know. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, I usually have an idea, but I can't actually see it myself, so I rely on other people's reactions or see who they're staring at, Fuji replies. So what do you think I see? Honda asks, pointing at herself. You're easy. I saw you on the sidelines when I was sparring with Hex. Probably I look more effeminate, but still look like I could snap you in half, Fuji replies easily, before he turns to 𝐻𝐬𝐽, and you, something with my hair, I think. He's definitely seen you as a blonde, Honda declares. I don't have a thing for blondes, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 protests. Just one specific blonde, Honda laughs, patting 𝐻𝐬𝐽 on the back. Oh, good to know, Fuji says as he turns, bowing slightly. Well, I'm Fuji-Q, and please be kind to me. Fuji may be unnerving, but so are Mahou and Rogue, and he's learned to work with them, and plus, anyone Mahou thinks is suitable is probably at the very least very good at their job. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 nods and sticks his hand out. Todoroki 𝐻𝐬𝐽, good to be working with you. Fuji shakes his hand with a slight dip of his head and a small tight smile on his face. It's weird to see that expression on a face so close to Hawks. And it turns out, Fuji is very good at charming their targets. He's more subtle about it than Mahou, preferring to turn on his quirk and lure people in rather than flirt his way forward, but either ways, the results are the same. All eyes are on him, information is squeezed from the target, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is able to plant devices or sneak into places unseen. Once or twice, a target does get especially handsy and doesn't seem to want to take no for an answer, and Fuji turns out to know how to hit pressure points to great effect. Unfortunately, one time there's a target whose skin turns to metal, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has to intervene, sending quick blasts of fire at the Yakuza member's joints and eyes, causing enough pain for the guy to let Fuji go. Fuji, however, seems astounded at the act, eyes widened and arms crossed as they reconvene in an alleyway. What was that? He asks. You compromised the mission? I'm sorry, did you want to go with that guy? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 demands, also crossing his arms. No, but now we'll have to find another member of the Shy Hasaikai to monitor, Fuji replies. It's going to take more time and resources. I guess so, but what was I supposed to do, just leave you there? That's usually how it goes for me, Fuji says quietly. Maybe there was another reason Mahou had decided to transfer Fuji onto her team. Well, that's not how we do it, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says firmly. You're my partner, and I'll get you out of any situations you don't want to be in. Fuji stares at him for a while before breaking into a smile that is uncomfortably close to the one Hawk sports when he's happily surprised most recently by 𝐻𝐬𝐽 actually managing to make a sword out of ice that doesn't shatter on first impact. I guess Hex is right about you. What did she say? Mostly that you're pretty green, but your heart's in the right place, Fuji replies with a slight shrug. Not always a stellar quality in covert ops, but Hex is trying something new, and I don't have anything better to do, so I suppose I can go along with all this. Besides, how can I not join a team headed by Hex and Rogue? You wanted to be on a team with the two most terrifying women I've ever met. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, raising an eyebrow. He has the highest of respect for both women, but come on, he's seen Rogue slice up her arm before transferring the mess to her opponent with barely a change in expression, and Mahou has demonstrated a nightmarish array of things that can just randomly go wrong in the human body from sheer bad luck. Of course, they were the shock troops sent in to clear villain HQs in their Black Ops days, and they say Hex and Rogue always have a plan, Fuji says easily. Good to know, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says. I have your back and you have mine. Fuji inclines his head. Help me out of situations I can't charm my way out of, and I'll back you up and distract people who don't know you're taken. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 frowns. What? I'm not taken. Fuji chuckles a bit and pats him on the shoulder. You're possibly one of the most taken people I've met, Dobby. Tell your boyfriend not to worry, I'll make sure people don't flirt with you. There are so many things wrong with that statement, But it doesn't seem to matter what Tuya says. Fuji just raises an eyebrow and tells him that while it's admirable to try and keep his personal business private, his whole job is reading people, so it's useless to try and hide things from him. Tuya decides to attempt to keep Hawks and Fuji separated as much as possible. God knows what Fuji will say, which actually seems fine by Hawks, who weirdly does not seem to like Fuji very much. He's always using his quirk, isn't that a little weird? Hawks argues. Tuya shrugs. Is it weirder than Rogue always hauling around pig corpses or Fujioka blowing up something that smells disgusting again? Yes, because those things are actually part of their jobs. Maybe he just turns it on when he arrives for work, I don't know, Tuya says. Why are you so freaked out by it? What do you see? Someone with blue eyes. Couldn't be anyone specific, right? He would know if someone had caught Hawks' attention, wouldn't he? Hawks flushes and bites his lip. Something like that, yeah. The more important question is, what does Mahu see? Tuya rolls his eyes. You haven't even managed to broach the subject with Ida-san yet, just leave it well alone. I was busy getting my hero license, and then they thought it'd be great to ramp up some promotion on the internship. Hawks protests. Takahiro's been essentially kidnapped by the Hero Commission, Rin's been working non-stop, and I've got a ton of cameras following me. Yeah, I heard from Ginai, Tuya says with a grin. So when can we expect that Hero monthly article about up and coming interns to come out and for you to get recognized everywhere we go? Who reads that section anyway? Hawk says, rubbing the back of his neck. It's kind of weird, really. How so? It feels like, I don't know, it feels like I'm some kind of thing, product maybe, getting marketed around, Hawk says, his wings flapping uneasily at his side. It's not like I've actually helped anyone. You helped that guy not get run over by a truck, Tuya points out, sitting at Hawk's side, and Ginai sent me a photo of you rescuing a cat out of a tree. You know what I mean, I'm not helping people the way you are, Hawk says, running a hand through his hair. I'm not exactly helping people every day either, Tuya points out. It's mostly been trying to pin down the connections of the Yakuza and anyone they've got on the inside, while also saving a couple of people from getting beaten up or murdered. Come on, Tuya, Hawk says. You're actually doing stuff while I'm stuck doing fluff. Fluff that's essential if you want to be a ranked hero. Tuya interrupts. You know that. Hawk sighs, slumping into Tuya's side. I know. I want to help people. I know you do, Tuya says, petting Hawk's head. And you are and you will. Besides, I thought you liked Team Ida-10. Yeah, it's really friendly, Hawk says, kicking his feet up so he can rest his head against Tuya's shoulder while lying down on the couch. Everyone's very supportive, and Ida-san is really patient. No job is too small, and he doesn't seem to be as invested in the rankings so much as the work. Tuya hums, that's good. Ginai says she's having fun there too. Hawks laughs. She definitely is. She can outspeed Ida-san most of the time, but she can't do half the parkour moves he can. Tuya groans. Ginai with parkour is going to give Sanazaki an ulcer. Probably, Hawks grins before narrowing his eyes. What does Sanazaki-senpai think of your partner? Little surprised when he first met him, but you know Sanazaki, he gets along with him fine. We've been working with him more than I expected, Tuya says. Yeah, he mentioned that when he came to visit Ginai-senpai, Hawk says, stretching his wings out so that they lie against Tuya's arms. Although sadly, Ginai-senpai was a bit busy with her fan club at the time. Tuya glances at Hawks. Oh no, are you going to start trying to matchmake them too? Is this going to be like some kind of side gig? Hawks, the matchmaking hero. Hawks laughs. No, don't worry, Mahu and Ida-san still come first. Sanazaki-senpai can take care of himself, I think. He'll have to because Mahu is totally going to find a skyscraper to throw you off of, Tuya warns. Again, not much of a threat, Hawks points out, using his wing to jab Tuya in the side. Haven't you considered that it's been a really long time, and that if Ida-san really wanted to ask Mahu out, he already could have? Tuya. Hawks shakes his head. Maybe he's waiting to become a more established pro-hero first. What? Does he want an even 100 sidekicks? Tuya snarks. Or maybe he's waiting to do a big gesture or something in hopes that she'll like it enough to give him a chance, Hawk says, biting his lip and looking at Tuya. A big gesture, like what? A public confession or something. She'd hate that. Don't engineer something like that. I think she really would hex you for that, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says. No, give me a little credit here. I do know 𝐒𝐻𝐻 better than that, Hawks protests. Like isn't she hunting for some big-shot villain's government connection? You mean the villain she won't tell us about besides the fact that she's looking for him? 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says, raising an eyebrow. Fuji thinks that whoever that guy is, he's probably pretty dangerous. Yeah, but Ida-san has a lot of contacts. Maybe he could help a little bit, give her some leads or something, Hawks suggests. What? Are you going to leak confidential information to him just to try and push them together? 𝐻𝐭𝐲 asks, pushing himself up so he can look Hawks in the eye. Nothing that extreme, maybe just drop a few hints and have him put the pieces together himself. Hawks suggests, fanning out his feathers so that they brush against his own face. 𝐻𝐭𝐲 snorts. You really think he's going to put in that much effort just from a few hints? For 𝐒𝐻? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Hawks grins. He always asks after her when I come by after training sessions with her, and he sure drops by the library to ask her for help on research a lot when really he has at least 10 sidekicks for that. 𝐻𝐭𝐲 sighs. It's your head, I guess, if 𝐒𝐻 catches wind of it. I'll just tell her that you thought it was a good idea, Hawks smirks. You're her favorite. She won't do anything too bad to you. Such a brat, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 mutters, giving a light shove to Hawks. There's no way this ends well. It definitely will, Hawks says confidently. Whatever Ida is doing with Hawks' hint, 𝐒𝐻 doesn't seem to know about it, since life goes on much as it has. The Hero Monthly article comes out, and his mother buys up at least 10 copies, and if 𝐻𝐭𝐲 has a copy squirreled away in his own apartment too, well, he's allowed to be proud also. It's a really good picture of Hawks, backlit by the sun, flying through the air. Hawks' class puts on a karaoke bar at the cultural festival that involves Hawks strutting around in leather breathes so tight that 𝐻𝐭𝐲 cannot believe Shiketsu didn't ban him for lewdness. He still manages to have a blast versus trap nest sing-off against Hawks that manages to attract about as much of an audience as the K/DA ensemble. Hawks does with him singing Evelyn's lines, Fuyumi singing the Ari parts, Hakamata managing to rap out Akali's parts pretty decently, and Honda decked out in a full Kaisa costume. Natsuo's volleyball team wins so many matches that he makes it to the regional championships and is getting scouted by the Nekoma team. Shudo finally empties 𝐻𝐻𝐻's sweeping kick and learns some basic sword fighting techniques from Hawks that Izuku diligently takes down in his ever-present notebook and manages to keep said notebook away from Bakugo by squarely punching him in the stomach despite Fuyumi scolding him. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is very proud of the tiny green-haired boy, Fuyumi. Easily gets elected to class representative again. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 bakes a strawberry cake for her. Hawks helps him decorate it with fruit. Natsu and Shudo create a banner for her, and their mother gifts her with an engraved fountain pen. And their mother wins an award for the series of articles she did on Ryokans. They have a big fancy dinner on 𝐻𝐻𝐻's paycheck first, and later Izuku's and Bakugo's mothers takes their mother out for celebratory drinks. Hawks crashes at 𝐻𝐻𝐻's tiny apartment for so many nights per week that he has a drawer and a spare uniform stored in 𝐻𝐻𝐻's closet. Most days, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 just gives Hawks his bed. Honestly, he's spending so little time in it, it might as well be called Hawks' bed, and crashes on the sofa. But in the winter, Hawks insists that his apartment has shitty insulation, and even if 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is cold-proof, Hawks isn't, so they end up sharing 𝐻𝐻𝐻's bed anyway. It's, well, obviously 𝐻𝐻𝐻 can't exactly say he doesn't like it, he likes it too much, that's the problem. But while the nights are obviously a problem, with his back against the wall trying to think unsexy thoughts, worms, bugs, rogues, creepy walk-in freezer of cadavers, the funk of Fujioka's workroom after a gaming marathon while Hawks buries his face in the crook of 𝐻𝐻𝐻's neck, it's actually mornings that are worse, with the light streaming through the blinds, haloing Hawks' messy hair in glowing gold, and just for a minute, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 can admire Hawks in his bed, blast shirt hanging awkwardly off his shoulder, and pretend that he's being gross. He needs to go for a long run, and Hawks needs to get up for school. He's still in high school, my god. Work is pretty good, with most of the missions involving Yakuza members that all seem to be crawling out of the woodwork suddenly. They break up a trafficking ring being run out of casino, uncover evidence of several heroes' gambling addictions and the Hero Commission members in charge of covering that up, and rescue some dumb kids being shaken down by loan sharks for getting way in over their heads at a few shady pachinko parlors. Fuji is still somewhat of an enigma, and he only manages to see the other man's true appearance when they get called in to look into a low-level criminal who seemed to have shy Hasaikai connections. They're told that it seems the guy can make copies of himself, and said copies had been running around committing minor crimes, so Fuji hides some darts in his sleeves, and 𝐻𝐬 goes ahead and activates his bracers and keeps a careful hand curled at his side when they walk up to the door of 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽's apartment. Even before they get to the door, there's the muffled sound of a lot of people arguing, loud crashing sounds, and some dull thumps that sound like someone hitting flesh. 𝐻𝐬 holds up a hand and frowns. I think someone's gotten here before us. Fuji pps his head and nods. You want to kick down the door while I go through the window? Let's. 𝐻𝐬 slips on his mask, cracks his knuckles and slams his combat boot into the side of the door with the keyhole. The door caves in and there is a scene of carnage awaiting them. There is blood spattered across the walls, broken furniture littering the entire room, weird goop lying in piles across the floor, and a man tied to a chair in the center of the room with a bloody gash on his head, blindfolded and gagged, trembling and choking for breath. 𝐻𝐬 scans quickly around the apartment, but it's not that big, and it's obvious there is no one here besides him, the guy in the chair, and Fuji slipping in through the window and calmly taking in the scene. Fuji pokes at the tan goop on the floor with the toe of his boot. Either he has a secondary quirk to turn people into goo, or these are 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽's duplicates. You think so? Then did someone break in here and get the jump on all of them? No signs of forced entry though, 𝐻𝐬 says, glancing at the window and back at the door he had just kicked in. So, what, all the duplicates just attacked each other? Seems like it, Fuji says, walking towards the man in the chair, carefully crouching down next to him. Still, we've got one survivor, so that's good. Yeah, but should you knock him out first? 𝐻𝐬 suggests as the man struggles against his bindings. Maybe we should take him back to HQ and ask him questions there. No need, Fuji says, undoing the BNDFLD on 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽. I can calm him down. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽's frantic eyes fix on Fuji, before blinking in surprise, and he stops struggling in the chair, murmuring a name through the GG. 𝐻𝐬 isn't sure what 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽 is seeing, but from his point of view, Fuji has on the same soft smile that Hawks uses to gently encourage Izuku to kick the punching bag. That's right, it's okay, Fuji says, removing the GG. Now, isn't that better? Why are you here? 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽 gasps out before frowning. You're not, how could I not come? Fuji says softly, his fingers lingering at the side of 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽's jaw. I was so worried, what happened here? I lost control, we all started arguing, they were too much like me. The side of 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽's face starts bubbling. Start, give me my mask, I'm splitting, cover me up. Fuji doesn't take his eyes off of 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽, sharply gesturing at 𝐻𝐬. Dabi, give him part of your coat. Seriously? 𝐻𝐬 sighs, grabbing the edge of his coat and examining where he could best rip it without Honda yelling at him about how hard it is to repair. Now would be a good time. Fuji snaps as a weird lump starts appearing on 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽's head, and 𝐻𝐬 swears, rips off a section from the ragged edge, and hands it grudgingly over to him. Fuji quickly wraps it around 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽's face, and the man slumps back into the chair. Okay, thank you, but not actually, you should have been faster. Fuji raises an eyebrow. I see. Well, still, do you feel better now? Not at all, right as rain? 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽 says, both frowning and attempting to hold up a thumbs up. I think we need to get him to Rogue, or a hospital. There's something wrong with him, 𝐻𝐬 says. There's definitely nothing wrong with me. There's something very wrong with me. No, there's not. I'm the real one. I'm a clone. The original is dead. We don't know that. Hey, Fuji says as 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽 starts thrashing around in his chair. Look at me. You can see through those holes, right? Look at me. Brief, I'm right here. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽 squints through the ragged edges of the cloth. Who are you? You look like, but you're not. Are you real? Help me. I'm as real as you are, Fuji says as suddenly his hair and eyes shift to brown, and he looks a lot less like Hawks and much more nondescript. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽 starts, the chair tipping back, and 𝐻𝐬 reaches out, flames at the ready, but stops when Fuji shoots him a look and grabs 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐽's chair and shoulder himself. Hey, it's okay. You're probably feeling a little unreal right now, right? Like you don't know who you are. Like your body isn't your own. It's weird, right? I know a little something about that. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐺 stills. You do. Fuji nods. I do. It's hard some days to keep it together, isn't it? 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐺 nods. How? How do you make it stop? It doesn't work that way, Fuji says sadly, but it helps when there's other people who know you to remind you that you're real. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐺 shakes his head. I can't make more of me. That'll make things worse. And I don't have anyone else. Why don't you come back with us? Fuji suggests, patting him on the arm. We can try to help. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐺's face seems to spasm behind the ragged cloth a bit before he finally lowers his head in agreement. Okay, but if you betray me, I won't forgive you. That's fair, Fuji says, starting to untie his hands. What are you doing? Tuya hisses. He could be dangerous, and that's what you're here for, Fuji points out, hauling 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐺 up by the arm. Besides, I think he's more of a danger to himself at this point. Tuya still keeps an ice grenade handy the entire walk back to headquarters, but 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐺 doesn't try anything, just clutching the ragged cloth firmly over his head and muttering to himself, with Fuji supporting him and murmuring to him. Rogue looks him over and transfers the gash on his head to the pig corpse she has in the lab, but then knocks him out with a needle and shakes her head. I can fix physical wounds. Mental ones? Well, maybe 𝐭𝐴𝐺 has some meds that may work more long-term, but we're probably going to need to find a psychiatrist or something. You need one, or have you gotten all the information out of him already? There's a man called Kai Chisaki who seems to be leading Shai Hasaikai into a different direction than before, Fuji says, but I think Twice here could still use some help. Twice? You gave him a code name. Tuya demands while Rogue also looks at Fuji askance over her glasses. Well, his real name is really long, and if we want him as a double agent, we should give him a code name, shouldn't we? I'm sorry, since when did we decide he was going to be a double agent? Rogue asks, crossing her arms. He'd be really good, Fuji says, gesturing at Twice who is now sleeping on one of Rogue's examining tables. He's got underworld connections that we can use, he's got a fairly useful quirk, and with some help, I think we can train him to be a good double agent. And he's going to be loyal to us because, why exactly? Rogus, because we're going to help him, Fuji says simply, still smiling his usual polite smile, but his eyes are steely. Tuya still doesn't know that much about Fuji, but this is the first time he's ever seen Fuji argue for something this persistently. He wonders if Fuji should also talk to whatever psychiatrist they bring into for Twice. Hell, maybe all of them should. Rogue narrows her eyes but uncrosses her arms and glances over at the sleeping Twice. Let's see what Megumi thinks about this. Mahu listens to Fuji while paging through Twice's file, and then leans back and looks at Tuya. Well, now I have your opinion and Kyoko's. What do you think, Dabi? On one hand, he doesn't really trust this Twice. What did they really know about him besides what is in the file? Why should they trust some small-time criminal? Fuji could be letting his own experiences cloud his judgment. On the other hand, Fuji can usually read people pretty well. And wouldn't Fuji know more than anyone about trusting shifty people? I think Fuji usually has the right idea, Tuya says slowly, glancing at Fuji. If he says he's good, I guess we can at least try him out, right? Fuji gives him a small smile while Mahu slowly nods and sets the file down. Alright. Kyoko's not going to be super pleased, but she'll get a new set of cadavers next week, so that'll probably cheer her up. Mystere, you'll be Twice's handler. Dabi, watch and learn from Mystere. And it turns out, Fuji is right. Twice under Fuji's careful attention does reveal that he has a lot of useful connections to the underworld, from other foot soldiers of Shai Hasaikai to an information broker named Jiren, and he seems willing to go ahead with his regular petty criminal life and pass on information since he is also getting psychiatric help, medication, and a small apartment out of it. However, even more than that, Twice really seems to genuinely like talking with Fuji, and Fuji listens to Twice contradict himself again and again with just a nod and a smile in his original form. You're really patient, Tuya comments as they take their leave of their weekly visit to Twice, where after a couple hours of rambling, Fuji has calmly extracted the location of a guy with the quirk to lower inhibitions that Jiren knows. If there's anything I learned from going to an all-girls school, it's how to listen, Fuji says, stuffing his hands in his pockets. An all-girls? Tuya glances over Fuji, but he's already snapped his quirk back on. Fuji shrugs, not looking at him. I was someone else before. Now, me for better or worse. Finding out personal information about Fuji feels sometimes like extracting teeth, so for him to just offer up this information, well, either he's feeling especially chatty after sitting with Twice for so long, or maybe he finally trusts him. You must have had super clean bathrooms at your school. Tuya says lightly. He also has been trying to learn what to say. Fuji glances at Tuya with slightly widened brown eyes as his quirk melts away. Yeah, we did. Probably one of the things I miss. Makes sense. Guys' bathrooms are disgusting, Tuya says. Fuji snorts. You're telling me I had to make a cleaning chart for Twice. Getting a little close there. I know for a fact that Hex has cooked meals for you guys, and Honda overheard her giving Hawk's apartment advice, Fuji says. If either of us start matchmaking, then you're allowed to call it too close. Tuya groans. How do you know about that? Honda, Fuji says, neatly stepping over a crack in the sidewalk. You know, if Hex really did get with 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵, do you think he'd let us use Team Ida 10 for grunt work? Not you too, Tuya complains. If you're going to somehow try to use your quirk to force either of them to confess, I'm pretty sure I know what Hex sees, and last time 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 swung by the office he asked if I was related to Hex, so I don't even need to, Fuji says. All they need is a little push. Now you're sounding like Hawks. Fuji shrugs. Hex just needs to see that she's not always right about how things will play out. And plus, she doesn't have to actually tell 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 about all the SHT she used to do. She may not have to, but Tuya thinks that if it comes down to it, she will. If you love someone, wouldn't tricking them into loving a false version of yourself be a betrayal of the highest order? You're not afraid she's going to hex you. I'm not interfering, am I? Fuji points out, with a sly look in his eyes. I'm sure Hawks will put in enough effort for all of us. That is sadly true, Tuya sighs. Tuya had thought for sure that Hawks would try something suicidally stupid around Valentine's Day, like forge Mahu's signature and stick in on a box of chocolates to hand to Ida, but he is suspiciously quiet, doing his homework with a smug grin on his face that night instead of pleading with him to help him make convincing-looking homemade chocolates. Did you get Honda to make chocolates instead? Tuya asks, peering closely at Hawks. You know they're not going to look like anything Mahu would make, right? Give me some credit, hot stuff, I know that much. Hawks huffs before his mouth pulls into a smirk again. Besides, no one needs to make fake chocolates, because guess what I saw Mahu making? No way, Tuya protests, sitting down on the couch behind Hawks. Are you sure they aren't like friend chocolates for the team or something? You wish, Hawks says, pointing his pencil at him. It was premium chocolate I saw. The stuff Amai uses for really fancy chocolate desserts. White and dark chocolate, a blue box, and an unsigned note. Were you snooping around in her office? Tuya asks, not quite able to keep the horror out of his voice. No, I ran out of snacks and went to one of the safe houses that Mahu stashes snacks in, and I saw her in the kitchen, Hawks says with a grin. Did she throw you? She tried to act like she was doing it for a friend, but there's no way, Hawks relishes with satisfaction. She had 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 molds. Our hints worked. You said the notes unsigned though, Tuya points out. Doesn't that mean she's going to just dump it in the pile of chocolates people probably send to 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵? She probably doesn't even want Ida-san to know. Although why after so long? Maybe that was the point. That after so long, with Ida stopping by week after week to supposedly consult her on some Batvillain, she just wanted to do something. Hawks shrugs. Easy enough to just point out that specific box to Ida-san then. You're going to be doing laps around the library for days, Tuya sighs, flicking Hawks' feathers out of his face. It's going to be so worth it, Hawks gloats, leaning against Tuya's leg. So Tuya is prepared the next day for Hawks to be stuck in training hell along with perhaps himself. Mahu will definitely question why Tuya didn't try to stop Hawks, and, well, he just thinks that a gift should be acknowledged when it comes from the heart, but Mahu just flips through reports, jokes with Hawks as she fences with him, good-naturedly bickers with Rogue about what new wuxia novels to try, spars against both him and Fuji, and examines Honda's new anti-gravity boots as usual. Did you finally gain some common sense and not tell Ida-san? Tuya asks Hawks later, the two of them sprawled on his couch. Hawks smiles and holds up a finger. Oh, I definitely told him. You should have seen his face when he opened the box to see cookies and cream ingenium helmet chocolates. He looked like someone who got handed a box of jewels. Oh, and he wouldn't even let me or Jinai-senpai or any of his sidekicks try one. Just wait until White Day. He's going to wait until White Day. Tuya asks disbelievingly. I mean, he's a traditional guy, right? I'm sure he'll get her something amazing for White Day, Hawks says. Or maybe he just wants to be friends with her. Or maybe he's just been waiting a long time for a sign and doesn't want to mess up his one shot with her. Hawks glares at him over his shoulder. Again, that feeling that they're having two separate conversations at once, and if they are, does Hawks relate to Ida the way Tuya relates to Mahu? What does that make them? Tuya shifts uncomfortably. I don't think there's anything he can really get her to change her mind. You also thought she'd never give him chocolate, so obviously I'm better at predicting what they're going to do than you are, Hawks says, sticking out his tongue. Tuya laughs and reaches out and ruffles Hawks' hair. All right, pretty bird. I bow to your matchmaking expertise. Right. Hawks beams up at him, twisting around and settling his arms on Tuya's knees. Just watch and see on White Day. Unfortunately, on White Day, Hawks is not content with sitting back and just checking in with Ida and Mahu the next day. Oh no, he wants them to sneak out to a rooftop that he overheard Ida arranging a drop-off at that he is convinced has something to do with Ida's White Day present. That makes no sense, Tuya complains, crossing his arms. He was definitely talking to Mahu and Rogue, so he's definitely bringing over something for her, Hawks insists, tugging on Tuya's arm. Yeah, he's probably bringing over equipment or something that Honda finally convinced Mahu to ask Ida-san to lend us, not a White Day present. On White Day. It's definitely a White Day present, Hawk says. Come on, it can't hurt for us to just go look. It definitely can. She's going to figure out we're there, and then we're cursed, Tuya says glumly. Not if they're busy confessing their love to each other or making out, Hawks points out with a big grin. Tuya pulls a face. Just what I need to see. It'll be sweet and they'll be distracted, so let's go, Hawks says, holding out his arms. What are you doing? Tuya asks suspiciously. Well, you know that rooftop is on the other side of town, and if we take the train it'll be too late, so I'll just fly us there, Hawks says, moving closer. Tuya bats his hands away. You're going to try princess carrying me all the way there, aren't you? He asks flatly. I'm so glad we're on the same page. Hawks beams as he just throws his arms around Tuya's neck and looks up at him with wide eyes. We're definitely not, Tuya argues. I can try to keep up with you by running along the walls and stuff. That won't be fast enough, and plus, why burn more footprints into buildings? Hawks says, still looking up at him with his large golden eyes. Come on, Tuya. It'll be fun. It's not even your first time, and I promise I'll be gentle. Is he doing this on purpose? Hawks is a little SHT who likes innuendo way too much. If you somehow record this, good luck ever getting me to make you chicken carriage ever again. Tuya sighs and loops his arms around Hawks' neck and does not think about how easy it would be to just pull Hawks' head down and close the last inch between the two of them. I won't need to record it, I'm going to remember this forever, Hawks says, smiling at Tuya as they walk over to the window, and he settles one hand at Tuya's waist and another behind his knees before lifting him up. Okay, Tuya has to admit, that's pretty hot, and then taking off into the night sky. This is hardly the first time Hawks has done this, but it's kind of different when he's clutching onto Hawks and staring up at him. He'll never admit it out loud, but it's kind of nice, being held so close, Hawks' warm presence all around him, with the cool night air ruffling against his hair. Doing all right? Hawks asks in a slightly breathless tone as they fly past a bunch of other buildings. Fine, Tuya says, squashing the urge to nuzzle his head into neck of Hawks' fluffy coat. Are we there yet? Yeah, just got to loop around here so we don't get spotted. Oh, there, I'll just land on this water tower, should get a good view, Hawks says, dropping his voice to a whisper as he zooms around the building and lands them on a water tower. Adjacent to the rooftop that Tuya can see Mahu and Ida, both still in full costume, talking on. Hawks hands him a set of binoculars while quickly getting another out of his coat. Here, Honda synced this to Mahou's armor, so we'll be able to see and hear what's going on. She's going to kill all of us, Tuya says glumly but puts the binoculars to his eyes. Look, he's already in this deep, he might as well find out what they're saying and doing. I can't believe you actually found him, Mahou says, taking off her lower face mask. We've been looking for so long. How did you track him down? I had some of my sidekicks help me out. Enigma really was a big help. She provided some distraction for me to verify the situation, Ida says, taking his helmet off and smiling down at Mahou. Do thank them for us. Once Kyoko has got him hauled back, we'll finally have one of the good doctor's government spies firmly in hand, Mahou says with some relish and a genuine smile on her face. How can I ever thank you, Ida-kun? You really don't have to. After all, I had to get you a white day present worthy of the chocolates you gave me, Ida says softly, rubbing the back of his neck. Even in dim light, Tuya can see Mahou flush. You? How did you? Hawks must have pointed that box out to you, didn't he? Even if Hawks hadn't told me to look through a specific pile, if I had spotted your box on my own, I would have known it was from you, Mahougan, Ida says, spreading his hands out slowly, smiling sheepishly at her. I recognized your handwriting. And besides, who else would think to make some Kanako chocolates too for my baby brother? I mean it's public knowledge that you have a little brother, Mahou says with a slight huff of her breath, flicking her bangs out of her eyes. Did he like it? He loved them. He wrote a formal letter thanking you for them, Ida says, taking out a dark blue envelope from his armor with a flourish and handing it to Mahou. Tenya-kun is so cute, Mahou coos, opening the envelope and peering inside. Did you tell him he didn't have to? On the contrary, I told him handmade gifts like that should always be acknowledged, and thank you notes should be written, but if the feelings were reciprocated, then it is someone's duty to give a white day present instead, Ida says softly. Nia-san is so smooth, Hawks says admiringly while Tuya elbows him in the side to be quiet. If they get caught now, Mahou really will hex them and throw them off the roof. Mahou bites her lip and looks down. You should really find someone else, Ida-kun. Ida's eyebrows furrow as he rubs his arm. Was getting you the mole too much? Or, I know you can do your job, Mahou-kun. That's not at all what I was implying. Should I have gotten you a Wuxian novel box set instead maybe? Your gift was perfect, Mahou cuts in, looking back up at him. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, but you should find someone else with a better background, with a better job. Mahou-kun, Ida hesitates, takes a breath, and keeps going. You don't have to make excuses or anything, Mahou-kun. If I have misinterpreted your gift, tell me that you have no feelings for me, and I swear, Mahou-kun, I will not bother you with mine anymore, but tell the truth. I have always told you the truth, Ida-kun, Mahou says softly, and you didn't misinterpret anything, but you know what my job entails and I have done things, Ida-kun, that you don't want to date someone like that, Ida-kun. Ida frowns. I know that you were Black Ops once. We didn't talk much during that time, but I know it was a hard time for you. And I know that now sometimes you have to pretend to stalk people. It wasn't always pretend back then, Mahou says, her voice raw, looking away. I had to. I would rather not talk about it, Ida-kun, but it was not. You don't want anything to do with that. Ida's face darkens as his fists clench to the side. Who was it that was in charge of you back then? Mahou looks back up at Ida and narrows her eyes. Are you, Ida-kun? I don't need you to save me. He's been taken care of, let's leave it at that. Ida shakes his head. But still, who set up this mission, who was supervising him, who the F was leading all of this? Ida-kun, Mahou says sharply, crossing her arms. I have a plan. It'll take time and patience, but by the end of this, I will make sure nothing like that will ever happen to anyone else. Ida's eyes grow softer as he gazes at her, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Do you know what I have always admired most about you, Mahou-kun? You always get back up, and you return what was given to you tenfold. But even if you have always been able to save yourself, no one should have ever purposefully put you in a situation where you had to. I know that, Mahou says, a flush rising again on her cheeks as she looks away. But you see why you shouldn't, associate yourself that closely with me, right? No, I do not, 𝐬𝐫 says clearly, taking a step forward. Why should I not want to date you for something you had no control over? 𝐒𝐻u shakes her head. I chose to carry out those missions that never should have been designed to force you into bad situations, and if I ever figure out the beefers who planned them, 𝐬𝐫 says heatedly before taking a deep breath, I would still, regardless of everything, 𝐒𝐻u-kun, if you would like to go on a date with me, I would be honored. Of course I would like to, who wouldn't? But it would kill me to be a stain on your reputation, 𝐒𝐻u grits her teeth. And what is supposed to stain my reputation? 𝐬𝐫 asks, crossing his arms, that the woman I love was pushed into a pit and clawed her way out and managed to rescue some people with her. You can't be in love with me. 𝐒𝐻u says, turning red and covering her mouth with her hand. Can't I? 𝐬𝐫 asks, stepping closer and smiling down at her. We've known each other for a very long time, 𝐒𝐻u. And I have been on so many dates, omeas, coffee meetups, and not one of those girls has ever compared to you. You can't just say stuff like that, 𝐬𝐫-kun. 𝐒𝐻u protests, looking up at him. I can't, I'm not. What happens if someday someone leaks to the press what I've done? Then I will still stand by your side and ask how dare anyone shame you for what was done to you, 𝐬𝐫 says, reaching out slowly and lightly touching the back of her hand. This is not a good idea, 𝐬𝐫-kun, 𝐒𝐻u insists, but not backing away. Do you trust me, 𝐒𝐻u-kun? 𝐬𝐫 asks softly, do you respect me? 𝐒𝐻u nods. Do you need to ask that, 𝐬𝐫-kun? Then can you respect my judgment as well? He asks, stroking a finger down the back of her hand and looking intently into her eyes. I want to be at your side, to support you through anything that happens. Can't we at least try to see how things go? I fear that your judgment is faulty when it comes to me, 𝐒𝐻u says quietly. Who isn't biased toward the person they love? 𝐬𝐫 asks, gently taking her hand in his own and drawing it up to kiss the back of it. Do you not have a more generous take on me than others do, 𝐒𝐻u-kun? I'm not being generous. If the rankings weren't horribly slated towards flashy quirks and giant battles, you would definitely be closer to the top, 𝐒𝐻u says, her face still red as she stares at 𝐬𝐫. 𝐬𝐫 laughs, holding her hand tightly. You are horribly biased, he says with equal measures of fondness and delight. That doesn't make either of us wrong, and could we not at least try? Would we not be happier together than pining apart? Hawks sighs dreamily next to him, and Todoroki, he's always understood 𝐒𝐻u's stance on this issue because, after all, what is more important to a pro hero than their reputation? But he can see that 𝐬𝐫 has a point. And if 𝐬𝐫 has a point, doesn't that mean that Todoroki should also respect Hawks' judgment, no matter where it falls? Hawks has been steadily ramping up the flirtiness through the years, and Todoroki has never let himself wonder what it would really mean if Hawks was serious, beyond reminding himself that Hawks has always been too partial to him on top of his shitty taste. But what if they actually tried to make it work? What would that be like? 𝐒𝐻u is quiet for a while before slowly leaning forward and resting her head on 𝐬𝐫's chest. You must have really liked those chocolates, huh? 𝐬𝐫's smile threatens to overtake his entire face as he carefully wraps his other arm around 𝐒𝐻u, not letting go of her hand. I loved them. There have been many a Valentine's Day where I waited and hoped. It was like something out of a dream to finally get them. 𝐒𝐻u shifts, curling closer. They weren't that fancy. Stop disparaging yourself, 𝐬𝐫 says firmly, tightening his hold around her while looking intently down at her face. They were lovely, you're lovely, and I would like to ask you out to see a movie next week, if your schedule is open. All right, 𝐬𝐫-kun, 𝐒𝐻u says finally, looking up at him and reaching out and grasping his shoulder. Let's try this. Together. Call me Tensei, he murmurs, leaning down, and can I call you Megumi? Only if you kiss me, Tensei, 𝐒𝐻u says, moving her hand up to grasp the back of 𝐬𝐫's neck. I would be too happy to, Megumi, 𝐬𝐫 says before leaning down, hand curling at the back of 𝐒𝐻u's head, and capturing his mouth with hers. Hawk's feathers are fluttering excitedly all around them, and he makes a high-pitched noise that could only be described as squeeing, and Todoroki slaps a hand across his mouth to make him shut up, but it's too late. 𝐬𝐫 and 𝐒�u have already broken apart, and 𝐒�u is grabbing the night vision goggles off the top of her head and looking straight in their direction. Well, It's been a good life, he guesses. He would have liked to have seen Hawks and 𝐭𝐲 as the brilliant pro-heroes they are destined to be, but he doesn't have that many regrets overall. He probably should have just kissed Hawks once when he had the chance though. 𝐒𝐻u snorts and rolls her eyes as she slides the night vision goggles back to the top of her head. Dabi, you're going to help Kyoko clean out her freezer tomorrow. Hawks, I'll let Tensei decide what he wants to do with you. Ida laughs, wrapping an arm around 𝐒𝐻u's waist, probably paperwork followed by wings, because I think we do have to thank them, Megumi. Listen, you're the best. Hawks cheers, picking up 𝐻uya, who only gives a token shove at Hawks' hands. Okay, how else is he going to get off this water tower without turning it into a smoldering heap? And flying them over to the rooftop. 𝐒𝐻u pinches the bridge of her nose, and Honda is also going to be on cleanup duty with you, Dabi. Oh god, she wasn't listening in, was she? No, she just said that once you two got together, she wants to see the Ida robot factory, Hawks says with a big grin. I could arrange a tour, Ida says with a smile. 𝐒𝐻u shakes her head, looking up at Ida. My team is going to take advantage of you so much. As long as their incredible boss is happy, I am happy to be of service, Ida says, dropping a kiss on the top of 𝐒𝐻u's head as Hawks coos. You're going to regret that when Honda decides that what she really wants to do is a Gundam cosplay, 𝐻uya comments. I would be really excited to see a Gundam cosplay, especially from Honda-kun. From everything I have heard about her, Ida replies. It's a school night, both of you go home, 𝐒𝐻u says, curling into Ida's chest while waving the two of them off. Okay, quick question though, do I get a raise? Hawks asks, raising his hand and looking at Ida. Don't push your luck, kid, 𝐒𝐻u says. Maybe if you can beat me or trajectory at a parkour obstacle course, Ida amends with a grin. Come on home, pretty bird, 𝐻uya says, dragging Hawks by the collar of his jacket closer to the edge of the rooftop. You can practice tomorrow and let's not tempt fate anymore. We'll give you guys some privacy, enjoy your white day. Hawks says with a big grin as he grabs 𝐻uya and takes off. As they fly back, Hawks hums what 𝐻uya is pretty sure is a Blackpink song under his breath, My Love is on Fire, which is good, because it leaves 𝐻uya to his own thoughts. Really, he was very happy for 𝐒𝐻u. While he had always understood her stance, he has to admit that if Ida had really thought she would be a stain on his reputation and rejected her for that, he would have thought less of the turbo hero, and probably would have had to discuss with Rogue, Honda, and the rest of the team exactly what would be the appropriate amount of havoc to wreak for that insult. And it may be arrogant of him, but he doesn't think that Hawks would reject him if he confessed. He has blue eyes like Hawks type. Hawks has always flirted with him, and Hawks is his best friend. But the fact of the matter is, Hawks hasn't even debuted yet, unlike Ida, who has 7 years as a pro hero under his belt along with his family's legacy. To just start with a handicap like 𝐻uya, wouldn't that be too much? Wouldn't it be selfish to push his own feelings onto Hawks just to what? Try to do something with them for once. You're brooding, what's up? Hawks asks as they crawl through the window of 𝐻uya's apartment, regretting all those rom-coms you didn't watch with me and Fuyumi because that was the best confession I've ever seen. That's the only confession you've seen in real life, 𝐻uya points out, stretching and noting the way Hawks' eyes follow where his shirt rides up for a second. No, I was just wondering what made 𝐒𝐻u finally decide to even take that step and give him chocolates. Hawks shrugs. Maybe we finally wore her down. Or maybe, didn't you say she had that close call with that hedgehog villain earlier this year? Maybe, she thought there were things she had to at least try after that. That would make sense, but then what does it say that his main regret if he were to die today would be that he has never gotten to kiss Hawks? You okay? Hawks asks, worriedly peering at him. You're not actually mad about me dragging you there, right? 𝐻uya snorts and pats Hawks on the head. Despite my life flashing before my eyes, no. I'm just processing. Hawks smiles up at him, moving so that he's practically nuzzling 𝐻uya's hand. Process away. Just be right here. He's so screwed. The problem is, now that he's even let himself think about the possibility of dating Hawks, he can't really stop thinking about it. He's distracted at work, picking up the wrong forms, staring into space when he's supposed to be helping clean out Rogue's lab with Honda complaining loudly beside him, not dodging 𝐒𝐻𝐲's kicks and sword as fast as he should. He gets sent to get healed up by Rogue, with 𝐒𝐻𝐲 giving him a considering look before just patting him on the back, and apparently brooding so much that Fuji turns off his quirk just to ask him if anything is wrong. He reassures his partner, but he really needs to get it together. His cramped, tiny apartment is not doing wonders for his thought process, because all he can see are signs of Hawks everywhere, from the feathers in the bed to the extra toothbrush in the bathroom to Hawks' favorite snacks on the kitchen table, so he swings by the house. Hawks is off to a Shiketsu training camp, Natsu is at a volleyball training camp, Shudo is having a sleepover over at Izuku's apartment, and Fuyumi is also having a sleepover at her friend's house, so it's just his mother there, but she welcomes him warmly, puts some hot soba and other dishes on the table, and asks how things are going. "Alright, just busy," Tuya says, slurping up the noodles in his bowl. No matter how he tries, he can't get it to taste the same as his mother's soba. "I've heard," his mother says, digging into her own bowl, "you really don't have to keep sending money back, Tuya. I've been taking care of everyone on my paycheck and the stipend for a while now. They're definitely going to cut off the stipend as soon as they can, and there's still Natsu and Shudo after Hawks and Fuyumi graduate," Tuya argues, grabbing some pickled lotus root from the center of the table. "And besides, there's still that Ryokan you want to eventually open." "That's a while from now," his mother says, placing some pork ribs in his bowl. "Don't worry, we can make do. Hawks always complains about that apartment of yours. Save some of your money and move to a better one." Tuya snorts. He complains a lot, but he's practically always there. It's not that bad of an apartment. Besides, the only other ones near the civics library are the new luxury high-rises. His mother says with a small smile. "I see. That does explain. Well, anyway, I'm sure it'll all work out. Although, Hawks said you were distracted lately. Even Natsu commented on it. Said you didn't try to take the trap nest pin off of his bag when you dropped him off at the training camp." Tuya pauses, turning over what to say in his head. It's embarrassing, really, to talk about stuff like this with his mom, but on the other hand, wouldn't she have the best perspective on whether or not a relationship is healthy? What would you do if one of your friends was getting involved with someone unworthy of them? He asks slowly, studiously studying the table. His mother frowns and sets her chopsticks down. "Are we talking about Erika-chan? Or perhaps Yu-chan? Or is Keiichi-kun not interested in Erika-chan anymore?" "No, someone with pretty consistently awful taste," Tuya says, scrunching up his nose a bit. His mother's eyebrows shoot up. "Since when did Hawks? Are you sure, Tuya? I could have sworn that he's only ever had eyes for one person as long as I have known him." Tuya feels his heart freezes in his chest. "Who?" he demands, feeling his chopsticks digging into his hand as he tries to ignore the flare of indignation that washes over him. He has known Hawks the longest. That isn't fair. He's had his chance and obviously he's blown it. But where has this interloper come from? Why didn't he know anything about this guy? An amused smile seems to play over his mother's face. "Tuya, I have always told Fuyumi to leave you two alone because it would be better if you could figure things out on your own time, but who does Hawk spend all his spare time with? Who does he constantly latch onto? Who is his favorite?" She can't be saying that. Of course he knows that he's Hawk's favorite. Hawks is constantly saying it, and it's definitely a title that never fails to warm him, but he had never really let himself consider, we're not like that. Tuya says, heat crawling across his neck and overtaking his face. "Certainly not for Hawk's lack of trying," his mother says dryly before patting his hand. "It's all right, Tuya. It seems there's been a bit of a misunderstanding here. Who did you think Hawks is getting involved with?" "No, I was talking about me," he says, looking down. His mother tilts her head. "I'm sorry, I'm not following." He takes a deep breath before just plunging in. I know that if I confessed to Hawks, I would just hold him back, but I don't know, I want to try, but that's selfish." "Tuya," his mother says, reaching across the table and grabbing his hand. "Tuya, why would that be selfish?" "Because Hawks deserves better than me," Tuya says, looking down at his arm. "He deserves someone who isn't weak, who is only meant for the shadows, who is worthy." "Tuya, You are not weak, and what do you mean, only meant for the shadows? His mother interrupts, her mouth a hard line. You were always the highlight of your class cultural festivals. Megumi-sen always says that you're her hardest hitter and that really, you look out for her almost as much as she looks out for you. How could you be unworthy of Hawks? Because he deserves someone who can lift him up in the future, not me, Tuya says, jerking his hand away from his mother's grasp. I'm a covert ops agent, Endeavor's failure. Tuya, there is no one better than you for Hawks, his mother says, her gray eyes steely and her voice steady and clear. I am proud of the work you do, and your father was wrong about me. Why should he be right about you? Because the one with the perfect quirk was never me, it was 𝐻𝐸𝐽, Tuya says, hating the words coming out of his mouth most of the time. All he feels is pride training 𝐻𝐸𝐽, but sometimes he has wondered what it would be like to be the chosen child. Without support equipment I would just burn up, I wouldn't be able to take a hit, and Hawks deserves better than that. His mother is quiet for several seconds before slowly saying, Tuya, without you, I think that 𝐻𝐸𝐽 would not be, I don't think he'd be as well adjusted as he is, to say nothing of what Hawks would be like without you. They're both that way because of you, Tuya points out, looking up, because you decided to divorce him, and you decided to take Hawks in. I decided to divorce your father because I didn't want to be too late to stop him torturing 𝐻𝐸𝐽 the way I was for you, and I took in Hawks, partially because I was trying to make up for not saving you sooner, his mother says quietly, looking him in the eye. You give yourself too little credit, Tuya. All of your siblings look up to you, and Hawks has been in love with you for as long as we have known him. Do you think they would admire a failure? And wasn't that what Ida had argued to Miho? That if she trusted him, why couldn't she respect his judgment of her? And that even if they were biased, wasn't that because they loved him? And doesn't that in some ways refute his father's idea that he is worthless? I don't. Since when was Hawks in love with me? Tuya asks helplessly. His mother smiles, gets up, and walks over to his side. Tuya, she chuckles as she wraps her arms around him. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that he's been planning a wedding with you ever since you met him. Now, there's a thought he's never had. No, focus Tuya, focus. And no one thought to maybe tell me about it. He protests. Your sister has wanted to, but I have always thought. His mother pauses, searching for words. I didn't want to put any pressure on you. I wanted you to have space to think about things and decide on your own. Tuya twists around to look at his mother, because you never got a chance to really think before you got married. His mother sighs. I wanted you to have the time that I did not to really get to know someone and yourself. Not that, of course, I think Hawks is like your father, or that you are like me, or the reverse. I do get angry sometimes. Everyone gets angry, Tuya, his mother says firmly. Sometimes it's even for good reason. Sometimes it even gets us out of bad situations. And you have never used your anger on anyone that you have loved. And all of that is true, but he's still in high school, Tuya argues. He's about to debut. He's graduating in a few months, and it's not like you're that far out of high school yourself, Tuya, his mother says calmly. And if Hawks doesn't climb into the top 10 within the first year with the amount of work he has put in, well, I feel like a journalistic expose would be in order. You would have way too much fun with that, Tuya says. But, yeah, he needs to eat better. I swear he's just gorging on fast food during patrols. His mother laughs and kisses his cheek before standing up again. Whatever you decide to do, Tuya, know that I support you and love you. Both of you. So you really think I should just go for it? He asks, staring at his mother. I think that I have never seen you look at anyone the way you look at Hawks, and I think that Hawks is always happiest at your side, his mother says gently, reaching up and patting him on the head. I also think that you should do whatever makes sense for you, Tuya. If you want to confess now, if you want to confess later, Hawks will wait for you, I know that. Just make sure he gets some sleep. He's looking a little ragged these days. Needs to stop eating junk food and stop staying up late juggling his internship, setting up that obstacle course for the cultural festival, and matchmaking schemes, Tuya mutters, crossing his arms. His mother shakes her head with a smile. Well, I know you'll take good care of him. And of course he will, and if that means waiting until Hawks has graduated and properly debuted, then he can wait. wait and plan how to do this without making a fool of himself. But God, he's definitely sleeping on the couch until then. For once in his life, 𝐻𝐬 is lucky and things get super busy, so he does not have time to dwell on when and how exactly he's going to confess to 𝐻𝐿. It's terrifying when he does think about it. He still does not think that 𝐻𝐿 will say no, because when did 𝐻𝐿 ever do the smart thing? But if he says yes, it's weird to feel both exhilarated and nauseous with worry at the exact same time. Still, between trying to track down an awful guy who is assaulting people with his quirk to lower inhibitions, the villain's victims all report to have seen a flash of green before suddenly being caught in a haze where it seemed like they were drunk and they could do whatever they wanted, and whatever the man suggested sounded great, and trying to sort out fact from fiction from the government mole 𝐸𝐷 gifted to 𝐻𝐻, it doesn't leave a lot of time for him to ponder on his own problems. He even misses Shiketsu's cultural festival because he, Fuji, and Rogue get sent up north to track down reports of a man with some kind of warp quirk. 𝐻𝐻 is extremely apologetic and promises to assist Honda and his mother in recording as much of it as they can. 𝐻𝐿 is obviously disappointed, but puts up a good front, saying that 𝐻𝐬 better call him every day and bring him back some regional snacks. "I'll make it up to you, I swear," 𝐻𝐬 says, packing the rest of his socks into his duffel bag and checking that he has packed his charger. 𝐻𝐿 hands him a spare battery pack. "It's okay, 𝐻𝐬, it's for work, I know, but you'll let me blast the latest 𝐭/DAY CD around your apartment." 𝐻𝐬 winces but dips his head. "Fine." 𝐻𝐿 grins and clings to 𝐻𝐬's arm. 𝐻𝐬, you really do love me. That has never been in question, has it?" 𝐻𝐬 can't help but reach out and ruffle 𝐻𝐿's messy blonde hair. "Yeah, I do," he affirms. 𝐻𝐿 blinks up at him, eyes wide. Was that too much? He's told himself to wait, but sometimes he just can't help himself. 𝐻𝐿 licks his lips and moves 𝐻𝐬's hand gently so that it's resting against 𝐻𝐿's cheek. "𝐻𝐬," there's a sharp series of knocks on the door, and 𝐻𝐬 quickly hikes his duffel bag up. Remember, 𝐻𝐿 needs to focus, and so does he. "That's probably Fuji, I better get going. Remember to actually sleep. You can't run a trippy Alice in the Wonderland maze if you're practically a zombie." "𝐻𝐬," 𝐻𝐿 huffs, shooting a nasty glance at the door. You know I sleep better with you, but yeah, I'll try. Stay safe, and tell your partner that he better bring you back in one piece." "I'll be fine, we've got Rogue with us too," 𝐻𝐬 reminds 𝐻𝐿, reaching out and pulling him in for a hug if he breathes in to just catch the smell of home before he goes. "Well, it's not harming anyone, is it?" 𝐻𝐿 wraps his own arms around 𝐻𝐬, wings coming to rest around them. "Seriously, stay safe," he says, looking up so that he can look 𝐻𝐬 directly in the eye. "I will. Can't miss your debut after all, can I?" 𝐻𝐬 says, tightening his grasp around 𝐻𝐿's shoulders before letting go and stepping away. "I'll save you some of the almond tea cakes I made," 𝐻𝐿 says. "Call me every night," 𝐻𝐬 promises. And he does, even with Fuji's knowing look and Rogue rolling her eyes every time he pulls out his phone to call 𝐻𝐿. As for the mission, they don't manage to find the guy with the black mist warp gate quirk, but they do end up tracking down a relative with a similar quirk. Mirai Reiji is a boy around Shudo's age who can mark one place with his right hand and another with his left, and thereafter have the two be connected by a portal. A quirk like that is obviously desired by all, and Mirai probably would have already fallen into unsavory hands except that thankfully the boy's cousin, Inoue Chiyo, a girl of around Honda's age who has a strength quirk, packed the two of them up and went on the run. The only reason they managed to track the duo down is because while following a villain group that had been talking about warp quirks, they find Inoue fighting off those thugs who are trying to take Mirai. She's strong, but they brought a lot of people, so she is getting overwhelmed. 𝐻𝐬 jumps in to assist, firing off blasts of fire. Fuji gets the drop on the one that grabbed Mirai, and Rogue wipes up the rest. Afterwards, Rogue heals Inoue up, and the girl is suspicious, but Mirai seems to warm up to Fuji right away, clutching at his leg and asking Inoue if they really have to leave. Rogue persuades Inoue to stay, and she ends up agreeing to follow them back to HQ. "I see how it is. When I bring someone in as a double agent, it's risky and possibly dangerous, but when you haul someone in, it's the best possible choice," Fuji says sarcastically after both Inoue and Mirai have gone to sleep. Rogue just looks at Fuji. "I didn't bring in a former criminal, did I?" Twice has done good work for us, and you don't know anything about Inoue's background, Fuji argues. He has, I suppose, Rogue admits. We wouldn't have even come here without his information. Still, as far as we know, Inoue is just another teenager in a bad situation who wants to keep her baby cousin safe. Or she could be an infiltrator, Fuji says. Let's leave it to Mahou decide. Tuya interjects before the argument can escalate. Fuji and Rogue usually get along well due to similar temperaments, but on the subject of Twice, they just have a fundamental disagreement. You don't want to wake the kid up. That's true, Fuji admits. I don't think we can pry him off your leg again, Rogue comments dryly. Kids usually like me. I tend to look like a trusted figure to them, Fuji says easily. That's great, but we need to get the kid some clothes. I think Inoue tried, but his shoes look worn out and there's holes in his jeans, Tuya points out. Rogue's mouth twitches. Ever the oldest brother, but you are right. Also, we should probably get the kid some multivitamins. Mystere, use your charm to get the kid to eat some broccoli. Fuji nods. Will do. Megumi will not be pleased if we manage to bring back a boy with a warp quirk that has scurvy, Rogue continues. Mahou is pretty pleased that they managed to bring back someone even if it was not the Warp Gate man, and very quickly, Inoue is settled in as part of the team, with a salary and apartment that she and Reiji are set up in. It's agreed that Reiji's quirk will be kept a secret, and he's sent to a nearby elementary school where he quickly makes friends and seems very happy. Really though, the happiest person at the new addition to their team seems to be Honda, who uses any and every excuse to watch Inoue work out in the weight room. Okay, this is starting to get creepy, Tuya says flatly, as Honda jerks from where she has been crouching for at least the past 10 minutes, supposedly wiping down the weights, but as far as he can tell, just ogling Inoue pumping iron. Okay, yeah, but come on, look at her, Honda says, gesturing over to where Inoue is grunting as she manages to bench press another 400 pounds. She's so fit and hot. Just ask her out or something and stop being a creeper, Tuya says. Honda pouts. She's usually busy taking care of Reiji, but I am going to try and invite her and him to a convention next week. The one you're competing in? Tuya asks as she nods. Isn't that the one you and Hakamata were going to? Yeah, that's not an issue. Inoue-chan really likes Rin-chan, Honda says. May have to see if I can drag Fuji with me just to make sure Reiji-kun begs Inoue-chan to go. Tuya opens his mouth to say something, but then shuts it again. Honda's love life is even less of his business than Mahou's is. Reiji's enthusiasm for Fuji is both obvious and kind of adorable though. Fuji just good-naturedly pats Reiji on the head, accompanies him to things, and seems more amused than anything. That kid definitely has a crush on him, Hawks declares as Tuya recounts the conversation to him. He's like 10. Tuya says to Hawks as he straightens out Hawks' errant pin feathers. Hawks laughs. 10-year-olds can definitely develop crushes. Besides, what 10-year-old wouldn't fall in love with the guy that saved them? Really now? Tuya asks, looking at Hawks through half-lidded eyes. Hawks was 10 when they met. Has Hawks really been in love with him since then? Hawks' eyes widen, and he flushes, coughing and fluffing his feathers out. I mean, hypothetically, yeah, obviously. But obviously Fuji knows and will handle it gracefully. More importantly, what do you mean Honda is inviting Inoue to the con? Rin-chan was so excited to be going with just Honda. Tuya holds up his hands. Look, I'm not getting involved with that. Hawks leans back against Tuya's chest, twisting so he pout directly at Tuya. Honda's always been such a big supporter of ours, and also, poor Rin-chan will be crushed. Don't you want to help out? Nothing needs to be helped out with. Inoue doesn't really pay any attention to Honda, Tuya points out, pushing Hawk's shoulders so he can straighten out and work on Hawk's other wing. Wait, then why did she agree to go with Honda to the con? Hawks asks, brow furrowed. Tuya shrugs. Honda says Inoue really likes Hakamata. Hawk's mouth drops open. Wait, are you saying that this is a literal love triangle? Rin-chan likes Honda who likes Inoue who likes Rin-chan. I have no idea, and I don't want to figure it out, Tuya says stubbornly, smoothing out Hawk's outer feathers. Oh come on, Tuya, we have to make our favorite support staff happy. If they're not happy, Honda will go all in on a Ringwraith cosplay instead of making equipment for you, and Rinchan will cry, and no one wants that, Hawks says. Tuya snorts. What? You thought getting Mahu and Ida-san together was too easy, so now you want to somehow solve a love triangle? Or are you still mad about Flowers of the Spring? It's such bullshit. Even at the end Hana is still torn between Kazuo and Hayato, and Kazuo and Hayato still hate each other. Hawks grumbles, what kind of relationship is that? You and Hakamata don't even have time to be worrying about that, Tuya points out. How's preparations for your hero agency going? Pretty good, although if I had known how much paperwork was going to be involved, maybe I wouldn't have agreed to it, Hawks sighs, his wings drooping a bit. It's a lot of work. You'll be great, Tuya says, scratching at where Hawk's wings meet his back. Didn't Kagami already sign on with you? And I hear that Jinnai is seriously thinking about transferring over to you. Yeah, that part's pretty cool, but I don't know, it's kind of nerve-wracking, Hawks admits, curling closer to Tuya. I don't know if, do you think I'll be a good boss or just a figurehead? Tuya moves his legs so that Hawks can settle in more comfortably. Who's the one who made your class Alice in the Wonderland-themed obstacle course the highlight of the Shiketsu Cultural Festival? You've always been a good leader. You're going to be inundated with applications once everything gets properly started. Hawks smiles up at him. You know, I really wanted to see you make your way through the Tulgi Woods part. You would have kicked butt. Also, I bet you could have had the record time. I even planned a special reward for you. Yeah. What was it? Tuya asks, glancing at Hawks' lips. Hawks licks his lips. It's too late. You'll have to find out some other time, he says breezily. Well, now I'm really disappointed I missed it, Tuya says, running his fingers through Hawks' hair. Still, it's nice that Fuyumi managed to get first place. Hawks laughs. Yeah, she really wanted that white chocolate mousse tiered cake from Amai. So no one managed to get a special reward from you. Tuya teases. No, it was only for you, Hawks says in a low voice, snuggling closer to Tuya. Good, I'm glad, Tuya says honestly as feathers brush against his shoulders and back. Hawks takes a deep breath and says hesitantly, Hey, do you want to maybe, hey, Tuya, Hawks bro. Natsuo greets them, coming through the door, stepping out of his shoes, and dropping his duffel bag on the floor. Thanks for letting me crash here. It's so much closer to where the tournament is going to be. Pick your stuff up and store it properly, Tuya says, disentangling himself from Hawks and standing up. Have you eaten? Yeah, but I could always eat more. I'm a growing boy after all, Natsuo says with a big grin, picking his duffel bag back up again, hooking an arm around Tuya's shoulders, and leaning down. Tragically, Natsu has hit his growth spurt and shot up like a fing weed to the joy of Nekoma's volleyball coach and manager and the consternation of Tuya because Natsu is once again taller than him. Between you and Hawks, you're going to eat me out of house and home, Tuya complains, opening the fridge and taking out the smoked mackerel he had saved for his brother. Bird metabolism, Hawks says, gesturing to himself as he also walks into the kitchen. Speaking of, Natsu is now a cat, the natural enemy of birds. Hawks fake sobs into his hands. How could he betray me like that? Hawks bro, Nekoma's natural rivals are crows, owls, and eagles, not hawks. Natsu says loyally, in fact, my team captain is a big fan of yours. Really? Hawks asks, peeking from behind his hands, but I haven't even debuted yet. He saw the Hero Monthly feature and thinks your quirk is super cool. Natsu says, grabbing some of the smoked mackerel and popping it into his mouth. He also thinks it's really cool you're starting up a brand new hero agency all on your own. Hawks shuffles in place. Well, it's not really all on my own, pretty close, Tuya says, grabbing chopsticks and shoving them into Natsu's hands. The only thing you haven't been in charge of is marketing, and even then Takahiro keeps bothering you with stuff. Natsu's captain has good taste. Do you want him to sign something for your captain? Natsuo beams, devouring the smoked mackerel. Oh, that's a good idea, could you, Hawks bro? Would it count as bribery? Hawks jokes, grabbing a notepad and scribbling down a note that he signs and tears off for Natsuo. Natsuo carefully folds the note into his jacket. Thanks Hawks bro, you're the best. Really? It's not your older brother who has to take care of two freeloaders. Tuya asks jokingly. Hey, I'm not a freeloader, I clean the bathroom. Hawks argues. You need to get a bigger apartment, 𝐻𝐬𝐽, Natsuo says, placing his duffel bag by the couch. We never even had a housewarming party here because we couldn't fit everyone. You just want an excuse to try and get your own bedroom, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, washing the plate. No, come on, didn't you say that this apartment complex may get bought out soon? You might as well get a bigger place, Natsuo argues, sitting down on the couch. If I can get a raise, maybe, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 sighs, setting the bowl aside and walking back to the living room, we'll see. Nothing in this location though other than penthouses and luxury suites if this place gets bought out though. It'll be fine, Hawks says, a smile playing on his lips as he dries the bowl, you'll see. That's the expression Hawks makes when he's planning something, even if 𝐻𝐬𝐽 doesn't know what. He could try to pry it out of him, but Hawks takes such joy in managing to surprise 𝐻𝐬𝐽 that maybe he'll just leave it alone for now. Anyway, you're both going to be at the game, right? Natsu asks, leaning forward. How could we miss your debut game and pre-game jitters? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, leaning over the couch and messing up Natsuo's hair. Miyako says that nothing can be scarier than what will happen to us if she has to drag us out of the guy's bathroom, and I believe her, Natsuo says with a shudder. Your manager, right? Hawks asks 𝐻𝐬𝐽 distinctly remembers being surprised at how such a delicate-looking girl could have such a foul mouth. Well, that's certainly one way to motivate a team. Natsuo nods. She wants us to crush Fukurodani to paste. I think their manager is an old friend of hers. She sounds fun, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says dryly. She sounds like Jinai-senpai, Hawks says with a grin. Jinai at least didn't have any friends in Class A, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 points out. Besides, you're not even playing Fukurodani tomorrow, are you? No, it's Tsukinakizawa, Natsuo says, but every match counts. That it does, so go ahead and get a good night's sleep, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, getting the sheets and blankets out of the cupboard. You sure you don't want the bed? Yeah, this couch is pretty good. Besides, it's not like you and Hawks can share the couch, Natsuo says easily, fluffing up one of the pillows. I wouldn't mind trying, Hawks says cheekily, looking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. You would within an hour when your wings cramp up, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 retorts. Hawks needs all the sleep he can get, and if 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has to wake up early to awkwardly make his way to the bathroom before Hawks wakes up, so be it. You guys are such a shoujo manga trope, Natsuo says cheerfully, pulling the sheets over the couch. Anyway, good night. Night, sleep well, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, patting Natsuo on the shoulder before walking to his bedroom. Natsu's debut game does go very well, with him still being a little jittery with nerves when they walk into the gym, but calming down once joined by his team. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 and Hawks join Fuyumi, Shuto, Izuku, and their mother and Izuku's mother in the stands, and they all cheer when Natsu manages to slam down some winning spikes. After Nekoma's victory, they walk over to the team, and the captain is delighted to meet Hawks in person, although Fuyumi is less pleased to have Miyako's expletive-laden praises anywhere near Shuto and Izuku. Hawks comes out of graduation with a surprisingly intact hat. It's been through so much with you and me, I wanted to keep it, Hawks says with a shrug that belies the flush on his cheeks, and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 can't say he isn't pleased, and basically moves into 𝐻𝐬𝐽's apartment, not that he's there that often anymore. Hawks hit the ground running with his hero agency, spending so much time crashing at his office that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 strong-arms Takahiro into buying a small cot and a fridge for meals that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 cooks and leaves there. Still, his efforts are definitely paying off, with multiple high-profile villains caught within the span of a few months, a lot of basic street-level good deeds done to solidify a solid presence in the city, sidekick applications soaring, and lots of interview requests and media coverage coming in, and if the summer feels kind of quiet without Hawks lounging around and surprising him with popsicles, well, he can always just buy his own popsicles, and Hawks is making a name for himself. And the times that Hawks does manage to stumble back into what 𝐻𝐬𝐽 is slowly starting to call their apartment, he's even clingier than usual, collapsing into 𝐻𝐬𝐽's arms and draping himself across his back even while he's cooking. You're so good to me, 𝐻𝐬𝐽, he murmurs as he inhales the chicken curry and pickled cucumber that 𝐻𝐬𝐽 places in front of him. What would I do without you? You'll never have to find out, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says easily, digging into his own bowl. Hawks beams at him. You promise? All my life, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says steadily, looking him in the eye. As long as Hawks wants him. Hawk's wings flutter around him as he gapes at him and then looks down at his own hands and nervously laughs. That's a lot of work, hot stuff, you sure? Yeah, I'm sure, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, taking Hawk's empty bowl. Now go shower, you're starting to smell like Fujioka after a tournament. What? No way. Hawks protests, sniffing at his shirt and then recoiling a bit. Okay, it's not great, but it's not as bad as Fujioka. That's true, but any worse and you're going to lose all your fans? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 snarks. Go shower and toss your clothes in the laundry. Can't wait to get me out of my clothes, huh? Hawks asks, glancing at him over his shoulder as he tosses his jacket in the washing machine and starts to take off his tank top. I prefer you in mine, but go shower first, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says languidly, letting his eyes trail over Hawk's bare chest. He's definitely not a kid anymore. Hawks goes red, his wings curling to cover his face. Alright, but don't complain when I stretch out the back or leave feathers on them, he manages to say before hurrying into the bathroom. They have a lot of these aborted moments where 𝐻𝐬𝐽 tries responding a little to Hawk's flirting, and God, it's a thrilling feeling every single time, and while it's hilarious to see Hawks gape at him all flustered, he kind of wishes that Hawks would just make a move or something, but maybe Hawks just isn't used to 𝐻𝐬𝐽 responding to him, or maybe he's waiting for something, 𝐻𝐬𝐽's not sure. But if Hawks is now the one that wants to wait, that's fine, he can wait as long as it takes. Besides, there's still his siblings and work. With that elusive inhibition quirk guy still on the loose, he has to have government connections to still be eluding them, training with 𝐻𝐽 to give her some surveillance techniques, helping Fuji get groceries for twice while arguing with him about what music to also pick out for twice, discussing new equipment with Honda and playing the occasional video game with her and Fujioka, sorting out paperwork and blackmail material with Mahu, getting drink with Sonozaki and occasionally Jinai when she's not out on a date, and one time memorably as she zipped back and forth from them to her date and back again before declaring the guy boring and just staying with them, helping Fuyumi pack for college, reminding Natsuo to do laundry, and training Shudo and Izuku in his now more open spare time. Shudo has both improved his accuracy with his fireballs and ice walls, but he still lacks any skills in the culinary department, as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 finds out when he drops by the house to see bizarrely frozen charred lumps in the kitchen and Shudo guiltily looking up at him. Was this supposed to be cookies or something? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks gingerly, picking up one of the lumps from the countertop and examining it. Chocolates, Shudo mumbles, looking at the ground with a red face. 𝐻𝐬𝐽's eyebrows shoot up. Are you practicing for Valentine's Day? It's a long ways off, he points out. I thought, Izuku didn't get any chocolate for Valentine's Day. They made fun of him for it too. I tried giving him some of mine, and he said he liked it, but I heard Fuyumi saying that homemade chocolate is best, so I thought it would be nice for his birthday if I made some for him. Shudo says, glancing up at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. There's a lot to unpack there. Like, is it normal to give your best friend Valentine's Day chocolates for his birthday? The only point of reference 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has is Hawks, for whom he has decidedly non-platonic feelings, although even in that case, he's never felt the need to get Hawks any Valentine's Day chocolate, since honestly, they get enough chocolate on the actual holiday between the two of them to split among the entire family for a good few months. He really wishes Fuyumi was back from college orientation. She'd probably know. Well, do you want some help? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks. Shudo frowns, looking from 𝐻𝐬𝐽 to the black lumps on the kitchen countertop and back. But homemade means made by me, right? He asks. That doesn't mean you can't have some help, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, dumping the charred pot in the sink and getting out another one. You still have raw chocolate, or do we need to go buy more? I still have some milk chocolate left, Shudo says, digging in the grocery bag and pulling out a few more bars. Okay, and, geez, all might molds really, Shudo? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asks, examining one of the pointy molds. All might's the best. Shudo says indignantly. Yeah, alright, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 sighs, getting the cream out of the refrigerator. You all might fanboys. Tell the truth, Shudo, you're making him chocolate because you can't get him that new limited edition All Might hoodie. I'm not, although that would be cool, Shudo says consideringly as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 pours the cream into the pot. We already spent all our allowance on hero trading cards though, and the part 1 saved all went to chocolate already. I'm sure he'll like it. Go ahead and break the chocolate up in the bowl, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, turning on the stove and setting another bowl on the counter, although really, why didn't you ask Fuyumi for help before she left? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 starts to carefully break the chocolate bar into pieces. Fuyumi would tease me about Izuku, he murmurs. Yeah, she definitely would. He's half tempted to himself, but, well, he doesn't have much of a leg to stand on himself, does he? 𝐻𝐸𝐽, are you? 𝐿𝐿 pauses, stirring the cream in the pot. You really like Izuku? Yeah, he's my best friend, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 points out blankly. 𝐿𝐿 snorts this. Feels very familiar. You don't hang out with many others, do you? Because no one appreciates Izuku properly, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 complains, handing the bowl of chocolate pieces to 𝐿𝐿. We got invited to go to the arcade, and no one was talking to him, even though he's the best at the UFO catcher and the gashapon machines. Drop in the chocolate carefully. Was everyone hanging around you? 𝐿𝐿 guesses. Maybe. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 shrugs uncomfortably as he slowly places the chocolate in the cream. I don't know why. Out of all of them, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 is probably the one that resembles their mother the most, and their mother was a beauty in her youth, and she's still quite good-looking after 20 years, for kids, and a divorce. It's kind of weird, really, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, wrinkling his nose. There was a girl who confessed to me, but we've never talked before. I don't get where her feelings came from. 𝐿𝐿 is starting to realize that his baby brother has more in common with him than he had previously thought. Really, he should just let 𝐻𝐸𝐽 stumble through his feelings the way he had to, but maybe he should spare the kid some pain and just give him a push. God knows, he needed one. How would you feel if Izuku was the one who confessed to you though? 𝐿𝐿 asks, idly stirring the chocolate on the stove. 𝐻𝐸𝐽's eyes widen. Izuku? That's, well, I think, that would be nice, he says softly, his cheeks turning red before looking up again. But I don't think Izuku would do that. He is shy. 𝐿𝐿 agrees, taking the chocolate and cream mixture off the stove and gesturing for 𝐻𝐸𝐽 to bring the molds over. But you like the idea of going out with him. I mean, anyone would be lucky to go out with Izuku, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, scuffing his slipper against the floor as he places the molds by 𝐿𝐿. A smile tugs on 𝐿𝐿's mouth as he hands the pot to 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Now pour this into the molds. And, well, he'd be lucky to go out with you too, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Just something for you to think about. I'm not. You should worry about yourself, 𝐿𝐿, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 huffs, pouring the mixture into the molds. 𝐿𝐿 raises an eyebrow, steadying the pot in 𝐻𝐸𝐽's hands. What do I have to worry about? Fuyumi says that Hawks is planning something, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, looking up at 𝐿𝐿. 𝐿𝐿 snorts. If he's trying to cook, I'm sure I'll quickly find out. I hope he doesn't burn down the apartment. Did you already get wrapping paper and stuff for the box? Yeah, it's in my bag, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, scraping out the rest of the mixture into the molds. 𝐿𝐿 nods and walks into the living room and grabs 𝐻𝐸𝐽's black bag, a hand-me-down from him to Natsu, and now it seems to 𝐻𝐸𝐽, and unzips it. He takes out the green wrapping paper and ribbons, but at the same time, a dark blue and black envelope falls out of the bag. He knows those colors. What the F is this doing here? How dare he? Hey, do we leave them on the counter, or do we need to stick them in the freezer? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 sticks his head out of the kitchen to ask and freezes when he sees the envelope in 𝐿𝐿's hands. Freezer, 𝐿𝐿 says calmly, or as calmly as he can when he can feel the fire that want to burst from his hands, and holds out the envelope. What is this? It's, don't be mad, 𝐿𝐿, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, putting the molds down and hurrying over. I'm not going to do it. I'm not mad at you, 𝐿𝐿 says darkly as 𝐻𝐸𝐽 takes the envelope from his hands. What the F does the old man want? Just wanted me to train with him, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 mumbles, glancing at 𝐿𝐿. I already have you training me, and really he knows that, so I didn't see the point. Even after all these years, the idea of training with Endeavor gives him the familiar queasy feeling of dread, and the fact that apparently Endeavor has never given up on his ambition to turn 𝐻𝐸𝐽 into his prized successor fills him with enough rage to practically spit fire. Can they never escape the man? But why did you keep it? 𝐿𝐿 asks. I need the address so I know where to send the F-off letter, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says seriously. A laugh escapes from 𝐿𝐿's mouth as he reaches over to ruffle with 𝐻𝐸𝐽's hair. That's my boy, he says fondly. Don't let Fuyumi catch you saying that though. Don't let Fuyumi catch you saying what? Fuyumi calls out from the doorway as she rolls her luggage case in. You're back early, 𝐿𝐿 comments, walking forward to help Fuyumi with her luggage. Some kid with a stink bomb quirk just had to let it out, and so they told us to just go home for now, Fuyumi huffs, looking over at 𝐭𝐲 and then frowns when she sees the envelope he's holding. That's Dad's agency's logo, isn't it? Maybe, 𝐭𝐲 says, stuffing the envelope back in his backpack and walking back to the kitchen. What does he want? Fuyumi asks, following 𝐭𝐲 and casting a look back at 𝐸𝐸. To train me, 𝐭𝐲 says blandly, sticking the chocolates in the freezer. I'm going to say no. Oh. But, you're not tempted at all? Fuyumi asks, glancing around the kitchen. He could probably give you some good advice. Have you forgotten why we left? 𝐸𝐸 interrupts sharply, also striding into the kitchen. Maybe he's changed. Even if it has, does that change what he did to us? 𝐸𝐸 asks, rolling up his sleeves to wash the pot and bowls. Fuyumi stares at his arm and bites her lip. No. But wouldn't it be easier for 𝐭𝐲 to get into you? With him. Besides the training, he also has the connections. Both me and Hawks got into Shiketsu on our own merits. Why do you think 𝐭𝐲 can't get into you? On his own. 𝐸𝐸 snaps, looking at his sister. We don't need anything from that BS. What's going on? His mother asks as she walks through the door, Natsuo and Hawks in tow. Hawks takes one look at 𝐸𝐸's face and zips over. Yeah, what's wrong, 𝐸𝐸? He asks, worriedly hovering at 𝐸𝐸's side, feathers brushing against his shoulders. 𝐸𝐸 shakes his head. Endeavor sent me a letter, telling me to train with him, and I'm not going to do it no matter what connections or skills he thinks he has because 𝐸𝐸 and Hawks are the best trainers anyway. 𝐭𝐲 interrupts, placing the green box and ribbons on the living room table. Their mother's face tightens. I need to talk to Megumi-san, I think. He's not supposed to contact any of you at all, but that's good, 𝐭𝐲. Just let me handle this. Yeah, you can tell him to just F off, Natsuo says emphatically, setting his duffel bag down on the couch. Natsu, Fuyumi hisses, clapping her hands over 𝐭𝐲's ears. Language. But, Natsu's right. 𝐭𝐲 argues, squirming out of Fuyumi's grasp. I'm sending him a letter that says that anyway. Both Hawks and Natsuo laugh at that, Natsuo slapping 𝐭𝐲 on the back while Hawks slides a glance back at 𝐸𝐸. Their mother's mouth slants slightly upwards as well before she quickly coughs. Oh 𝐭𝐲. While I see the appeal, perhaps a more subtle approach is needed. You didn't see what he wrote about 𝐸𝐸? 𝐭𝐲 mutters. Fuyumi frowns. What did he write about 𝐸𝐸? She asks sharply. 𝐭𝐲 shakes his head. I'm not going to repeat it. 𝐭𝐲 doesn't have to. 𝐸𝐸 can already imagine what his father thinks of his failure teaching his perfect creation. It stings, but F him. 𝐭𝐲 is turning out just fine between him and Hawks. Clearly, NG has forgotten the terms of our divorce, their mother says, ice in her voice. I'll help you mail your letter, Fuyumi says staunchly. We should all sign it, Natsuo adds, digging through Hawk's bag. Great idea, Natsu. Let's see if the FR is so high and mighty at the next hero billboard chart. Hawk seethes. 𝐸𝐸 flicks Hawk's hair out of his eyes. Did you already get an invitation to that? Hawks beams up at 𝐸𝐸. Sure did. Came in this morning. I thought Takahiro was going to cry. 𝐸𝐸 grins back at Hawks. I wondered why Ginai just sent me a string of firework emojis. Congratulations, Hawks bro. Natsuo cheers, coming over with a sharp if from Hawk's bag. Hawks scratches the back of his head. Thanks, but I have no idea where I ranked, getting invited this early. You definitely have to be in the running for the top 10, Fuyumi comments, rummaging through her own bag and pulling out stationery and stamps. Do you think you could ask Maruko to make a visit to the Waseda teaching program? I feel like kids would love a visit from a top pro hero. You know, you could just ask me if you wanted a top pro hero, Hawks points out, using his feathers to take a pen and hand it to Fuyumi. Fuyumi rolls her eyes as she takes the pen. When I need to teach them about puns, I'll bring you in. I have a whole lesson plan ready. Maruko would be really cool though, for a cool female role model. Hawks grins. As long as I get to teach kids bird puns. I'll ask her for you. 𝐸𝐸 groans. Why would you enable him, Fuyumi? Like you don't enable him all the time, Fuyumi says, setting the stationery and pen down by the green box 𝐭𝐲 set on the living room table. Wait, are those chocolates for Izuku-kun's birthday? 𝐭𝐲 shuffles in place. Yes. Aw, how cute, Fuyumi coos, standing up and walking over to ruffle 𝐭𝐲's hair and peek in the freezer. I'm sure he'll love them. If he can bear to bite off All Might's head, Hawks adds, hovering over Fuyumi's shoulder to also sneak a peek. You actually managed to make chocolates without setting the house on fire. Natsuo asks dubiously. You have me to thank for that, Tuya says. Oh, thank God, Natsuo says, grabbing the envelope out of Shudo's bag and copying the address onto the envelope Fuyumi had set out. So, chocolates, do you need help writing a confession letter too? Hawks teases. I can get you examples if you need any, Shudo. Fuyumi piles in. Shudo turns red. I'm going to my room, he says. Oh, come on, Shudo, Natsuo calls out. Fuyumi's great for confession examples. That's how I confess, Tishin. You guys aren't even going out anymore. That can't be a good example, Shudo huffs, crossing his arms. The rest of the night is spent mostly teasing Shudo, with his siblings not so surreptitiously writing out their own letter at the same time as their mother takes a call with Mahu. Later, when they're back at their apartment, Hawks hesitantly asks Tuya if he's okay. As long as he stays the F away from Shudo, yeah, I think I'm okay, Tuya says, leaning back into Hawks' hand on his back. Mahu won't let him near, and if they give me the chance, I'll call him out at the rankings event, Hawks says with a dark look in his eyes. Tuya pats the top of his hand. Don't do anything unnecessary. How is it not necessary? People think of him as some kind of role model, as if anyone should be looking up to him, Hawks spits out. I may not be able to yank away his rank yet, but I can still make trouble. God, he wants to kiss Hawks. You focus on not driving yourself into an early grave, Tuya says instead, fluffing out a pillow. Get some rest, you have an interview tomorrow, and I can't believe you went straight from a mountain rescue mission to visiting Natsu's volleyball team. Hey, have to support my favorite high school volleyball team, Hawks grins, laying back down before asking, you're sure you're okay? You know that, you can tell me anything. Tuya nods. Yeah, I already know that no matter what I do, it's not going to ever be good enough for him, right? It's fine. There's other people I'd rather impress anyway. Oh. Hawks asks, like who? A sly smile curves up Tuya's mouth. There's a certain bird who has recently flown to new heights, he says teasingly, running a hand down Hawks' wing. Do you think he'd be impressed by me? Hawks shivers under his hand and looks up at him, his eyes blown wide. I think he's always been impressed by you, he says hoarsely. Tuya leans forward, hand coming up to cup the back of Hawks' head, but Hawks has an interview tomorrow, and besides that, Hawks looks exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, patchy stubble, bedraggled sparse feathers, and smudged eyeliner. He wants to do this right. That's the least of what Hawks deserves. He can wait until Hawks is less tired and busy. He simply drops a kiss on Hawks' forehead and steps back. That's good to hear, he says. Hawks is blushing furiously, hand coming up to touch his forehead as his wings flutter around him. Are you going to sleep too? I still have reports to look through, Tuya says apologetically. We still haven't found that inhibition guy, and Mahu and Honda are going off to iExpo in a few weeks and leaving us on our own, so we still need to figure that out. Ooh, is Ida-san taking them? Hawks asks eagerly, sitting up. Tuya shrugs. I think he got them the tickets. I haven't really asked much, and Honda's been too busy trying to figure out what costumes to pack and scrolling through all the different exhibitors and events. I bet he's going too, Hawks says smugly. I bet as soon as Honda runs off into tech heaven, Mahu and Ida-san are going to have their romantic island getaway. Tuya rolls his eyes, pushing Hawks back into the bed. Go to sleep, pretty bird. Night, Tuya, Hawks says, yawning and pulling the blanket over himself. You're the best. Good night, pretty bird, Tuya says, patting him on the head before turning the lights out. Todoroki-kun, did you see Hawks' interview? Jinai asks, appearing in a burst of paperwork and lightning next to him. Tuya leans out to snatch some of the papers out of the air. He can't believe Mahu usually deals with all of this. Why are you here, Jinai? Jinai pouts, leaning forward on his desk. I can't come visit an old friend. At work? Tuya asks, raising an eyebrow and reorganizing the paperwork. Shouldn't you be off on patrol? Hawks has been running himself ragged. Jinai waves a hand dismissively. Hawks is our fearless leader and our boss who has something to prove. Of course he has to work harder than any of us. Besides, I already ran my route twice, helped Team Ida 10 out a bit, and visited 𝐭𝐚𝐲. Yeah. Did he end up doing that Arboretum ad or not? Last time he came by he was still trying to figure out if they were going to let him have a free afternoon tea after shooting. They said yes, 𝐺𝐸 says before pausing and rapidly drumming her fingers on Tuya's desk. Hey, Todoroki-kun, does 𝐭𝐚𝐲 like me? Tuya looks up from his paperwork at her. Why does he keep ending up in these situations? Somehow, it's Hawk's fault. What brought this on? He asks carefully. 𝐺𝐸's mouth twists. I was complaining about all the people I've been on dates on, and how hard it was to pick someone out for the hero billboard event. Because really, I have to find someone fun that photographs well too. Then I joked about like, why don't you and I go out, 𝐭𝐚𝐲-kun? And he said no, so I asked why, and he said that he couldn't do anything casual with me. That it would have to be all or nothing. Sounds like 𝐭𝐚𝐲, Tuya comments. 𝐺𝐸 bites her lip, looking uncharacteristically troubled. You're not surprised. Tuya shrugs. Should I be? 𝐭𝐚𝐲's chill, but in the end he's a steadfast guy. I didn't think he really could do anything casual. Not that, 𝐺𝐸 snaps. The part where he likes me. He's always liked you, Tuya says. Why do you think he always looked disappointed at all the friend chocolates you were giving out? I thought he just didn't like chocolate. 𝐺𝐸 says, tugging her hair, and I tried through so many different kinds too, and he still looked sad at the end of the day. Because he wanted romantic chocolates, not courtesy or friend chocolate, Tuya interrupts. 𝐺𝐸 gapes at Tuya. How do you, the most oblivious man on the planet, know all these things? No fair using your partner's quirk to figure it out. Hey, I might have some blind spots personally, but I do work for covert ops, Tuya points out, and why would I need Fuji? 𝐭𝐚𝐲's liked you since high school. He might refuse to share his lunch with you, but he always makes sure that you have bags of peanuts and cashews in the pockets of your costume. That's because he's a mom friend, the way you are with Hawks. Oh, 𝐺𝐸 pauses before pulling a face. Geez, that's embarrassing given how much I've ragged on you. You're embarrassed by that and not by that game show you did recently. Tuya asks, raising an eyebrow. I see nothing wrong with doing the meow meow dance if it makes my fans happy, 𝐺𝐸 says glibly, leaning against Tuya's desk, but I don't know if I'm ready to do a serious relationship. Yeah, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 knows that. That's why he's never asked you out. Oh my god, does 𝐭𝐚𝐲-kun talk about me to you? 𝐺𝐸 asks, her voice shaded with delight. If he's had a long day, and we're on a mission together, yeah, Tuya replies. 𝐺𝐸 zips around the room lost in thought for a while, which gives Tuya the chance to fill out the rest of the arrest paperwork before she appears in front of his desk again. Do you think I should ask 𝐭𝐚𝐲-kun out to the hero billboard party? Like he said, you shouldn't do anything if you don't want to at least try for something for the long haul, Tuya replies. You sound like Hawks, 𝐺𝐸 grumbles. He got asked that question, what kind of person are you interested in? And he was like, oh, someone hardworking who supports me and I support them, 100%. Tuya's mouth curves up. Hawks had winked flirtatiously at the camera during that interview and had said that if he really was with anyone, they would definitely be hot stuff. I mean, what's wrong with that? But anyway, do you even like 𝐭𝐚𝐲 that way? 𝐺𝐸 rubs her arm. That's not an issue. I really do like 𝐭𝐚𝐲-kun. That's not it. It's just, I've never done a serious relationship before, Dates are easy, you just show your best self, and that's great, but something long-term, well, they'd really have to get to know all your sides, wouldn't they? 𝐭𝐚𝐲 has seen you get into a slap fight with Class A's class president. I'm pretty sure he's already seen every side of you, and that's changed nothing, Tuya says. Okay, Nakamura-kun had it coming, accusing us of ripping off their play, 𝐺𝐸 huffs, as if we would rip off such a hack job. We wrote it all ourselves. Yes, I know, I had to read your villain lines, Tuya reminds her. 𝐺𝐸 snickers. That was great. So, do you think I should take a page from Hawk's book and catch a villain for him or something? Hawks is catching a villain for someone. Tuya asks, frowning. 𝐺𝐸 slaps a hand over her mouth. Oh man, can you pretend you didn't hear that from me? Tuya narrows his eyes at 𝐂𝐻𝐼. Which villain? 𝐂𝐻𝐼 sighs and sits on his desk. Okay, look, don't freak out Todoroki-kun. I've told Hawks that he doesn't need to do any big gesture, Lord knows you're head over heels for him anyway, but he thinks that given how long you've been brushing him off, he needs to do something, I don't know, splashy. Which villain, 𝐂𝐻𝐼? Tuya repeats, leaning forward. I don't have a name, I just have a description, 𝐂𝐻𝐼 says shaking her head. It's that inhibition guy you've been looking for. Hawks has been trawling through clubs trying to find him for you. Is that where he is right now? Tuya demands, feeling as though there's ice in his veins. Hawks has no countermeasures. What the hell was he thinking? Yeah, I guess so. I think he was going to check out Club Infinity today. He'll be fine, Todoroki-kun. He's Hawks. That's one of the few clubs they haven't checked yet, and yes, Tuya knows exactly how capable Hawks is, but at the same time, this guy's a nasty piece of work, and Tuya doesn't want Hawks anywhere near him. Fuji. Inoue. Tuya yells, standing up and grabbing his black coat and armor. Let's roll. Fuji pops his head from one of the bookshelves, and Inoue also cranes her head out from the door of the training room. We got a lead. Need both of you there to prevent me from tossing a certain bird from a roof, Tuya says darkly, putting on his coat. Ooh, I'll just leave you to it then, 𝐂𝐻𝐼 says flashing away. Fuji's hair and eyes shift to gold. Did Hawks find the guy? No, he's just sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, Tuya snaps. He's at Club Infinity. That's not too far, Inoue says quietly, stepping out of the training room and cracking her knuckles. Fuji hums. He must have taken the wrong lesson from Ingenium and Hex. Mahu's going to throw away all his favorite snacks when she gets back, Tuya mutters. I'm sure your boyfriend's fine, but can't hurt to check, I guess, Fuji says, patting Tuya on the shoulder. He better be, Tuya says. The club is busy, pulsing with music and light and filled with people yelling for drinks, dancing the night away, and making out with other people. Normally, all of this is fine, since the louder it is and the more people around, the easier it is for both Fuji and him to do their jobs, but it's really annoying when he's searching for someone, even someone with giant red wings. A couple people try to reel him in for a dance or a drink, but he lets in no way shove them away while Fuji flutters at his side, smoothing things out. He pushes past another crowd, and finally catches a hint of red, and when he moves closer he sees Hawks, leaning up against the bar. Hawks looks downright indecent, with his eyes rimmed coal black, his tank top tight and showing off his arms, and his breathes both tight and low on his hips. And he's chatting with some spiky-haired guy who is leaning way too close to Hawks. When the guy leans forward to touch Hawks' arm, his eyes flashing green. No, Tuya sees red fuck, and the next thing he knows, he has a BLNDFLD strapped around the guy's face, his hand clenched around the guy's throat, and fire just begging to come bursting out of his fingertips. Caught you, B, he snarls, glaring at the man and shoving him away from Hawks. Dabi, Fuji says calmly by his side, jabbing the villain in the neck to make him go limp. We can't incinerate him yet, that would be too kind. He should face the consequences of everything that he has done. Let us take him back to the cells. You deal with Hawks. Tuya immediately turns around, shoving the villain into Inoue's hands, looking Hawks over. Hawks, are you okay? Tuya. Hawks says with a happy, wide grin and immediately launches himself into Tuya's arms. Tuya, you're here. I'm so happy to see you. Yeah, pretty bird, Tuya says as Hawks buries his face in the crook of Tuya's neck and wraps his arms and wings around them. Happy to see you too, although, hell, that was so idiotically reckless of you. Do you know how worried I was? Hawks looks up at him, liking his lips. Are you going to punish me, Tuya? He asks breathily, grinding their hips together. What the F, what the F, what the F? Hawks, Tuya says carefully, trying to move away, but Hawks is hanging on like a limpet, hands hooked around the back of his neck. Hawks, you're not. Hawks, that villain definitely whammied you with something. Maybe, but you could whammy me with something if you're still set about it, Hawks says, drifting up and liking at the shell of his ear where his earrings are. You're so hot, Tuya. Both figuratively and literally. Hawks giggles. Like on one hand, it's tempting, it's so tempting to go with this. On the other, Hawks is very obviously not in his right mind right now, or he'd be more concerned about the villain. Fuji and Inoue are busy hauling away, and Tuya's not going to do anything to Hawks when he's not fully aware of what's going on. So, okay, he needs to. If he brings Hawks to Rogue, wouldn't she just transfer this weirdness onto herself? He doesn't know what a no-inhibition Rogue would look like, but he imagines she wouldn't be in a hurry to get rid of it in that state, and even if Rogue in that state is suggestible, the only person who can really order around Rogue is Mahu, who isn't here, so that's a no-go. At the very least, he needs to get them out of public. Okay, pretty bird, let's get you home, Tuya says, jerking his head away as Hawks blows on his ear and hefts Hawks up. Ah, do we have to? Oh, listen. They're playing our song. Hawks whines, obediently holding onto Tuya's neck as he carries him out. Tuya hears the synth-pop beat of Blackpink come out of the speakers and can't help but snort. That's our song. It's the song that you let me play on your CD player when we first met. Hawks says, humming and singing along, how about we leave this party, 'cause all I want is you up on me. That's, okay, that gives him a nice warm feeling, but at the same time, that's their song. It should be the ex-Japan song that made you wander out on the balcony in the first place, Tuya argues, finally managing to get out of the club with Hawks clinging to him like a koala. Okay. Fly us home. Home? Hawks asks, looking at him with wide eyes. Yeah, pretty bird, home, Tuya repeats, frowning and brushing the hair out of his eyes. Although, you're pretty fed up, let me go get a taxi. Hawks immediately releases his death grip on Tuya in favor of grabbing him by the waist and thighs, not without his, but though, he felt that, and taking off while princess carrying him through the sky. Seriously? Tuya complains, clutching Hawks' fluffy jacket. Why can't we for once not do a princess carry? Hawks laughs, feathers spiraling out to brush against Tuya's cheeks. But I like being able to be your hero. You already are, there's no need. Where are we? Tuya asks as Hawks lands them on the balcony of what looks like one of the penthouse apartments near his own apartment complex. Are you tired? Did your wings cramp? Do you feel dizzy? You said home, Hawks says, lacing his fingers through Tuya's and stepping them through the balcony door and into the apartment. Welcome home. Tuya glances nervously around the high-ceilinged, airy penthouse apartment. Anyone who can afford this probably also can afford pretty good security. Hawks, I hate to break it to you, but this isn't home. Let me call Rogue. No, it is, I bought it, it's ours, Hawks says, carelessly sliding Tuya's jacket off of his shoulders and tossing it on one of the plush couches before stalking forward to wrap his arms around Tuya's neck again. Do you like it? What? Tuya asks, whirling them around so he can get a better look at the apartment. You bought this. You never told me about it. It's a surprise. Hawks laughs, backing Tuya into one of the sofas. Have to feather the nest properly before showing you. Was this the surprise that 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had mentioned? Or was it that villain? Either ways, it's way too much, but he can't say he's not happy, if overwhelmed, at how far Hawks has gone with this. Of course the problem right now is that Hawks really is out of it. Hawks, Tuya says as Hawks slides into his lap and attempts to kiss him. Hawks. You've basically been roofied, you don't know what you're doing. I sure as F know what I'm doing, Tuya, Hawks says, looking up at him, gold eyes glinting. I've waited so long for this. I don't know why I was waiting to try and impress you with a giant gift first. I'm in love with you, and I want you to F me so bad. I've imagined it so many times. You'll take care of me, won't you? Tuya simultaneously felt a hot, sharp flare of lust ignite his body and at the exact same time wanted to melt into the ground. Oh my God. I may not have much experience, but you can teach me what you like, Hawks whispers into his ear, biting at the lobe of it. I'll be so good for you, Tuya. I want you to take all my firsts. Tuya gasps, feeling his breaths grow even tighter than before and gritting his teeth to try and control himself. You've never, with anyone else. Hawks shrugs. Sure, other guys are hot and maybe if I hadn't met you first, I would have messed around with a few, but I did meet you first and you're the one that I want. Anyone else would just be a bad substitute. Are you saying that I'm your type? Hawks nips at his neck. You're so dumb when it comes to romance, Tuya, he complains. Hell yeah, you're my type, but more importantly, you gave me a home, Tuya. You gave me a family. Who else could compare after that? He didn't think he could get this warm without using his quirk, but he feels in danger of burning up, and he's realizing he's rapidly losing control of this situation. Don't you want me, 𝐻𝐬𝐽? Hawks asks as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 tries to buck Hawks out of his lap, suddenly looking teary-eyed. You've just started flirting with me. I should have responded, but for some reason I was scared. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 quickly uses both of his hands to cup Hawks' face and presses his forehead against his own. Hawks, I want you, I've always wanted you. He breathes deeply. Just, not like this. Not right now. Why? Hawks pleads, his own hands coming up to rest on 𝐻𝐬𝐽's wrists. I've waited so long for you already. I know, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says, but I want you clear-headed and in complete control of your facilities when I take you to bed. I want you to know exactly who it is you've given yourself to when I take you apart. He's making all these filthy promises, but the truth of the matter is he barely has more experience than Hawks. Still, they can probably figure it out together. Hawks practically aims, moving his hands to run down 𝐻𝐬𝐽's back. Okay 𝐻𝐬𝐽, but you promise tomorrow you'll make me yours. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 takes a deep breath, willing himself to ignore Hawks' hands trailing down his back. Hawks, I promise you, tomorrow when everything is flushed out of your system, whatever you want to do, I'll do it. Hawks sighs, his wings brushing the edge of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's jaw. You better have an entirely free day tomorrow, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. I plan to keep you busy. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 swallows. Oh God, he wants that so badly. Well, you did find our villain for us, even if that's still the most reckless thing you've done, so I suppose I can keep you company. But for now, go to your bedroom, sleep it off. You won't come with me? Hawks asks, opening his golden eyes piteously wide. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 hardens his resolve. That is not a good idea. Remember, if you're good, I'll reward you tomorrow. Whatever Hawks wants, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 will give. Hawks drags himself out of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's lap begrudgingly, hand running down 𝐻𝐬𝐽's arm, not even a kiss. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 closes his eyes and grits his teeth. He can do this. He can definitely do this. If you want a kiss tomorrow, Hawks, I promise I'll give you one. Let me get a sample then, Hawks says before darting forward and pressing his lips against the corner of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mouth. And really, at this point, there's nothing 𝐻𝐬𝐽 would rather do than pull Hawks back into his lap again and plunder his mouth. But he can hold out until tomorrow when he can be sure of what Hawks actually wants. He gently pushes Hawks away, placing his fingers against Hawks' lips. Tomorrow, he insists. Tomorrow then, Hawks says finally, nipping the tip of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's finger once before walking down the hall into what looked like a massive emissary bedroom. As soon as Hawks closes the door, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 slumps against the couch and runs his hands through his hair. There are so many things to think about, he doesn't even know where to start. Like, this apartment, oh my God, it's so nice, but it's so fancy, how much did it even cost? And he has no idea how much Hawks now has left in savings. And God, Hawks had been way too close to that villain. What if 𝐻𝐬𝐽 had been late or hadn't gone there? He's not sure if he wants to thank 𝐺𝐸 for telling him or throttle her for letting Hawks go off on his own. And, tomorrow, Hawks wants him to. Does he have supplies here? Does he need to make a run to the drugstore? More importantly, tonight, is he supposed to just sleep here? He can't just leave Hawks alone, and this couch is actually much nicer than his, and it has a view of both the front door and the balcony, but really should he stay here with his biggest temptation just a door away? That's an operational issue. He can probably call 𝐻𝐽 and ask, right? It's late, but she'd probably be happy to hear that BSTRD was caught, even if she wouldn't be pleased at how Hawks was involved. He needs advice, so he pulls out his cell phone and hits call on 𝐻𝐽's name. Hello. A scratchy male voice answers. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 blinks and looks at his phone. It's definitely 𝐻𝐽's number, but why would some guy have her phone this late? Oh God. 𝐻𝐬𝐽, he asks, hesitantly. Yeah, just woke me up. What's the situation? Oh Megumi, go back to sleep. You don't have to get up. Did you guys get a lead on the monster cat? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 closes his eyes. 𝐻𝐽 is going to kill him. Ida-san, this is Dabi, and I think you have 𝐻𝐽's phone. What? No, this is definitely. Oh see, Ida says, and there's some rustling sounds. Sorry about that, 𝐻𝐬𝐽-kun. Gumi. Dabi for you. Yes. 𝐻𝐽 asks silkily into the phone. I definitely have forgotten the last 20 seconds, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 says stoutly. 𝐻𝐽 laughs. You were always the smart one, 𝐻𝐬𝐽-kun. So, What's going on? So the good news is, we caught that inhibition BSRD, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says, picking at the loose threads on his coat. He's going to have to let Honda look at that when she gets back. The bad news is, Hawks got whammied by him. He can hear Mahu take a sharp intake of breath. What? Is he okay? Why was he even there? I can pull some connections to get on a flight out tonight. Where are my clothes? Here, I can get you onto the company jet, Megumi, Ida interjects worriedly. He's fine, we caught the guy right after. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 interrupts, wincing. Thank God Hawks isn't hearing this conversation, and, I don't know, it sounds like he was trying to catch him on his own. Mahu sighs. He was trying to do some kind of big gesture for you, wasn't he? I'm glad he's fine, but you tell him that I'm not buying snacks for him for at least a month. This is your fault, Tensei, she calls out. Did you have to be such a romantic role model for him? What can I say? How can a man not be romantic when pursuing your affections? Ida says, his voice tinny but still distinct. Mahu laughs. You're God, I love you. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 coughs. I can hear you guys. Right? Mahu says quickly. So, you have that BS locked up, and Hawks curled up in your apartment. Yeah, that's what I'm calling about actually, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says. Hawks, well, first Hawks took me to this secret penthouse that apparently he was planning on surprising me with. You wouldn't happen to know something about that, would you? Hawks may have needed some help with the forms and brokers, Mahu says, amusement laced in her voice. I expect to be invited to the housewarming party. But more importantly though, he keeps throwing himself at me and telling me things. And it's driving me crazy, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 confesses. Mahu hums, well, at least he's with you. Convince him to go to sleep, he's highly suggestible right now. That should work. He'll probably knock out for the night, and then make yourself comfortable in the guest room. Make him breakfast tomorrow, and remember to go pick up some condoms and lube. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 chokes. What? Safety is important, 𝐂𝐬𝐽-kun, Mahu chides. Or do we have to bring in Nemuri again for a talk? Once was definitely enough, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says, cheeks burning. Nemuri is very thorough, Mahu comments. I don't want any of the details, but I doubt Hawks thought to stock that penthouse that well, so you should help him out. But do you really think it's fine that I'm the one watching over him? 𝐂𝐬𝐽 asks, fingers digging into his phone. I think there's no one I would trust more to safeguard Hawks when he's in a highly suggestible, uninhibited state, Mahu says, her voice shifting to a serious tone. I think you'd rather cut off your own hand than do anything shady to Hawks. And that is true. Yeah, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 agrees. Take tomorrow off, Mahu says, her voice going amused again. I'm sure you and Hawks will appreciate it. And you can thank me by getting Hawks to call off Honda attempting to take cute photos of me and Tensei. I will try, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 says dryly. Probably the only reason Honda hasn't already gleefully reported to Hawks the fact that Mahu is staying with Ida is because she's still off fangirling over all the exhibitions. Mahu laughs. Have fun. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 sets his phone down and scrubs his face. Okay, so first things first, check that Hawks is out, find the guest bedroom, and try to get some sleep while imagining what he's going to say to Hawks tomorrow. It's really going to be a long night. Despite all the thoughts running through his head, the bed Hawks picked out for the guest room is really comfortable, and he does manage to fall asleep and wake up early the next morning to check on Hawks still out like a light and pick up groceries because besides snacks and frozen chicken, did Hawks stick anything in the fridge? Of course not, and a generous hopeful amount of condoms and lube that 𝐂𝐬𝐽 dumps in the guest bedroom when he gets back. He's busy rolling tamago to keep his hands busy and his mind distracted. Honestly, he hasn't figured out what he's going to say besides asking Hawks if he remembers everything he said last night and if he wants that kiss now when his phone buzzes with a text from Fuyumi. Fuyumi. Hawks is freaking out. Fuyumi. Go talk to him. He quickly takes the tamago pan off the heat, texts on it to Fuyumi, and walks over to the door of the MCR bedroom. He carefully knocks on the door. Hawks? There's a groaning noise from the room. You okay? He asks, trying the door and finding that it's locked. Can you die of embarrassment, 𝐂𝐬𝐽? Hawk's voice filters through the door, because I think I want to. 𝐂𝐬𝐽's stomach drops. Did Hawks not want? Of course 𝐂𝐬𝐽 can't hold anything Hawks said under the influence against him, and he has to take a breath and steady a hand against the door. Do Do you regret what you said to me last night? If Hawks does, 𝐭𝐲, well, for a start he needs to throw away all the supplies in the guest room. No, yes, Hawks makes a frustrated sound in the back of his throat. This is not how I was supposed to confess to you. I had a whole plan of how this was going to go. I practiced what I was going to say, I was going to be so smooth, but I was so desperate yesterday, you must think, and instead, here I am learning what dire mortification feels like. 𝐭𝐲 finds himself smiling. Oh, thank God, he still feels the same way, leaning against the door. Hawks? If you die of embarrassment now, how can I fulfill my promise to you today? Hawks' voice sounds closer to the door. You meant that. You didn't say it to just get me to back off. I've always been serious about you, pretty bird, 𝐭𝐲 says honestly. There's a clicking sound, and the door opens slightly, and a tousled-looking Hawks peeks out through the gap in the door. You're not just saying that because you feel sorry for me or something. I know I said a lot of embarrassing things. Yeah, but you want to hear some embarrassing things from me, Hawks. I don't know when I fell in love with you. I just knew that I was after your Shiketsu entrance exam. I dream about you a lot. We're usually naked. I've spent a lot of time in the bathroom with my fist stuffed in my mouth because you keep insisting on crawling into my bed and being an octopus. 𝐭𝐲 says recklessly, words spilling out of his mouth and heat crawling across his cheeks. But this is important. He needs Hawks to understand that he doesn't pity him and that he loves him and he wants him. Hawks opens the door wide, flushed almost as red as 𝐭𝐲 is sure he is, wings fluttering all around him. Really? All that time spent cleaning the bathroom? I was cleaning, kind of had to after, 𝐭𝐲 says, making an awkward jerk-off motion. Hawks laughs, stepping forward, his wings brushing against 𝐭𝐲's hair and arms. All that time, we could have been going out in high school. No, we couldn't. Shiketsu has a no-dating rule, remember? 𝐭𝐲 reminds Hawks as he reaches out to brush an errant feathery lock of hair out of Hawks' face. No one was following that rule. Kagami had 3 different boyfriends, 1 for each year. Amai had 2 at the same time. Hawks complains, catching 𝐭𝐲's hand in his own. Well, you needed to focus on training and your studies, and I needed to work through some stuff, 𝐭𝐲 admits, twining their fingers together and pulling Hawks in closer. And now? Hawks asks, hopefully, his golden eyes wide. And now we can do whatever you want, 𝐭𝐲 says softly. I don't want you to do something just because I want to do it. I think there's a lot of things both of us want to do, 𝐭𝐲 smirks, settling a hand on Hawks' back between his wings. Last night, you wanted me to kiss you. Do you still want that? Hawks surges forward, hooking his hands behind 𝐭𝐲's neck and dragging his face down. Yes. He breathes as 𝐭𝐲 tips Hawks' head back with a hand on his chin and at long last brings their mouths together. It is. He would rather do inventory of Rogue's morgue than admit this out loud, but he has definitely imagined how his first kiss with Hawks would go at least 1,000 times, lying awake in bed and clutching a pillow to his chest. Reality is better than anything he could have come up with though, because here is Hawks, warm and real in his arms, not practiced but extremely enthusiastic, hands rucking up the back of his shirt to slip onto his bare back, tongue chasing his, and he didn't realize that you could be so happy you feel like you're stepping on clouds. Bedroom. Hawks gasps after they finally run out of air, pulling away with puffy lips and tugging on 𝐭𝐲's sleeve back towards the door he had come out of. Come on. Supplies are in the guest bedroom though, 𝐭𝐲 says, liking his own swollen lips and letting Hawks tug him towards the emperor bedroom. Supplies. Hawks blushes as a few of his feathers detach, zoom across the apartment, and quickly return with the heaping plastic bag. From the pharmacy 𝐭𝐲 had bought. That's a lot. Well, you did promise to keep me busy, and Mahu did give me the day off but we don't have to do anything like that if you don't want to, 𝐭𝐲 says quickly. Maybe he should have been less obviously eager and bought less. No, I definitely want to, Hawks says, dragging 𝐭𝐲 into the massive bedroom and pushing him onto the plush king-sized bed while the supplies land neatly beside him. I actually, you remember when Mahu brought in Midnight to give us that talk, and she gave us a bunch of free condoms. You don't still have those, do you? 𝐭𝐲 asks, pushing himself up on his elbows and dragging Hawks into him. Shouldn't they be expired now? I don't know. Hawks squawks, sulkily pressing his face into Tuya's neck while trying to get Tuya's shirt off. I had a whole plan where I was going to catch that villain, you were going to scold me but be kind of impressed, and then I would WP out the papers to this place, and then I'd fly you over here, and if everything went really well, you'd get lucky. Tuya smirks, letting Hawks drag his shirt over his head. Yeah, Hawks breathes, placing a trembling hand on Tuya's chest. Tuya places his hand over Hawks' own. You didn't have to gift me anything to get me here, he says quietly, kissing Hawks' hand. I would have already considered myself lucky beyond measure if you had just kissed me in my apartment. Believe me, I was tempted, Hawks says wryly, shrugging off his own shirt and crawling into Tuya's lap. But you have already given me so much, and I promised you that I would give you everything you deserved. And what do I deserve? Tuya asks, liking and biting into the shell of Hawks' ear like he had done to Tuya last night. Hawks gives him a blinding grin before sealing their mouths together and collapsing them both in the bed. Everything, he says throatily, his wings all around them now and his trembling hands attempting to undo Tuya's breathes. But, for now you'll have to make do with just me. That's already more than I deserve, Tuya murmurs honestly, drawing Hawks' mouth down to his for another scorching kiss. If this is some kind of dream, he never wants to wake up. I know you two are in the honeymoon phase, but don't get caught by the press making out in the coat closet or something, 𝐒𝐻 says, straightening out her high-necked backless dark blue gown. Tuya snorts, adjusting his cufflinks, a gift from his mother. Who do you think I am, 𝐒𝐻? Someone who finally got together with their childhood friend crush, 𝐒𝐻 says easily. Don't be too HRD on him, Megumi, Ida says with a grin, tucking a lock of her dark hair behind her ear. After all, finally getting together is a pretty exhilarating thing, isn't it? 𝐒𝐻's cheek flush pink. Very, she admits in a low tone before turning back to Tuya. Still, discretion is good. There's press everywhere here. I'm already part of your party, not Hawks. We're being as discreet as we can, Tuya points out. 𝐺𝐸 appears in a flash of blue lightning next to him, moving her goggles onto the top of her head. Discreet, he says. She snorts. Like Takahiro didn't have to borrow his girlfriend's makeup to cover up all the hickeys on Hawk's neck. Maybe Takahiro should have hired a professional makeup artist for you guys, Tuya says with a shrug, and he can't help the lazy smirk that appears on his face. He loves the sounds Hawks makes when he goes for his neck, and he has to admit he also likes the red marks left behind. Apparently we're going to have to, 𝐺𝐸 sighs. I guess on the plus side though, I'll also be able to get professional styling done. You look pretty great already though, Erika, Sanozaki comments, walking over with one normal plate and one plate of what looks like nearly every dish laid out on the dining table. 𝐺𝐸 grins at Sanozaki, taking the precariously balanced plate and starting to dig into it. Thanks, Keiichi. The lights begin to dim, and 𝐺𝐸 starts wolfing down her food even faster. That's our cue, she says as she grabs Sanozaki and zooms him back over to the table where Hawk's agency has been seated. A small dark-haired boy with glasses around 𝐒𝐿's age comes jogging out of the crowd as well, hands chopping in front of him. It is time for the ceremony to start. Thanks, Tenya, Ida says, reaching down and ruffling the boy's hair. Lead the way. Tuya follows Ida, Megumi, and Tenya to the table set aside for Team Ida 10 as the stage lights up and the announcer steps up. Tuya cheers for Ryukyu when she comes up on stage, but of course, all his attention is taken by Hawks as soon as he flies onto the stage, hair gleaming in the lights and red wings flared wide. 𝐒𝐻 chuckles next to him. I have to say, he does look impressive up there. Ida nods, and all in just 1 year. Obviously your training helped propel him there, Megumi. Oh please, 𝐒𝐻 waves her hand dismissively but says in a pleased tone, you were the one he did his internship with, and the agency he partners the most with. Obviously the training that helped him was yours. He sees Hawk's wings still and then flare out wider as Endeavor steps onto the stage, not even looking at his fellow pro-heroes or the audience, poisonous gaze pinned on a grinning All Might. Endeavor's obsession has never gone away as far as Tuya has been able to glean. He's never letting this man get his hands on 𝐒𝐿. The other pro-heroes give platitudes about how honored they are to be here and to serve the public, but when it comes to Hawk's turn, he soars up into the air, eyes searching the crowd until he locks gazes with Tuya, winks, and then pointedly turns so he is facing Endeavor, and says, "I'm here to make sure heroes are actually heroes and not just assholes swinging around with powerful quirks." Is there any moment where Tuya could love him more? The announcer coughs nervously, and Endeavor's face darkens. A couple of other heroes go, including Miruko, the other newcomer to the top 10 who clapped at Hawk's comment and confidently bounds up, and says she's just getting started. Eventually, Best Jeanist hands Endeavor the microphone, and as Endeavor takes a step forward, there's a crunching sound, and suddenly his foot goes crashing through the stage, and he face faults onto the wooden boards. "Oh, the floorboards must be loose," 𝐭𝐻 comments, a wide smile on her face and a strand of red hair in her hand. "Such bad luck. 𝐭𝐻, I will personally volunteer to clean the lab after one of Fujioka's gaming marathons if you make him singe his eyebrows and/or beard off right now," Tuya says, a matching vicious wide grin spreading across his face. 𝐭𝐻 flicks the hair out of her hand as Endeavor yelps on stage, shrugging apologetically. "Didn't have enough left to actually leave a burn, but it stung. I'll help Honda test out her cleaning robot for Fujioka's gaming marathon." Tuya still offers gratefully. It's a win-win all around really, finally getting rid of the weird funk in Fujioka's lab and having all that happen to Endeavor on live TV. Ida's mouth twitches as he takes her hand. "Megumi," he says, twining their fingers together, "you're so vicious. I love it." 𝐭𝐻 flushes a bit, turning towards Ida. I really don't deserve you." "Yeah, you do," Ida affirms, lifting her hand up to kiss the back of it with a smile. Tuya clears his throat obnoxiously, leaning forward so he blocks the view of an eager-looking reporter at a neighboring table, who said something about being discreet. "I regret ever asking Tensei to invite you," 𝐭𝐻 grumbles. "Always glad to have you around, Tuya-kun," Ida says easily. "Shoo," Ida's little brother gestures sharply. All Might is about to give his speech. All Might proves his worth as the #1 hero by easily taking all the attention onto himself and making everyone seem to forget Endeavor's misstep. However, Tuya's not going to forget anytime soon, and he's pretty sure Hawks is already in the process of getting the tape just for him. Near the end of it all, a slight wave catches the corner of his eye, and when he turns to see one of the mirrors in the banquet hall, there's Kagami, holding up a sign that says Birdie, Dressing Room 5, and winking at him before slipping away into another mirror. "Excuse me," he says politely, standing up and leaving his napkin in his seat. "I have to go to the bathroom." 𝐭𝐻 quirks an eyebrow up but waves her hand dismissively. "Give my congratulations to Hawks and don't get photographed." Tuya rolls his eyes as he walks off, as if he doesn't know how much harder it would make his cover and his job if it were publicly known that he's the winged hero Hawks' boyfriend. He still can't help but feel giddy every time he thinks it. He definitely understands Hawk's longing to just announce it over the rooftops. "Tuya," a deep, unfortunately familiar voice sounds behind Chen. He always knew he'd have to confront him one day, didn't he? He stops and slowly turns around to see Endeavor scowling at him, arms crossed. "I suppose I should say, it's nice to meet you, Endeavor," Tuya says, taking a breath as fire courses through his veins. Endeavor sneers, "You need to stop messing around and tell 𝐭𝐻𝐿 to come train with me. All of his potential is wasted with you." "Funny, I'm not the one who just face-planted on live TV." Endeavor's glare intensifies. "𝐭𝐻𝐿 needs to go to you. Take first place in all of the sports festivals, and work in my agency to supplant All Might. That is the purpose he was bred for. Don't you talk about him like he's some kind of prized livestock you owned," Tuya says, fists clenched at his side now. "𝐭𝐻𝐿 is going to be whatever he wants to be, and like hell I'm telling him to go with you for you to torture him the way you tortured me." Endeavor's expression grows uglier. "You are a failure, but my training would mold 𝐭𝐻𝐿 into what he needs to be. What? For your stupid need to be first." Tuya snaps. "It's been more than 20 years now, and you've never been able to go beyond #who is the real failure here." The flames around Endeavor's face burn darker as he grabs Tuya's arm. Tuya lets his own flames snap forth from his arm, and the singe of pain and the ruined sleeve of the suit are all worth the hiss of pain and the reddened palm of Endeavor as he lets go. "Don't you Fing touch me," he says coldly, holding his blue flame in the palm of his hand, "and if you try to go near 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 again, I will bury you." They are drawing closer and closer to proof of Arakawa's dirty dealings with Endeavor, and when that time comes, he will pay back what Endeavor did to his mother and his siblings with interest. Fire roars to life around Endeavor's body. "You dare!" Suddenly his face turns white, the flames go out, and he doubles over, clutching his stomach. "Oh no, Endeavor, are you all right? Was it something you ate?" Mahou asks, striding forward, flicking away a glass vial and wiping her hand on her dress, while Ida trails behind her. "Let's see, All Might. All Might, could you please help get Endeavor-san to a doctor?" All Might hurries forward, and Tuya sees Mahou adjust one of the hairpins in her fancy updo to a higher position, her usual signal for, "All clear, proceed as planned," and he nods his thanks to her before hurrying away to the dressing rooms. When he opens the door to dressing room 5, Hawks grins at him from where he is busy wiping off all the stage makeup applied to him. "Took you long enough, what happened to your suit?" "My father and I had a conversation," Tuya replies, walking closer and taking the makeup wipe from Hawk's hands to properly clean off the rest of the makeup. What did he say to you?" Hawks says, worriedly looking Tuya over, grasping his arm and rubbing the stinging skin. "Nothing important because we're never going to let him near 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, Tuya replies darkly. Hawks looks at him, then smiles and nods. "Dean right. How'd you like my speech?" "It was my favorite part of the whole thing," Tuya says, drinking in the sight of the hickeys littering Hawk's neck. "Really? Even more than Endeavor face planting?" Hawks says, standing up and winding his arms around Tuya's shoulders. "I already told Takahiro to get us the tape." "My hero," Tuya says with a sharp grin, running a hand down Hawk's back and scratching between his wings. "And how should I reward the number 7 hero?" "I can think of a few things," Hawks says breathlessly before leaning up to capture Tuya's mouth with his and pulling him down so that he can fully wrap the two of them in his wings. They're late to Hawk's own party in their penthouse, but it was definitely worth it, even with the ribbing from Honda and Jinai. Kagami laughs, and Fuyumi sighs and shakes her head as she reaches up to try and neaten up Tuya's hair that he only sort of managed to straighten up. "You're so late, we already started without you," she scolds, gesturing around at everyone eating and drinking. "Still, at least you arrived before the food got cold," Mahou comments with a grin as Rogue sighs and hands her some money. "You guys couldn't have just stayed preoccupied with each other for like another hour or so." Rogue grouses. Ida laughs, dropping a kiss on Mahou's head. "Don't bet against the goddess of luck." "Bad luck," Rogue points out. Hawks grins, his wings still draped over Tuya's shoulders. "Can we pay you back with merch?" Rogue gives him a flat look. "That may work for Honda, but that's not going to work for me. Even VIP passes to HeroCon." Hawks wheedles. "You'll get premium early access to the Artist Alley." Rogue pauses and then nods. "Well, all right then. You should have asked me, Rogue." Honda pipes up from where she's moved on from teasing them to trying to ply Inoue with cake. "I'm also competing at the con." "You have pro cosplayer access, not VIP guest access," Rogue points out. "Are you going to be debuting the Lubu Reaper costume, Honda-senpai?" Hakamata asks, dismissing the shyly offered plate of food from Inoue. Honda makes a seesaw motion with her hands, like, "It's darkly festive and super cool, but I kinda want to use it for Dabi. Doesn't quite fit my aesthetic. Might go with a Femhawks costume instead." Hawks cheers, using one of his feathers to bring Honda a drink. "You'll definitely win with that." "That's true. While Hawks is dealing with his mob of fans, I'll drop by and watch," Tuya says. "Ah, baby, you know I love you best," Hawks says with a wide grin, floating up to kiss Tuya on the cheek. Jinai snaps a picture on her phone and comments happily, "Still disgustingly sweet. Less bothering our hosts and more enjoying Amaikuin's sweets," Sanazaki chides. "Sure thing, Keiichi." Jinai grins, grabbing him by the hand and flashing over to the table piled high with food. Natsu runs over, a giant plate in one hand and a video game controller in another. "Tuya, how do you beat Fujioka at Smash Brothers?" "You don't," Tuya says. "Or you must start Jigglypuff and wait until he's delirious from sleep deprivation to challenge him," Fuji amends. Don't eat and play at the same time, Natsu, their mother says, walking by with Izuku's mother. You'll get distracted and drip food all over these shiny new floors. This place is for all of you to enjoy. It's fine, Hawks interjects. He'll just have to clean it up later. And if you insist on staying over even more, you're getting added to the chore rotation, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says dryly. Have you seen the size of the guest room and the TV? Chores are worth it. I'm staying over here so much. Natsu grins before he runs off to challenge Fujioka again. Their mother shakes her head ruefully. If he eats you out of leftovers, he'll probably let you two be. If he doesn't have practice games, I think he'll just buy Komaini food and camp out in front of the TV, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says before holding up a hand. Don't worry, I'll make sure he does his homework. I know you will, 𝐻𝐭𝐲, his mother says, reaching out and patting him on the head before turning to Hawks and also ruffling his hair. And I am so happy for you too. Hawks preens at 𝐻𝐭𝐲's side, wings happily fluttering all around him. Todoroki-san, I can never thank you enough. You don't have to, his mother says warmly. I'm simply very happy to see you two so happy. Still, I have a surprise for you. It's not ready yet, but you're going to love it, Hawks assures her. 𝐻𝐭𝐲, make sure Hawks doesn't bankrupt himself for our sakes, his mother says, giving him a look. Don't worry, I've made Takahiro let me look at their books, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says, gesturing at Takahiro, who is currently taking selfies of the party with his girlfriend and the rest of Hawks' agency. Hawks wanted to gift a Ryokan to 𝐻𝐭𝐲's mother as soon as possible, but realistically, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 is having him thoroughly research all Ryokans on the market or likely to go on the market soon, and start budgeting out savings for that. His mother deserves the best after all. Such good boys, Izuku's mom says fondly. I hope you will not mind Izuku and Shudo dropping by, as I'm sure they will. Already have Pro Heroes Smash Brothers all ready for them, Hawks comments, gesturing at the game set where Fujioka is busy decimating all challengers while maining edge shot. And have you seen the training room yet? 𝐻𝐭𝐲 asks, pointing down one of the halls. We've got a lot of gloves and mats, so don't worry about Izuku-kun, Midoriya-san. Izuku's mother's eyes are dangerously shiny at this point. You two have always treated Izuku so well. We try our best. Hawks grins. He's a great kid. And obviously, Shudo's favorite. They all turn to look at Shudo calmly watching Izuku diligently try to instruct Reiji how to fight with all might on the other controller. He's going to do so well at UA, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 comments. We'll just have to disguise ourselves when we go to the sports festival, Hawks declares, glancing up at 𝐻𝐭𝐲 through his lashes. I'm sure Honda can provide some appropriate costumes. 𝐻𝐭𝐲 rolls his eyes and lightly shoves Hawks. We're not cosplaying just to get in. You're no fun, Hawks pouts, pulling them towards the table of food. Not what you were telling me in your dressing room, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says into Hawks' ear, purposefully squeezing Hawks' thigh where he's pretty sure he's left a mark. Hawks' eyes dilate as he presses closer to 𝐻𝐭𝐲. When this party is over, let's skip the cleanup and just christen the rest of the penthouse we haven't fed in yet, he says in a low tone, letting his feathers creep into the back of 𝐻𝐭𝐲's shirt. We're not doing it in the guest room or the kitchen, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 says firmly, making a plate of fried chicken for Hawks and setting it in his hands. So the balcony? Hawks asks brightly, taking a bite of the fried chicken. If it's warm enough, 𝐻𝐭𝐲 concedes. Hawks' grin is absolutely filthy as he pulls 𝐻𝐭𝐲 down for a quick kiss. I'm sure you'll keep me warm. Okay, no sneaking off, Honda chides, walking up with both Hakamata and Inoue in tow. I've been dispatched to make sure you actually host this party instead of wandering off again. Hawks laughs. Well, I guess we can hold off. Good, Honda beams, holding up a remote and clicking it. Let's get some proper music in here. 𝐻𝐭𝐲 groans as K/D music starts piping through the penthouse. Really? You secretly love it, and I'll definitely make it up to you, Hawks says with a wink. And 𝐻𝐭𝐲 thinks that here, right now, with Hawks happily wrapped in his arms, and his friends and family all around them laughing, eating, and celebrating, he couldn't ask for anything better than this.